Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Sim Grid for the Next Gen Racing 12-hour Silverstone Brain Tumour Charity race. And we couldn't think of a better place to host it here at the home of British motorsport. Alex Goldschmidt and David Christie are in for the long stint for this one as well. David, good morning.
A very good morning, Alex, and you're absolutely right. We have taken the short straw on this one, and what a fantastic cause it is for raising money for the Brain Tumour Charity, the world's leading brain tumour charity. And we've got some of the best names in Assetto Corsa Competizione sim racing. This is just going to be an awesome, awesome day.
Yes, 181 drivers, 51 cars heading onto the grid around this fantastic 3.660 miles circuit. 36 GT3 cars, 15 GT4 cars. This event has got some of the best real-life racers, such as Michael O'Brien, James Baldwin, some bloke called Jenson Button alongs with that. You've then got a whole host from the sim racing community, the likes of Dalking, Jardier, and a whole host more. There are it's such a big field here, but also we've got such a great wide range of machinery. Now, for those wondering, what is going to happen today? Well, we've got qualifying getting underway at 10:45 UK time. That's 11:45 Central European time, where we'll have 15 minutes qualifying for GT3, 15 minutes qualifying for GT4. The race gets underway at 11:45 UK time. That's 12:45 Central European time approximately, and it will be run just like a 24-hour race because we'll have a 2-time multiplier on the server. David, just looking at how many different cars there are, we've got Aston Martin, Audi, Bentley, BMW, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Lexus, McLaren, Mercedes, Nissan, Porsche in the GT3s, GT4s. There's just quite a cornucopia of what we have come to expect thanks to the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform. The Alpine, the Porsche 718 Cayman, the BMW M4, the Ginetta G55. But the talent that we've got here, so many familiar names from the sim grid through the relevant championships, through the one-off events, Sprint Cup, World Cup, more female racers by Thrustmaster. The list just goes on. And if I was to go through that list, that would probably take me about 3 hours to get through it.
I was about to say we'd be well and truly into the race by that point. But look, what a fantastic field we've got. The GT3 cars are looking very tasty, but I'm really curious to see how this GT4 mix comes in a 12-hour race as well, because obviously they're going to be involved in their own little battle as well. 15 cars in the GT4s, but what a field that we've got here. You mentioned some guy named Jenson Button. Never heard of him in my life, honestly. But I mean, along with, like James Baldwin and Michael O'Brien and Tobin Lee for the Zancho Rocket Esports McLaren team, that alone is that absolutely blows my mind. And then you think of the likes of the Like and Subscribe team, Igor Ogorodnikov, Konstantin Soldatov, and Kirill Antonov. Oh my goodness me, that is going to be one tasty, tasty enchilada today.
Indeed. Well, before we get things truly underway here at the Next Gen 12-hour Brain Tumour Charity race here at Silverstone, let's go on a hot lap. And this is with Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. So we're now going to go through onto the national pit straight. So across the line, heading down into the right-hander at Cops. We're on board with Alaric Enslin in the 889 Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, running the car a little bit over to the left to just help get the momentum carry through. Now we're going to go through into Maggotts Beckett's Chapel. You can just see how committed he is going through the first part of it. And now drops down into third gear, takes a tight apex and allows the car to run out through Chapel. Now it's the long run down, and you can just see how hard. And you can also see the respective traction control and ABS settings that drivers will use is completely at full throttle. Down on the brakes from just over 250 kilometres an hour, down into third gear through Stowe, now in towards Vale and Club Corner, heading over 200 plus kilometres an hour, down the gears down into first gear, 80 kph through the first part, starting to accelerate, snatching second gear through the second part of Club, through into the next corner. Now onto the International Wing Complex. this is the run into a very, very fast set of corners. We thought the Magnus Beckinson Chapel would be fast, but now into Abbey, and then into Farm Curve. You can just see that he's pushing, and already people on the chat saying, well, that looks like an invalidated lap. Well, you might want to tell Alaric Hensley that on that particular occasion. Now down into the loop before we go through Aintree and then onto the Wellington Straight. So another tight apex taken there. Just a few more corners to go, but this is where a place where I've actually commentated myself. Myself and David will definitely be able to testify to that. We're now going through into Brooklands at the left-hander, tight on the apex, allow the car to run towards the inner apex through into Woodcote, and then put the power down, start accelerating up through the gears, through Woodcote and Luffield, and now it is the run towards the line. This is pretty much a hot lap, and a pretty quick lap time here from Alaric Hensley, just over 1 minute and 57 seconds. Yeah, the chat's they're saying Jenson who, and David's been on the chat straight away like a whirling dervish. And now free practice. There's James Baldwin, world's fastest gamer, but also competed in British GT last season with Jenson Team Rocket RJN. So of course he's running in one of the many McLarens. There's 7 in total. Now, for those wondering about this, David, there was a ballast system implemented for the popularity contest, I think I'd really like to call it, where drivers would be able to choose through the manufacturers. But effectively, that's what's happened is that the McLaren is hit with a 30-kilogram ballast, if memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, that's right. It's basically a way of trying levelling out the use of all of the cars in the field. So we're not just going to have a field of Aston Martins or McLarens or Ferraris. So basically there was a 5-car soft limit that was imposed on race entry. So you could choose whatever car you wanted, and if there was more than those 5 cars, then there would automatically be a 20-kilogram penalty added on to that, and for every car on top of that there would be an extra 10. So 7 is 2 over the 5 soft limits, so they get 30 kilograms of ballast added. Now, we thought that there was going to be a second car that was in danger of getting that ballast added, but they at the last moment have managed to negate that issue, and it's down to the 5-car limit. Just on that note as well, you were talking us through the track here. We do both have a very intimate knowledge. However, mine's a little bit different from yours, Alex. You've got the professional commentary background on mine's is that I can just point to you and gravel trap and say, I was in that. By the way,
oh, yeah.
what is a whirling dervish?
Hang on. All I'm going to say is Team Cake has got Sebastian Handler behind the wheel. Now, we're underway with qualifying. GT4's out first, but Team Cake has got Austria's Sebastian Handler behind the wheel of the 138. Now, you've got quite a few drivers in that car. So you've got Josie Austin, Alice Horton, Sarah Fair, and it seems like the people are asking not to be punted in the chat already before we've even gotten racing. But look at the weather. I mean, that's definitely a really, really cool livery that they've got on that Aston Martin Vantage GT4.
It's interesting. Is certainly a word. I'm not too sure what that is all about, but yeah. Oscar Sandberg, meanwhile, in the 47 car just now. Sorry, in the 101. Again, we're going to see this throughout the qualifying. We see this in every single event. You'll see them for the first 5 minutes or so. They'll want to get a quick lap in. They'll want to get a banker lap, as they call it, in, and then they'll want to try and push maybe different settings towards the end. But they need to get that safe lap in, especially, Alex, something that we've not spoken about yet. Have a look at that weather at the top of the screen.
Ooh, now that's going to be rather interesting, because that puts GT3s in the mire when it comes to qualifying in around about 12 minutes time. Oscar Sandberg partnered actually with Charlie Martin at the More Female Races with Thrustmaster season that has just taken place. But also, for those wondering, what is the bar on the top left of your screens at home? Well, that is for the total amount raised so far for the Brain Tumour Charity, which is what we're doing this all for a fantastic cause. It's committed to saving and improving lives, and they're moving further and faster to help every single person that has been affected by brain tumour. They're looking to find new treatments, offering the highest level of support and driving urgent change. And a cure really can't wait when someone you know or someone you love is diagnosed with something such as brain tumour. Good morning to the likes of Mark Neutelings, David Ressel on the chat. David Ressel has already said about rain being inbound. And we've seen it before here on the sim grid, that the minute that we've seen it, what was it, in a couple of laps, David, that the track can go from optimum to wet within a couple of minutes. We've seen that before, haven't we?
Oh, we certainly have. Quite recently, actually, when the rain comes down, it really flies down and just destroys any grip on that track whatsoever. So I think they'll be fingers crossed, hoping that doesn't happen. And what an unfortunate time that is going to be, because it looks like the GT4s very, very stable, putting in some decent lap times just now. We'll see them as they come in, but yeah, they've kind of escaped the bullet on this one in terms of the wet weather.
Yeah, there's Ollie Moss in the number 7 car. That's one of the many Porsches, but Kieran Vidago in the SimSport Solutions Positive Perception car looks to be leading the way, and that looks to be, I think, a 2 minute 8.5. Then you've got the ambassadors for Rennwelten GT4 car. They've got Henrik Gambel behind the wheel, and then it's Sebastian Handler in the Team Cape 138 Aston Martin. So these drivers really pushing like quite crazy. And one of the biggest things here, David, is that it's looking rather dark overhead.
It's a bit ominous, isn't it? You know, 24 minutes left to go in the session. Remember, it's only another 11 minutes for these guys. In fact, it'll be 9 minutes that these cars have got left to put in their lap time. So even more so, these drivers are going to want to get that banker lap on the books, so that if anything does happen in the next 10 minutes, they can actually rest assured that they've got something in the bag.
So Miguel Ruiz in the number 2 PPR Esports car, currently 3/10 up at the moment on where he is currently. And that will put him ahead of the Team Cake 138 entry with Sebastian Handler behind the wheel. Only one driver allowed to go into the car for qualification. So a lot of people getting involved on the chat. Good morning to Denise Pope, who's running with the 79 NSN racing car. And they've got Christopher Strepen behind the wheel of that car, 1.6 seconds off of the pace. For those wondering that are new to the sim grid, warm welcome to you all. You can follow us all on social media at the... Oh, now that's a good time for Ruiz. Oh, Christopher Verstappen from Belgium is a second up. Now this is going to put him into possibly the top 3, as he's going to come across the line very shortly. Well, that puts him P5. Lost a bit of time there. So he made up 9/10. There's Robert Atkins in the X-Car Esports, and he's also 9/10 up, so they're currently P12. That could probably put them around about 9th place, as Atkins now pushes towards the finish line, goes P11 with that effort, 1.7 seconds off. But Kieran Vidago, Henrik Gambal and Sebastian Handler, those are your top 3 for the respective teams. There's the number 13 SVPMR with NXTGEN. So one of the requirements for a custom livery has been the requirement that the Brain Tumour Charity logo must be on their livery as part of the agreement for competing this race if they're racing with a custom livery. But we've raised so far, the total was smashed by over 200% just before the target was raised. Target at the moment is currently £1,500. We're at 70% of that, so just under £1,060 raised. In the pinned chat in YouTube, there is a link. So for those watching at home, if you aren't racing, please help and donate. It will be greatly, greatly appreciated. for you guys to do so, as the ambassadors for Rennwelten car still rounding out the top two. The 148 car, that's HSH Racing HS, have just waiting for Ian Harry to set a lap time, and that is the 15th car out of the 15 strong, a maximum that we've got here on GT4. So I'm wondering if so we've only got just about 6 minutes of this session left to go, David, but still. So Florian Bauer, Harvey Racing in the BMW, could get a possible chance of going towards the top of the timesheets. 6/10 up as the BMW, P3, and that was by literally nothing, less than half a tenth of a second.
Yeah, wild stuff. And again, this is what we were trying to say earlier. They need to get these laps in because that weather is starting to get a little bit darker. You're going to notice the track temperature, the air temperature is starting to fall a little bit, and that's when the track, the grip on it is going to start falling away. So really, they need to have got these laps in now. Now they can just go for it. Now they can go hell for leather and give it all for the last 5 minutes of qualifying. Just noticing in the YouTube chat here, I'm not sure I agree with this, but I like the dedication. I like the offers. Alice Tricks thinks there should be a £10 donation fee for every GT4 that gets punted, and Zach Summerall thinks that if you're a GT4 punting a GT3, then it's £20 donation. Yeah, I can't see Race Control imposing those types of penalties, but we'll maybe consider it for future. But yeah, oh, there we go. There's the rain. It's dropped immediately from optimum to fast. Goodbye qualifying. That's it, done and dusted. I cannot see any cars improving now at all.
No, and that has really given the opportunity for no one to try and capitalise on Kieran Vidago, because now the wipers definitely going on full chat on that Porsche. And loving the livery on that. It's got the Union Jack on the top, and also nice and promptly the Brain Tumour Charity logo. Good job there, guys. And it's literally, this track has now gone. Look, it's already gone to green. What is that? 45 seconds.
It's green.
Oh my goodness me! Kieran Vidago he was on slicks. You can tell because the back, he had a massive wobble, and he just went, "No, that's it. I'm coming back in." I think that's, Henry Gambal from...
That's it. It's going to be a case of having a look at some beautiful paint schemes, but the cars are all coming into the pit lane. I think their safest bet, head into the garage, get yourselves a cup of cocoa, boys, and wait for the race to get started. However, this now leaves a very, very difficult question. What on earth is going to happen with these GT3s? Because we know we've got some fast drivers. However, we've also got some drivers that really don't like these changeable conditions.
Yeah, I mean, we were hearing that James Baldwin was absolutely flying around the circuit. What was it? 155s, 156s. Or it's going to be rather close, because obviously with the wet weather conditions, there's always that window of opportunity that GT4s might be in the mix after qualifying. So the GT4s have had the easier run, let's say. So the GT3s, the drivers are probably already discussing maybe about what setup. So what are we going to change apart from obviously the obvious of the wet tyres. And yeah, so we're waiting for race control. Could they actually let the cars out early? That's the biggest thing here, David. So from our perspective, it is a case that, what is it? The only drivers, Maximilian Pahl, Oscar Sandberg, and Ian Harry are the only three drivers that are actually out there at this particular moment. And yeah, it's if you're running on slicks on a damp track, you are not going to love your throttle pedal right about now.
It's like that South Park meme, isn't it? If you're on slick tires on a wet track, you're in for a bad time. And you know, Silverstone's a frustrating track at the best of times anyway. But when it's like this, it's just positively miserable. You can't get any heat into the tires. The car does not want to turn around, as Maximilian Prowl is finding out there. It's just like a barge on wheels. It's done and dusted. I mean, what a great performance from Vidago there for the 666 team there in the Sim Sport Solutions Positive Perceptions car to get that lap. And it looks like we are hearing from race control, Alex, that the GT3s are going to be let out slightly early because you know the GT4s can't do anything. So there's no point having empty track space there. Get GT3s out. Great decision there by race control.
Yeah, Oscar Sandberg in the turn 101 is one of two GT4 cars. Oh, now that was a moment and a half going down into Brooklands there for Oscar Sandberg. That would have definitely been a new virtual underwear change there for Oscar there. But still, kudos to him. You know, he's raced in multiple different types of conditions. And what's more, hang on a second, he's going out for another lap. I think he's feeling the conditions out. I think this is a perfect opportunity because it gives him the chance to get an understanding of the conditions. As now it looks like, yep, the GT3s are being released. So now we're going to find out who is going to really put the. That's through Maggots and Beckett's. The back end on that Aston Martin sliding like a good one from left to right. You can just see how hard he's going to be working behind the wheel, and the wipers are just going absolutely full throttle.
Not the best, as we see Oscar Sandberg in that car. It's changed completely from, you know, I can't believe 8 minutes ago it was optimal, then it was green, then it was greasy, now it's damp, and it's going to be wet very, very soon. Although, that was a little bit misleading. It looked like from his onboard you could see a little break in the clouds there. But yeah, I think we're in for an intense 10 minutes of rain, and then it's going to just sort of be a little bit quieter. But yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a difficult qualifying session.
Yeah, GT3's now out on the track as Oscar Sandberg's got a lot of real-time TV time on that livery. One of the many that we've got here. So the majority of the field now making their way through down into Stowe, and there is Eamon Murphy from the YAS Heat crew in the 149 Mercedes AMG, and now they are, look, the floodgates have quite literally opened for I think it's more a case of that this is the crunch time now, because these drivers will want to get a bank lap in. There's going to be that concertina effect, and just look at the amounts of cars going through into Abbey now. You know, fourth gear, over 180 kilometers an hour. And,
what's the plural, Alex, for GT3 cars? Is it a gaggle of GT3s?
Oh, a gaggle. There's so many different words if you have a thesaurus to hand. A smorgasbord is another one. There we go. Another word. A whole smorgasbord of different GT3 cars. 36 of them here at the NXTGEN Racing 12-hour of Silverstone.
I like Mike on YouTube chat is saying that it's a murder of GT3s. Just hearing from race control that if a GT3 car finishes behind, I know the question was being asked on YouTube chat, so if a GT3 car is out-qualified by a GT4 car, that's all very well and good, but the GT3 car will still start at the back of the GT3s, not behind the GT4s.
I think that's probably the right way to do it. It's like when we've had we had the Stacked Out Spa Spectacular that you and I were doing commentary on a few weeks ago. We had exactly the same thing, that if a GT4 did out-qualify a GT3, then it would have actually started behind, because you'd rather have it where you have the GT3 go into battle at the same time, but then you also want to have it where the GT4s have their own battle, and that's what I love about multi-class racing. As Chris Herker from the number 9 crew, that's the Rennwelten team in the Lexus RCF GT3, one of only a couple of Lexuses that are on the grid. So we've got so many different teams here, haven't we? We've even got a SimGrid GT3 and GT4 entry. The 24 in the Porsche is for GT3 and also for, and it's the, and we're just, but there is Dennis Lind, factory Lamborghini driver, running with the G2 Esports crew, and look who's just behind him. There's James Baldwin. They put him into the into that particular car, and that'll be the one for the 26 Sancho Rocket Esports car, and he'll be partnered with real-life GT3 racer Michael O'Brien, and also Tobin Lee, who's very, very well accredited in his own right. And look, they're going side by side into Abbey. You don't need to do that in qualifying,
guys. Settle down. It's qualifying.
God.
What's all this about? This is like improper duking it out right now. So yeah, there's some bragging rights going on here. And do you know what it is? They know it's a charity event, and I think they're just want to put on a bit of a show for everyone. And my goodness me, I'm quite enjoying that.
Yeah, I think that might have been George Boothby behind him in the McLaren. That's in the 96 car, I believe. So that's probably, that'll be the sister car. So that'll be, yeah, so that'll be Lucas Kaiser in the 96. He's a regular. Oh, that's a good time, but no, Matushka's gone. Wolf Matushka has just gone quicker than that in the number 25 pink performance Audi. One Audi out of 36. My goodness me, that's going to be rather interesting. But that's definitely a car that needs some BWT sponsorship on that one.
10 minutes left to go in qualifying, and this is starting to get a little bit interesting. Already though, we've seen that the GT3 is comfortably, I believe, ahead of the GT4s, or at least the majority of them so far in the 204s. Just have a look here at Kevin Siclari for the Racing Line Motorsport 191. That car looking very, very heavy right now. The Bentley does always do very well in the wet traditionally, but it doesn't like those changing conditions. So it doesn't like, you know, the track going from optimum to greasy. It struggles in that bit. But once it's properly wet, once it's damp to wet, that car just goes like an absolute rocket. Chris Hook is currently 7/10 up, and the moment that is going to put him onto P4 or P5 right now, and he's on the run down. That is, of course, the Wellington straight down towards Brooklands just now, and very difficult corner, deceptively difficult, this left-hander, because it tightens up on the inside, and then it's straight into Lovefield, that long right-hander where you have to be so patient before you bite back in on the accelerator, on the throttle, but he gets it done through Woodcut. This is looking like a good time. This could potentially move him up anywhere between 4th and 6th on the grid. Goes across, goes pole! Where did that come from Chris Hook? 204.830, and it's already been absolutely mullered by Malinowski. What a lap there. Malinowski goes pole, and then Machuska goes pole on top of that. So 204.4, Malinowski 204, and there's James Baldwin up to pole position. Chris Hartfeld takes it again. This is like wacky races, this.
Where's Dick Dastardly and Muttley when you need them?
Doing comms.
Which one are you then?
Sorry, I promise never to do that again, unless you put another £441 into that donation pot, and we reach the new target of 1,500. Then I might crack that one out.
Well, Jordan Sherratt, obviously, he was battling. He's up by 4/10 now. Obviously, the South African had dramas at the recent Super Saturday 2.0 at Donington Park. He's now going to go. He's now heading into Copse Corner. So we should hopefully see from him a good performance. He's in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo with Germany's Tobias Pfeffer and Italy's Giorgio Simonini. So, and there's Niles Naljoks, one of the regulars for G2 Esports. Obviously, there was a recent announcement that Gregor Schill has joined them as well, and he's looking forward to racing with them. Gregor Schill is on the grid for this charity event. 7 minutes still to go. Track temperature dropping. So Niels Naljoks now half a second up. So that's going to put him round about sort of P4 as such. People are asking, where is the one and only Gurgly Kutsabo? Oh, Matushka's trying to go through for pole. Now he's going to go through Woodcote and Luffield, and he's 4/10 up as Malinowski goes P3. Matushka goes towards the line here and goes P2 by literally less than 1/10 of a second. My goodness me.
Yeah, that was an awesome lap, and it's all changing again. This is what we see. We see the lap just come down and down and down and down. Chris Hartfeld currently on pole into the pits with 6 minutes left to go. Wolf Machuska in second place there. 8/100ths of a second. They're just nearly 9/100ths of a second off of that pole. But there you go. There's the man himself, the man, the myth, the legend, Igor Ogorodnikov, up into 4th place in qualifying right now. This is awesome stuff. So just here we go. This is Leonardo Dalcamo in the 27 machine. He's on a huge gain there. That was 9/10 of a second. It's only enough to take him up to 16th place there, but that was a big lap there from him. And again, it just shows you the length and breadth of the skill on offer here today. 24 cars, Alex, within 2 seconds.
That's incredibly tight. We've seen it more than likely before in previous events here on SimGrid, how closely competitive these drivers are, especially in the wet. There's Matteo Biotto in the number 192 Racing Line Motorsport Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT3, just under 2.1 seconds, and he's 6/10 up at the moment, coming through Woodcote. And this could be up to the top 20, maybe even up to around about 19th or 20th position, depending on how much time Biotto gains. Goes P20, 1.4 seconds off. And Stagritz in the number 4, that's the Couscous Racing team. So, and that includes Vasily Onufriev, another familiar name here on the SimGrid. Stagritz up, and he goes P15, just behind Jardier of all people. Yaroslav Honzik in the number 39 Bentley is just 9/10 off of pole positions. Noyox now up into P6. So no positions gained from Noyox. There's Andres Mesa up by 6/10 at the particular moment in time. That could put him right up into the top 10 as he really takes a lot of curve going through. Goes P9 just behind Eamon Murphy and ahead of Chris Herker in the number 9. There's one of the John Alesi Esport Academy cars. Half a second up is Dalcalmo at the moment in the number 27, and could go into as high as the top 8 positions. Goes P9. Oh, now look, it's getting even closer, David. Luca Burke's up in there in the number 22 Zancho Rocket Esports McLaren. He's P13. Behind him is Darren King, George Boothby, and Yaroslav Honzik, aka Jardier, rounding out the top 16 positions. This is ultra competitive, and we've still got just over 3 minutes to go.
16 cars within 1 second, Alex, of the pole time. And mark my words, right, these last 3 minutes, we are going to be absolutely breathless right now. Take Egger, for example, moves up to 20th, 8/10 of a second improvement on him, but it's still only 20th place. I mean, that is absolutely absurd. 25 cars within 2 seconds can improve by half a second. That's not going to move him up. It's not enough. He needs at least a second to get up through the order. 2.1 seconds behind the pole sitter. But yeah, this is awesome stuff. And buckle yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, because of course Ibrahim Khan is partnered up with John Munro and our own Ross McGregor as well in that Zancho Rocket esports machine, the number 23. So let's jump on board with James Baldwin for a lap here at Silverstone, Alex. And this is what I like about this track. It's such a mix of, you know, you've got your fast, tight technical turns, but you've really got some big sweeping straights as well, where you can make the most of these cars and the power that they've got on offer here.
Yeah, very much the case, David. Is there are some drivers actually finding the outer limits. If you want to talk about original sci-fi programming back in the 90s and the 2000s, some cars were looking a bit forlorn. One had spun off actually as James Baldwin was making his way through into Abbey and Farm Curve. But yeah, it's got a very high average speed here as well, and it requires full commitment. You can just see that drivers are just really testing the limits, and some are just exceeding those track limits and having a real disaster in qualifying. And look, this is what I've just heard from our broadcast team. He's got 30 kilos of ballast. He's going for pole position. He's just over a tenth off. But look, 72 thousandths covers the top four. And then look who it is in fifth position, Igor Ogorodnikov. And the top five covered by a tenth and a half. Luca Burke's up by 3/10. That's going to put him probably in the top seven, around about where James Parker is at the moment in the 888 Bentley. Good morning to our very own Mr. Lewis McGlade. Understand he's racing today, and good to have you with us, buddy. And yes, apologies for the slip-up reference Donington Park. My apologies.
This is interesting stuff. Huge lap there from Luca Burke, 7th place, and about half a second improvement right there, as we see Grigory Strangret there in the number 4 Aston. And again, I mean, the improvement you've got to make, he's got to make about 8/10 just to get himself up into the top 10. Half a second would do that, but comes across the line and doesn't. He makes a 3/10 of a second improvement, but yeah, I mean, 10 seconds now. This is crazy how this is going to go down to the wire, Alex.
Yep, so we've got the time is about to hit 0. There it goes. Chris Hartveldt in the 100 GTWR Porsche, looking rather racy as the drivers on their final laps here at Silverstone to decide the grid. And this will be Hartveldt's last effort, and in these difficult, damp, treacherous conditions, he has lost a little bit of time. He's now going to come flying out of Luffield and goes towards the line at 2:04. 0.158, and that was 3/1000ths quicker than his previous lap. But Baldwin looks to be up at this particular moment in time. Can he get any higher than 4th position? We'll find out very, very shortly, as he now comes towards the start-finish line here. Where does Baldwin factor in? No. And he sets exactly the same time as Malinowski in the 2:11. But the benefit is that Malinowski, having set that lap time first, is the one that gets that position. There's Sarah Dove from the number 66 GTWR female team that has the likes of the Amazant, Sarah Dove amongst others. There's Gergely Kunsabo, is showing in 36th position, goes P35. On the overall side of things, Liam Murray from the Simgrid GT3 cars, one of the cars that was actually designed by Denise Pope, along with the GT4 cars, they will start effectively in 36th in GT3. But what a lap from Chris Hartveldt. But then you look at Wolf Matuszka, has decided that's it, I can't get any closer. 42 thousandths separate pole and second, and then the top 4 covered by exactly 63 thousandths of a second. Wild stuff here. Eamon Murphy and the YAS HEAT Mercedes. What a lap that was, though, from our pole sitter. I might be completely biased here, Alex. We've got some wonderful liveries on display, but do you know what? I love that number 24. I think that Porsche just looks the best out there. Nothing to do with the fact that it's the sim grid. No favoritism or bias there, Mr. Christie.
Look, I'm happily, yeah. What can I say? Right.
Well,
what do we say about that qualifying, Alex? I mean, we expected a lot of drivers to struggle, and to still have that level of competitiveness. I mean, that is just absolutely absurd.
To be honest, you know, to be honest with you, I didn't know what to expect when we got told before going live that it was going to be a case of there might be rain when the GT3s come out, and then it happens like literally a couple of minutes before the GT4s stop qualifying. I didn't know what to expect, and it's, I think, one of the most exciting qualifying sessions I think I've seen on the SimGrid so far since having started with you guys a couple of months back.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, we've got a couple of drivers to have a chat to. It'd be very interesting, Alex, to hear what they have to say about that qualifying session and what their strategies are ahead of the race today.
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, let's go to, if we can, our pole sitter for GT4. Let's bring in Kieran Vidago from SimSport Solutions, Positive Perception in the 666. Kieran, firstly, many congratulations. You got that, you got that really good lap time in early. What's your strategy for you guys? Obviously, I'm familiar with you guys. Obviously, Mark Neutslings, Mark Radenbury, Adam Iselovic. What's the plan ahead without giving too much away?
Just going to try and pull away. Just lead our own race. Yeah.
But to get that lap in early and no one to really challenge it, you guys must be feeling ultra confident. But also, we're raising money for a fantastic charity for obviously brain tumor awareness here on SimGrid.
Yeah, exactly. We had to have some fun, put on a good show, and try and raise some money. So, yeah, it's going to be fun.
Well, Kieran, congratulations to you and the guys from SimSport Solutions and Positive Perception in the 666 Porsche. All the very best of luck for the race.
Cheers, Alex.
David, I think the next one should be yours, my good man, because we're going to be here for the long haul, aren't we?
Looks like we've got quite a few to have a chat with. Let's have a word with. Let's have a chat with Wolf Machuska, because that was obviously a fantastic performance to them, getting themselves right up in the firing line for the GT3s.
How it is in the heavyweight.
Wolf, we've just stolen you rudely in the middle of your conversation there, so I do apologise about that. But
all good.
Congratulations on that qualifying. That was an impressive effort, and it really sets you up in good standing for the race ahead.
Thank you. I was not expecting to be up there at all. Like I honestly plan on having a dry quali, as everyone, I think. And with the Audi not being, all the way up to pace on Silverstone, I was hoping for a top 15 maybe, if I set a good lap. So seeing myself in P2 with all those insane names behind me in the top 10 and further is I can't really believe it. But yeah, it's going to be interesting in the race, because if it's dry, we're definitely lacking a bit of pace. So we have to be careful.
So we need to turn our attention to the race now. Just between you, me, and the 220 plus people watching on YouTube, it's okay. You can tell us the secrets. What's going to be the race strategy today?
Fuel up and go. Thinking about the stints, how it's going to play out towards the end with the 65 minutes and then the 12-hour race and the 2-minute lap time. There's nothing really you can do in order to save a stint, for us at least, if it's completely dry, that is. But yeah, the goal is always to get as close to the 65 minutes as possible on a stint, so that your last stint potentially is as short as possible. But that's obviously not the case. As soon as weather drops and then the rain starts, then everybody gets reset. So that will be interesting, but. It's only go as far as you can on the 65 minutes and enjoy the multi-class. I'm looking forward to that. And hopefully not get bullied by the McLarens too much.
Well, here's hoping, buddy. Thank you so much. We'll cut that one short, Wolf, because we've got tons of drivers to get through.
Yeah,
but best of luck to yourself, to Phil Fitt, to Daniel Ferrier, and the Pink Performance team. Take it easy, buddy. There we go then. Wolf Machuska, Alex, and who do you want to have a chat to?
Well, let's bring in. Let's have a chat with Niels Noyux from G2 Esports if we can. So, Niels, firstly, good to have you with us for this fantastic event. Not exactly probably the way that you guys at G2 Esports wanted qualifying to happen, but still, despite the wet weather conditions, the BMW got itself into the top 10. How are you guys feeling ahead of the race?
I think we're quite positive because we know the BMW after the patch wasn't the quickest anymore on Silverstone. So I think 6th place is more than we expected, honestly. And I think even the, let's say, tricky weather, and especially regarding the timing of the weather itself, because it was a bit unsure if it was going to rain or not at the start of qualifying for us. But I think it played into our hands because we at least had a good reference where the pressures needed to be. And then also after all these patches, you constantly have to reiterate how the wet tire will actually behave in which amount of percentage of wetness or so. Luckily, I think we just got it right with the pressures, and it seemed to be the right call there.
But also, we have to congratulate you guys at G2 Esports because you've now got Gregor Schill joining the team, which was made official the other day. That's really good, and he's racing with you and Arthur Kamara, if memory serves me correctly, for this event.
That was, I think, it was coming a long way by now. So for us, of course, not as surprising as maybe for some others in the community. And I guess the people around him already knew, had to get the office stuff sorted around it, so to say. But we were very happy to have Gregor with us now because he's very deep into that game. He's probably built a few hundred setups by now, so it's not like he's only going to learn from us, but we'll sure get something from him in return as well.
Well, Niels, we want to wish you, Arthur and Gregor, all the very best of luck for today's event.
Thanks a lot.
So, Alex, let's have a chat with. Let's bring in Josie Austin from Team Cake because I need to find out what on earth is going on with that livery right now.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good call.
Josie Austin, a very warm welcome to the commentary booth. First, I'd like to be all professional and talk about the race and stuff, but what on earth is that livery?
Do you like it?
I'm confused. It's I don't know what it is.
It's it's a triple layer chocolate cake with cream and fudge.
You've said that. No, I don't like that because I want one now.
Our entire car is an automobile-sized chocolate cake.
I'm not going to lie, that does sound quite awesome, actually. I'm going to go and have a little cake for lunch just now. But Team Cake and Aston Martin, obviously a fantastic qualifying session from Sebastian Handler. What was qualifying like with that rain coming in, and what are you looking forward to the race?
It was a bit of a rush. We were trying really hard just to make sure that we got like our best lap in before everything started, happening, because the session was effectively cut like 5 minutes short. But it all worked out. Seb got a really good lap in. We're pleased with our starting position. And now for us, it's just all about getting those consistent laps in. We're expecting that for the whole team. We're shooting for kind of a midfield pace. We want to just keep it steady, keep it simple. So we're doing all our stint timers and all that stuff right now. We're gonna do good, hopefully.
Along with Alice Horton and Sarah Fair in your team, what sort of preparations have you been making in advance to this race?
We've all spent time on the team and solo practice server, just trying to get laps in. We've got plenty of wet running in because the server always seemed to be wet when we joined it. So hopefully that gives us an edge when the rain that we've been told so many times isn't coming comes. So yeah, just looking forward to getting out on track now.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck to Team Cake, and go and save us a little bit of gateau for the end.
If you want, yeah, no problem.
Happy
Cake's on us.
Yay! Thank you very much there, Josie Hamlet there from GZR team in the Team Cake machine. Alex, I think we've got time for maybe one or two more interviews. Who do you fancy having a chat to?
Let's bring in James Parker from the 888 Bentley.
Let's bring him in for you.
Well, good morning to a person that's located not too far from me. Good morning, James Parker from the 888 Bentley. How are you, buddy?
Not too bad. Alex, how are you?
Good. Now, very interesting qualification session. You guys, you got Joe McCauley and obviously Tidgney alongside you for this race. What was the thought as soon as the rain started hitting just before you guys went out for quali?
Probably a bit of relief, really, because I knew a lot of people would have just practiced dry laps all week in preparation for the race. So throwing a bit of an uncertain outlier into the server was a good thing for us, and it paid off, to be fair. The front engine cars seem a little bit slower on this latest ACC patch than mid-engine cars. So all I wanted to do was like top Bentley or top front engine car, and anywhere inside the top 15 would do. So very happy with the end result, to be fair.
And what's the plan looking into going ahead with the race? Because obviously we've got 12 hours. It's going to run on a 2-time server time multiplier. It's going to be interesting over the next 12 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, big temperature differences through the day and the night. So the car will have to, you've got to try and set the car to be consistent across cold and warm temps, which is quite a challenge. But it's just about no mistakes, really, Alex, because obviously it's a mixed class grid. Obviously a lot of different skill levels out there as well. So this race will be decided on no penalties and no incidents rather than pure pace, I think. So we'll just go through our plan. I think I'll start. Joe will go second, and then Martin Tidgney will go third. And then we'll just cycle through each time and just try and stay out of trouble, really. And at the end of the 12 hours, just see where we end up.
Well, James, wishing you and all the guys all the very best of luck for the 12 hours here at Silverstone.
No worries, Alex. Thank you.
So, David, I think we've got time for one more interview. Who are you going for, buddy?
Oh, I'm so tempted. Why don't we go and have a chat with Florian Bauer? Well, good morning, Mr. Bauer. Another 12-hour race, another long slog ahead of you here at Silverstone. How are you feeling ahead of the race?
Yeah, feeling quite well. Quali was very lucky for me. Had good time. Was like my PB of every time, and really hoping to can improve in the 12 hours now. Maybe more than the podium is possible. We can see.
Tell us a little bit about your team. How are you finding working with them just now? And again, we've been asking all the way through. What sort of preparations have you been making in the run up to the race?
Yeah, we started practicing like midweek, I think, and I think we had some good setup tweaks in our BMW. So I think we are able to fight, and we can see, I think.
Excellent stuff, buddy. Well, Florian Bauer, best luck for the race ahead, and here's hoping we have a chat to you in the winner's circle at the end.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
There we go, Alex. So all that's left to do is get building up for the race itself then.
Yeah, we do have to give a really big shout out though, because Aris Vasilaikos from Competizione, they are watching. So, Aris, hope you and all the team at Competizione are all keeping well. It is really, really now time to it's the calm before the storm, but there's no sort of calm with us here in the commentary boxes there, David.
There never is. It's a very rare chance actually that we get a 5-10 minute break where we can actually talk about things that are coming up. I mean, obviously we've got to say a big huge thank you to the hundreds that are on the YouTube channel just now. If you do like what you see as well, ladies and gentlemen, as always, do hit that like button and subscribe. But we won't be kind of going all out on the SimGrid front today. It's more about the Brain Tumour Charity, try to get as much money in for that, and as well another huge target. There we go with over £1,111 right now for that target. So yeah, great to see that, and I think we'll we'll take a short break. We'll come right back, and we'll have some live build-up for the race.
I support the Brain Tumour Charity because it is a charity that's very close to my heart. I lost my dad in 2011 to a brain tumour, and ever since I wanted to do everything that I can to help raise awareness and raise money and, you know, to help hopefully find a cure. My dad was an absolute joker. Like, he would do everything in his power to try and embarrass me at any given occasion. Now I'm older and now I've got a kid myself. Looking back on that, like, he was just sending such strong messages of not caring what anyone else thought and being able to just be himself, and, you know, he would do anything to protect and help his friends and family, and I think that's something that's so, you know, admirable about my dad. Losing a parent at any time is one of the toughest things that will ever happen. I lost my dad when I was 17 years old, and to never have him teach me to drive or go for a pint out in the pub for the first time when I was 18. He never got to see me win an Olympic medal in London. He never got to see me get married, have a kid, all those things. Like, now I look back, it's one of the toughest things ever. The best piece of advice that I could give anyone that's going through a loss with brain tumour or is currently with a brain tumour is to be able to talk about it and speak to people with similar experiences, and that's where the Brain Tumour Charity can really help you, link you and set you up with people that have gone through the same thing, so you can just talk about things that have happened, because sometimes if you bottle things up it can become so difficult and so overwhelming, but being able to speak about it can really help you have that support system around you. Hopefully, with it being Brain Tumour Awareness Month, it will motivate people to get out and help raise money for the Brain Tumour Charity, because it's now or never. They're doing such important work, and especially with brain tumours being the biggest killer of under 40s of any kind of cancer, it's so important and so crucial that we have the funds to be able to do the research to help find a cure.
So, welcome back to the NXTGEN 12-hour Brain Tumour Charity race here at the home of British Motorsport, Silverstone. There is a free practice session going on. Now, the reason for this is to allow every driver on every team, there is 181 drivers that are competing here today, 126 in GT3 and 55 in GT4. That just really sounds like a hell of a lot of names to get through, and we mentioned that earlier on in the broadcast, David, that we're not going to get through we will get through every single driver, but during the course of the race, won't we?
We will, but when it comes to May, that means 180 names for me to butcher. So yeah, looking forward to that one. And do you know what the great thing about these 12-hour events, these longer events, Alex, especially since it's just me and you today, it's so much lighter hearted than our normal events that we do here at SimGrids. It's all about having fun. It's all about enjoying the amazing racing that we have here, and we get a chance to give a little bit of spotlight to some of the drivers that we wouldn't normally get to see because of all of the, when we do maybe a 45-minute race or a 90-minute race, and we tend to focus on where the action is. 12 hours gives us more than ample opportunity to go completely through the field.
Indeed. Now, the Brain Tumour Charity Just Giving page, which you can find the link in the pinned chat on YouTube. We've now hit 75% of the £1,500 target through 79 supporters, which actually was a requirement for the teams entering this race, and that was a very, very good initiative. So £1,129 raised so far, and it's gone back to dry again, David. I'm wondering what the race start is going to like, because now you can see all the people trying to connect to the server, just making sure that when the drivers are changing, it's going to be rather interesting, because now we have to go through some very, very important points here. Now, this is the serious bit. This is the housekeeping bit. So, a stint timer limit. No driver can exceed 65 minutes per stint, and that is reset every time they're leaving the pits. If not all of the drivers, so if they've got a 3 or a 4 driver crew, if all of them don't drive, there's an automatic 130-second time penalty, 12 maximum sets allowed of dry tyres throughout the race. The maximum driver times per driver for the 3 driver teams, it's 6 hours, that's 360 minutes. With the 4 driver teams, it's 270 minutes, which equates to 4.5 hours. But I know that there are drivers that will dip in and out of the race. Obviously, I know for a fact, having watched Jardier's stream last night, he said that he's actually racing elsewhere along with doing this event. So these sim racers that we know of that are in this field will have multiple different engagements today, not just on here on the SimGrid 12 hours, but across so many different platforms. And that just shows how big and how widespread the sim racing community is.
That brings up a brilliant point. I mean, you're absolutely spot on when you say that. It is wide, it is varied as you can possibly imagine. There is obviously another lengthy endurance event going on in another high-profile platform that we're not going to mention. But look, joking aside, that's what I love about sim racing, is the fact that every single person taking part today that is connected and on the grid here, we all love racing. We all love real racing. We all love sim racing, and we literally can't get enough of it. I mean, me and you are here talking about folk sim racing, and when I'm not talking about sim racing, I'm doing sim racing myself, or I'm involved in the motorsport world. So it's literally an outlet for this addiction that we have, and it's just a fantastic place to be. And he's going to sleep tonight, I think, for sure, as Jardier.
I think we will be as well, because we're the ones that signed up for this, and we're doing the full thing.
Mate, I can't promise I wouldn't be asleep by 10 o'clock tonight.
If he starts snoring, someone will have to give him a nudge. But one of the things that we're going to need is plenty of hydration here in the commentary box for the NXTGEN 12-hour Silverstone Brain Tumour Charity race. A fantastic charity. Obviously, you all saw the video profiling Olympic diver Tom Daly, whose father sadly passed away not too long ago due to this kind of disease, which modern science nowadays is going forward in leaps and bounds, and to see such great efforts from everybody so far that has put in money to the pot, which there was an initial target set of £500. Just before the target changed to £1,500, we had hit over 203% of the target. That just shows how we as a community can come together and do something for such a worthwhile cause. So on behalf of NXTGEN Racing, on behalf of the Brain Tumour Charity and us here at SimGrid, thank you to everyone that has donated so far. That bar will hopefully consistently change throughout the course of the next 12 and a bit hours, with Alex Goldschmidt and David Christie, your official commentators for this event. When I signed up, and I still remember you sending me a message on Discord saying, you fancy doing the British Classics at Silverstone with me? And from that, never in my wildest dreams would I think that the first lengthy sim race that I would do with the sim grid would be this.
Yeah, and this is the start of many to come, Alex. My own journey with the sim grid was last year. I think it was actually Bathurst where I started. I came on, had a schedule for a couple of hours to start off, and then one of the other commentators had a tech issue, and I was like, that's fine, I'll just jump in. And I think I ended up doing like 10 hours or something like that straight at the first event, and it was just so much fun, and it's so good. And do you know what? Joking aside, it is such a privilege to do events like this because it is such a special charity to raise money for. And you know, it is simply a case of a cure can't wait for brain tumors. The action needs to be taken now. So every single pound that you put in goes towards, you know, accelerating research, diagnosing brain tumors earlier, understanding how brain tumors actually develop, and then all the lab discoveries and enhancing the care of life, because that's the key thing that we need to constantly remind our viewers here, is that it is a full circle approach that you know, the Brain Tumour Charity take. It's not just about trying to prevent brain tumors and trying to treat them, but it's also about that quality of life, also trying to care for people who are undergoing different stages of brain tumors. And it is a horrible thing to go through. It's not just the person involved, it's their friends, it's their family. And the more money that we can raise today, hopefully we can make a big impact. So thank you to everyone that has donated so far today. And we're just going to keep cranking those goals up and just make sure we can get as much money to them as we possibly can today.
And also a big thank you to those that have also been hitting the gift aid button, which does so much more. It helps to raise the target, and also it's a further showcase of the commitment of everybody that has taken part. Obviously, Ionot Cosmin, well, look, there's the grid. 12 hours on the clock, and that is 51 cars, 36 GT3s, 15 GT4s. We had in excess of over 45 teams in GT3 wanting to do this event, which meant we had to do a reserve list. We had like about 20 GT4 teams. Going through the grid at this particular moment in time is something I would love to do, but I'm just absolutely awestruck. You know, we're less than 2 minutes away from the formation lap, David. There's a who's who here at Silverstone, and you can just see the anticipation building. And it's not just for the racing, it's for what we're going to do. So, I mean, it's just, you know, I'd love for us to go through the grid. I mean, you've got the 101 Porsche on pole, the 25 Pink Performance Audi. You then got Killian Ryan Meenan starts P3, and alongside him, world's fastest gamer James Baldwin. Igor Ogorodnikov in the like and subscribe to number 57 Mercedes starts for them on P5 and has Niles Nayox from G2 Esports and the BMW alongside. Then you got Luca Burke, James Parker, Eamon Murphy, Danilo Santoro. That's the top 10 alone. And then you look, you know, you look all the way down the order. I mean, you just look, you know, like Giorgio Simonini in the 157 Lamborghini, he's starting 3 places ahead of Dennis Lind. That's, I mean, I cannot believe how absurd this qualifying session was.
Hang on, how's Niels van der Kekelt down at 18th place? What's that all about?
Oh yes, yeah, definitely. And he's starting in the 99, the 96 sister car. I'm trying to remember where that is. That's down, I think.
What car is it you're looking for?
Well, look now. Oh, hang on. Broadcast director, scroll back on this. Now, this is the livery And look at what we've got there. Now, this is the fantastic work of Denise Pope, who's competing in the 79 NSN Ginetta GT4. But look, it's got all the members of the staff up at the top of it. Oh, and we just found, and they just headed into the pit lane. Oh,
exit stage left.
Right, that's where the pit lane's situated. But then the lovely team Cake. There's a lot of love for Cake in this room, not just the commentary box, but on the chat as well. And already, like the amount of people that are saying, just look at this amount of colour. It is a complete cornucopia of colour we've got here on the grid. And there's the GT4 Camaro for the sim grid as well. But just the amount of driver talent that we've got on here, real life and sim racing. Who are you voting for to win the 12 Hours of Silverstone? But also, can you help us get past this next target? It's the formation lap. Oh, tender hooks, David. Tender hooks. It's time to go racing for 12 hours here at Silverstone, my friend.
I tell you what, I am just so keen to see, right, my initial gut feeling, keep an eye on the first hour of the 211 Porsche of Killian Ryan Meenan and teammates with Cormac Ryan Meenan and Maciek Malinowski. Scary fast pace that they have got right now. But again, 101 of Chris Hartveld and Wolf Machuska in that Audi. I'm so scared for turn one. I really am so scared.
Yeah, that's going to be going through cops because we're starting on the national pit straight, not the international pit straight. So Chris Hartveld leads the field away ahead of Wolf Matuszka in the 25 Audi. Then it's the 211 Porsche of Killian Ryan Meenan. Then it's James Baldwin in the 26 McLaren. Igor Ogorodnikov in the 57 Mercedes. Niles Nayox in the 62 BMW. Luca Burke in the 22 car. And that has Jack McIntyre and former F1 and Super GT GT5 500 champion Jenson Button in that car. Then it's James Parker, Eamon Murphy, Danilo Santoro. These are the starting drivers, by the way. And Andres Mesa, Matthias Egger, Eonori Rose, Chris Herker, Darren King, Azat Shalin, Kevin Ciclari, Niels van der Kerkelt, Jardier, Stuart McLeod, Lucas Kreutzer, Giorgio Simonini, Galindimov, Zahir Essa, Dennis Lind, Ross McGregor, Ivalo Boychev, Lee Horn, Frank Lucid, Nicolas Bossele, Zach Summerhill, Sarah Dove, Sam Sue, Andreas De Santis, Alaric Enslin, and Liam Murray rounding out the GT3 field. Then we go GT4s. Then it's Kieran Vidago, Henrik Gambal, Daniel Schwaber, Sebastian Handler, Cody Pride, Christopher Sterepen, Ryan Ware, Alex Leif, Oscar Sandberg, Maximilian Pal, Chris Hallam, Samuele Cavagnino, Volta Pavishek, Colin Martin, and Ian Harry. That is your 51 strong field. GT3s, GT4s, 36 GT3s, 15 GT4s, 181 drivers, obviously. And Michael Hamlet's just whispered in our ears here, David. He said, disappointed that they're starting in there. But it is one of those things, if you get caught out, it can happen.
Biggity, let's go racing, boys. I did think that was a bit of netcode there as I saw an Aston going flying off into the grass there at Club Corner. But yeah, let's go racing, Alex. 12 hours to Silverstone. I am excited.
Right, 51 cars, 181 drivers, 12 hours of racing here live on the sim grid. Now, are we ready? Are we steady? The next gen 12-hour Silverstone Brain Tumour Charity race here at the home of British Motorsports. We are waiting.
Green line.
With the green flag waves, we are off and away in a fantastic start already by Matuszka, who's got past Hartveld, who slingshots back up the inside through Kopp's corner. Oh, Matuszka runs wide, and it's Baldwin and Ogorodnikov side by side on the run down to Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. And you can see that Malinowski is in third place as Ogorodnikov trying to get the better of James Baldwin, does so as Matuszka drops back down into third position, but Baldwin back round the outside, going through into Beckett's. Baldwin fully committed, and he actually does a bit of the school of send, a bit of toing and froing with Ogorodnikov, and Nayox now trying to make it 3 wide down the hanger straight, heading into Stowe Corner, but James Baldwin comes out on top, and there is the double. There's one of the Bentleys just behind. And there's been a massive incident a bit further down the order as, oh my goodness me, Matuszka gets squeezed a little bit. Oh, he gets a little bit of a tap from James Baldwin and gets sent into one of the G2 cars just behind. Matuszka's off. Oh my goodness me. You were saying about turn 1. I was worried about the first lap of this race, and Wolf Matuszka now all the way down in what will be 31st position as Baldwin. Look at Luca Burke. He's done an absolute flyer at the moment. Not too far behind is Eamon Murphy in the 149 car as Igor I can't. Oh, my nemesis name has come back again. Oh, he's my nemesis. Ogorodnikov tried to go around the outside of Baldwin there. But look, this is not just about charity, this is about flat-out racing. And for the first a minute and a half here, I've already tripped over one surname in particular. Sorry for the Igor Ogorodnikov fan club that should be out there. And the fan club is already out there.
That was a dive and a half. Wow, from absolutely nowhere, George just absolutely sent it. As for Ogorodnikov, just call him Steve for the next 12 hours, mate. You'll be absolutely fine.
Oh, mate, you know what's happened? Boothby didn't just go around anybody. He went round the outside of Jardier, of all people. Jardier started in the 39 car, and now he's trying to go up the inside of the Ferrari going into Copse Corner. But at the moment, I cannot believe how much of a gap now. It's Hartwell from Malinowski. Baldwin now is 2.7 seconds behind. But look, the battle for the lead quite clearly on. James Parker's made some good headway. He's ahead of Danilo Santoro in the number 28 car, but we've got yellow. And there's the car off from Maggots and Beckett. And that's not, well, if I remind you about that, David, you're going to get PTSD.
Oh my goodness me. Right, let's recap on that start then, because Hartwell actually got an absolute howler of a start. He really did not get away at all well. And it was the Audi that went round the outside. And I honestly thought the 25 of Wolf Matuszka was going to take that lead before we'd got into Copse Corner. Hartwell got a bomber of a run out of that corner, and it was actually Maciek Malinowski who sneaked up the inside and just pushed that 25 a little bit wide and then took that second place. So amazing work from Malinowski. I've got to be honest, he's chasing down Hartwell right now, and we could see a change for the lead very, very shortly.
Yeah, they're now coming down the Wellington Straight, heading towards Brooklands, and you can just see how it's Porsche v Porsche. And Malinowski looking towards the inside, going through into Brooklands. Not enough room to get through there as we go on board the rear roof cam of Chris Hartwell from the Netherlands with the with GTWR, current reigning World Cup champions. And you can just see how hard they're pushing. Look at the gap back to James Baldwin. That's now what, that's about 2.2 seconds. But Baldwin's trying to close on them. Malinowski's just gone purple. But no, James Baldwin, he's just put in a 1 minute 58.1. That's crazy. He's got that gap down to 2.1 seconds. So whilst these two are battling, James Baldwin's looking at a really good opportunity, and he's got behind him the like and subscribe number 257 Mercedes of Igor Ogorodnikov, trying to chase him down. And the Russian driver is about 1.1 seconds behind. And then Luca Burke has now made it 2 McLarens in the top 5, and Luca Burke's running on a 158.9. Now, the biggest thing that we have to mention here is that Baldwin and Burke have got 30 kilos ballast, and they are still putting in these crazy lap times.
They absolutely are, and this is just the start of things to come when you think about it, because... Oh, contact! Oh, there was contact between Malinowski and Hartwell, and that means that James Baldwin takes the lead, so Baldwin into first place. That's going to mean Igor Ogorodnikov up in second place. What on earth has just happened there? Because now we're seeing on the timing screens that Ogorodnikov has actually taken the lead and Baldwin's still down in third place. And wow, what on earth?
According to the track map, Baldwin's still actually leading. He actually got through. I saw a flash of white and yellow, and he is in P1. And Ogorodnikov.
So we were right first time. So Baldwin into the lead.
Yeah, so Luca Burke is the car with the Sky livery on it that came through as a result of that. So, yeah, there looked to be a little bit of a touch between the pair. It was going to be that case of you get to... Aris from Kuna Simulazione says, lol, it's 12 hours, people. Aris, I couldn't have said it better myself there, mate. Well put. Yeah, and for those wondering about why the McLaren has ballast, there was a soft, like, there was a popularity ballast, so the more times that a car got selected, it would have been a maximum of 40 kilos if 8 McLarens had been selected, and any more above that, it still would have been 40 kilos. But there's George Boothby, as there's Tobias Pfeffer not too far behind, then it's Darren King, and then Jardier just behind there. So Jardier's lost a couple of positions, and Aidan Bro, he's gone, no, it's the... Oh, Messer's got off, and that was a bit of a mess for Ferrari there, unfortunately. I think he just had a bit of a moment to himself. That was definitely opposite lock there for the Ferrari, and that just literally ruined his race a little bit there. But he's going to have a few people chasing him down, probably the 127, the 192 Aston Martins. Philip in the chat says 12 hours means just 11 hours and 54 minutes to correct your mistakes. That's one hell of a statement to put in the chat, isn't it?
That's pretty appropriate, actually, given what we've seen here just now. And it's so important for these drivers. This first 10 minutes is going to be absolute mayhem. And it's quite common for specific drivers to actually take up the first hour, Alex, because of the mayhem that goes on in these first 50 minutes to first hour of the race. Drivers are a little bit over-eager, they're a little bit over-hyped up to get things going. And again, we've seen Chris Hartfeld with the pace to take qualifying, but where is he now? Yegorov Rodnikov and James Baldwin are off into the distance by at least a second and a half. And we've got a car off in the background. That's the 696 of Widest People Happy. Oh no, that's Kun Sabo. I know chat were eagerly following his progress there, but Kun Sabo has a little bit of a moment. Yellows are cleared and he's back onto the track, so we'll get an eye on where he is on the time screens. He's in 32nd place right now, so yeah, not doing too great. Back in the GT3s right now, but Hartfeld, Alex, right now is under all sorts of pressure from Luca Berg.
Yeah, let's have a look at the now GT4s at the moment. Henrik Gambal in the meantime has actually got past Kieran Vidago for the lead in GT4s. They're currently covered by just under 2 seconds at this particular moment. There's Florian Bauer, who you spoke to earlier. He's closing on Sebastian Handler in the appropriately named Team Cake, the well-layered Aston Martin, I might say, in third position, about 8 tenths. But then look out for Cody Pride, not too far behind. But there's Oscar Sandberg, P6 at the moment, 1.5 seconds off of the Alpine. So a really interesting battle at the front of the field. I think Kieran Vidago said, yeah, we're going to try and pull away. Well, that strategy hasn't quite worked within the first 9 minutes. However, there's still 11 hours and 51 minutes of this race to go. We will be going at a 2x7 time multiplier, so we will be going into the deep of night here. And also, the money has continued to come in, and we are now at 1,000. We're over, we're at 81% of the target, 1,219. There's Kevin Ciclari. Oh, that's a brave move and a half from the Bentley, trying to go around the outside of the Lexus. That's going through into Blue. And Boothby's in the mix there. And then you've also got Tobias Pfeffer. And that was a great move there from Ciclari. There's Boothby trying to go down what is going to be the Wellington Straight. So Boothby will get the inside run on Herka going into Brooklands, but he decides to back out of it. Or does he? No, he doesn't. He doesn't. That's absolutely brilliant work there. But Chris Herka looking to, he's taking a bit of grass as the number 9. But then Boothby just plants it around the outside, going through Woodcote. That's craziness there from the Brit from SideMax Motorworks and number 99 Ferrari. They're currently P12, but Looks like Chris Höcker not. He's not. Look, he's literally going bumper to bumper on this particular one. As Boothby a little bit wide, coming out through Cops, but manages to keep ahead. But Höcker in the Lexus has got the run going into Maggots. A little bit of a touch there. Oh, Boothby spins. Boothby spins as a result of that. Oh my goodness me. That was the slightest of nudges, and going through Maggots. David, that is not where you want to have a moment, and that was just one little tap and it unsettled the back end of that Ferrari.
Well, thankfully he's there with his teammate just now, and that's an unfortunate incident. But I've got no doubt he'll try and make his way back up through. The problem with George Boothby, right, is that we see him through a couple of the previous moments. He's so aggressive. He puts that car into positions, where he's putting himself at risk. I just hate to see it. Oh, contact again behind Dan King, taken out. Okay. That was that not Jardier?
Jardier was behind, and Darren King hit the curb, and that literally bounded the 488 into the air, and then all of a sudden Chris Höcker was just an unfortunate passenger in that. I know for a fact that in the first 11.5 minutes, the race control will be very, very busy right now. But look at this train that's starting to emerge. Ogorodnikov, Hartfeld, Burke, Malinowski, Murphy, Egger. This is not going to be a 12-hour endurance racing. And I mean, like, just the lap times that are coming in. James Baldwin, God, what a machine. 1 minute 58.008. There's Dennis Lind ahead of Jardier, and is in the 127 ART Esports. That's Colmsonnet, and this is a great battle here. The chat has absolutely exploded right now. We are 12 minutes and 20 seconds into this race, and I think not just you and I are going to be busy, David. I think Race Control are going to be exceedingly busy, but we're raising money for a fantastic cause,
and we're providing entertainment on the way. So yeah, I'm all up for that. Let's address a couple of things in chat then, because obviously we've got some disapproving fingers right now going on, and some tutting because it's a 12-hour race. Normally I would agree. Normally I'd say, you need to keep it calm. It's really difficult when you to do that when you've got 35 cars that are all equal spec alongside you. It's almost impossible, given that you're under so much intense pressure from the back, so much pressure from the front. You see this happen in real life racing, you see this happen in real life multi-class racing, where the first 15 minutes, the first hour, it's just absolutely barmy. Don't be mistaken. After this first hour is done, we'll start to see the gaps opening up. We'll start to see things being a little bit more gentle. But a lot of these drivers are maybe around drivers that they're not used to racing, not used to being on track with. Give it half an hour and they'll start learning about vulnerabilities, braking points, where they can overtake, where they can trust other drivers to be alongside with them. For this first half an hour, it's just all the drivers on track, feeling each other out, trying to get that trust, that confidence in the car and around other drivers.
Indeed. So, rather, you know what's really, really funny though. Okay, James Baldwin over Igor Ogorodnikov now has a 2.6 second advantage. Oh, and oh my goodness, we've just had our first sub 1 minute 58 second lap, and that is from Ciclari in the 191 Bentley. 1 minute 57.8. There he is, the race motorsport 1, and it's got a bit of clear air, and that is going to help him to close down on Danilo Santoro in the 28. Boothby's got a 5-second time penalty. That I'm not too sure what that's for. We'll find out very, very shortly from race control. But you could just see that. Well, that's now actually increased. So we'll find out what. So we'll find out what the penalty being thrown to the number 99 Ferrari of SideMax Motorworks. And now Malinowski's just been passed by Luca Burke. So Luca Burke's on a binge of speed in that McLaren. And again, 7 McLarens on this grid, and the 2 that are really, really handling it well are James Baldwin and Luca Burke in 1st and 4th respectively, as they're now going through the loop and into Aintree. But also, the GT4 battle is something that we do really, really need to come sort of look at the moment. And it's not that much between the likes of Henrik Gambal and Kieran Vidago at the moment, because they're covered by about 1.3 seconds. And, you know, it's just one of those things where the amount of so there we go, race control instant between cars 38, which is the that is the Ferrari and of the likes of Darren King, Sean Arnold and Jason Foster, and the number 99. So the 99 gets a 15-second time penalty, which will be served on their first pit stop. So these drivers.
Wow, that was absolutely wild. Malinowski with a mallet just absolutely decimated. Look at that. It's all kicking off. Malinowski's off as well. Calm yourselves, gentlemen. 12 hours of this. Oh my goodness me. Alex, I'm going to nip off for 5 minutes and go and get a defibrillator, because I'm going to need it in the next 5 hours if this is the case.
Well, mine's already by my desk. It's on standby, David, just in case I need it as well. Yeah, it's crazy how these drivers are just they're pushing like crazy, and that's what you know. We know for a fact that you say it's a 12-hour race, they're not going to treat it as an endurance. Everyone wants bragging rights. Everyone wants it. And Niels Niox has dropped all the way down. Well, so Niox is all the way down in 23rd. They started P6. Everyone's sort of talking in the chat about the 12 minutes of Silverstone next time. What, with 51 cars on the grid? That's not enough for a race, if I'm honest. If I'm honest there, but yeah, as Chris Herker now has got a penalty coming his way as well. 15 seconds, so that might be from the incident with him and Boothby going through Maggots, Beckett's and Chappell a bit earlier on in the race. But it's going to be really, really interesting how these drivers, they really need to get into a rhythm, because the first nigh on 18 minutes has been rather frantic.
It's been absolutely craziness right now. But you're absolutely right. It's a 12-hour race. They need to get into that rhythm. They need to get themselves into a bit of clear air and remember that this isn't a sprint race, so they don't need to fight every battle that's on track. And that was one thing that really kind of got drummed into me when I was learning to do the 24 hours of Daytona on iRacing, is the fact that, you know, it's a long-term event. You have to think about strategy. You have to think about keeping the car safe and sound, and car sympathy, mechanical sympathy, and just keeping yourself out of trouble, Alex. It is a risk-based game right now. It's a risk-based challenge that everyone's doing just now. You have to think about putting the odds in your favour. You know, if there's you're trying to make a move on somebody and there's a 4 out of 10 chance that there's going to be contact, are you really willing to make that risk, given that you've got 2 other teammates that need to drive that car as well?
Yeah, very true. Now look, Baldwin has just gone round the outside of Oscar Sandberg, who's battling with Alex Leif for 6th position in GT4. So already within the first 20 minutes, the back marker traffic now sort of being filtered through, and there is James Parker in the 889 Bentley Continental GT3 trying to get past the number 95 of Maximilian Kral there, and we've got a lot of people saying that money should be donated for every single incident that happens. Well, the money has started to come in again. We've had more money coming in, so we are currently at just under 82% of target. And Sam Budgeon in the chat says, say a prayer for the GT4s. There's Sarah Dove in the number 66. That's the all GTWR all-female crew. So good to have them with us as well. Currently 31st, but there's one driver that I've been keeping my eyes on, as you can now see. This is getting Oh no, Bossily trying to in the PPR Esports McLaren trying to go around the outside of one of the GT4s and has one of the Aston Martins not too far behind. There is the 888 car. Now Andrea De Santis in the 888 started 34th, now is up into 17th in the VIG Project Strato car, partnered with the likes of Trufo, Alaimo and Soggiacomo, an all-Italian crew, has made up half, has got up to 17th within the first 21 minutes of this race, whilst everyone has been losing their heads a little bit, let's say.
Yeah, for sure. And that is going to be the tale of how this race develops. I'm just also kind of distracted by the live timing here just now. We've got the leaders of the GT3s coming up on the leaders of the GT4s, and on the GT4 battle, I've got to say, Kieran Vidago really doing well to catch up to Henrik Gamble there. That gap now just 2 to 3/10 of a second, and it might even be brought even closer with these GT3s getting in the mix as well.
Yeah, so these drivers will be able to stay in these cars for about another 43.5 minutes. Stint time per driver is a maximum of 65 minutes. If you exceed that, each team will get a respective penalty thereof. As Matthias Egger, in fact, during number 11. So you can just see that Malinowski has. Now, Igor Ogorodnikov has now got a penalty, apparently. Now, what's happened with Chris Hartfeld? Now, Hartfeld's down in 9th place. He's ahead of Tobias Pfeffer. Jardier's just behind them. Dennis Lind up to 12th place. Ross McGregor. Now, the 23 Ferrari from Zancho managed to get its way out of the... What was it? I think it was just after the top 20, after qualifying, it was something like P23. They're up 9 places already, at the very least. And now he's now closing on Sinnott on the 127 ART Esports Aston Martin. And we know how quick that both he and John Munro are in that particular car. And you and I, we always have a conversation about John Munro, don't we? You always say how absolutely disgusting John Munro is. But Ross McGregor's not holding back either.
Oh yeah, Ross is equally talented behind the sim wheel as well, as we've got a yellow flag in Sector 2 there. What a move though from Ross McGregor to make that move stick on Cole Signett there. That was an awesome move. Oh, there's contact! Is that Dan King again involved in that?
Well, was that Chris Hooker, I believe, possibly? I'm not too sure. That was a very, very brightly coloured car. That was... Yeah. So that was GT4. Well, look at the SimGrid GT4 car gets swamped from both sides, and oh my god, that was going through into Abbey. Oh my goodness me. We are getting... Yeah. So yeah, that was Henrik Gambol in the 995, possibly the ambassadors for car. And they were leading the class, so now the 666 of SimSport Solutions Positive Perception team now have Kieran Vidago, who did qualify, got a really good lap in quali. He was 4/10 quicker than anybody else. There's Andreas Messer. His race is getting a little bit better, but he's got quite a few drivers behind. So you'll have the likes of now Messer is currently 16th. An interesting note in the chat from Truls Solberg. He says, why don't you let people get themselves out of penalty? Maybe a donation might assist. That's actually a very, very good point. I wish I'd thought of that one. But there's more money coming in. Wow, my goodness me. We are at £1,282. We're 85% of the current mark at this particular moment. There's a penalty that's just come through. Now this is for earlier on. This is lap 1. And it was saying about, now that's for the number 57 Mercedes, I would imagine, for what happened earlier on in the race. So they've got a 10-second time penalty for avoidable contact. But I think at the end of the day, a 10-second penalty or a 15-second penalty right now, David, is not going to cause that much of a problem, is it? I don't know what's happened with David. I hope we haven't got any technical issues already in the broadcast here. But Nyox up into 19th, and it's closing. Okay, so it's going to be a case of how quickly the BMW gets past the Lexus. Now, Hoka's been in the mire all around the last 25 minutes, and the Igor Ogorodnikov fan club not happy about the 10-second time penalty. Well, unfortunately, guys, that is racing. But you can just see the amount of GT3 and the amount of effectively, for those wondering about avoidable contact, it's effectively being the instigator in a collision. That's how race control see it. And we here in the commentary box, we might have our own opinion about it. I didn't really see the accident, to be honest with you, because there was so much going on in the first 90 seconds. And someone also says, but you have another 11 and a half hours to get penalties. That's very, very true. As Nyox now closing in, as looks like that is the GT4 class leader that Chris Hoka has just got past. Now Nyox now also gets past. That's going through Maggots and Beckett, so that's a brave place to do it. It's one of these things where these drivers are now having to really fight their way through. There's Wolf Matuszka, who's actually fought his way back out of the top 30 to now come into the top 20. And for those wondering, we will have replays later on in the show. Later on, there's Sarah Dove, who's closing on the number 96. That is one of the other cars. It's with one of the Lamborghinis, and that has got Bowler behind the wheel as they're now heading down into Stoke Corner. And it's just how are the next gen racing teams doing at the moment? They've got multiple. Oh my goodness me! They got part. That is Sarah Dove. Hats off to you, Sarah Dove. Move of the race so far. Managed to circumnavigate her way past the 96 of Bowler in that particular moment. That's Declan Bowler in the Lamborghini. That's the Biscuits Motorsports UK car. And they did that. She did that whilst getting past the Simgrid GT4 Chevy Camaro. Tobias Pfeffer in the GTWR Charity Race 150-57 Lamborghini being chased down by Jardier in the number 39 Bentley. They're now going through into Cops Corner. So it looks like that George Boothby has had to had to get into the pits in order to have some damage repaired, and there he is. He's down. So Lucas Kreutzer. So it's the two teams from SideMax Motorworks that are now in 33rd and 34th respectively in their class. So Boothby pitted 2 laps ago, and Ivalo Boychev in the number 64 is currently just ahead of Kieran Vidaga, the GT4 class leader, as Tobias Pfeffer being pressurised by Jardier. So it is Lamborghini versus Bentley as they now come down towards the towards Abbey and Farm Curve. This is where it's going to be rather interesting to see how much pull the Lamborghini has in comparison with the Bentley. But the Bentley, despite being the heaviest car here, will have... And you could just look at how Jardier is positioning that car. Absolutely brilliant work from the Czech driver. And he gets really up close and personal to the back of the Huracan GT3 Evo. So now he has a lot of opportunities. He's just going to bide his time. And with the calibre of Jardier himself in his own sim racing career, I've seen him win multiple championships. He's also done a lot of sim racing in his native nation of the Czech Republic. But he's getting really up close and personal to Tobias Pfeffer. But David, this battle between Tobias Pfeffer and Jardier, we're now about to hit 30 minutes completed, 11 and a half hours to go, and this is a great battle between Pfeffer and Jardier.
Oh, it's a fantastic battle. And again, this is the difference that 10 minutes can make. 10 minutes ago, for the first 20 minutes, we saw just ding-dong battles, punches thrown left, right and centre. As we see Chris Hook getting a drive-through penalty there, confirmation coming up on your screen. But this is now starting to be more of the endurance racing that we're used to here at the Sim Grid. It's now calmed down a little bit, and it's now on for these absolute dogfights where things tend to be much more fairly won and lost here, as you see Tobias Pfeffer really struggling under braking with that Lamborghini, and he's really having to push it something rotten. And just have a look there, that's actually Jaroslav Honzig that's behind him here. Jardier putting him under all sorts of pressure right now, and that Lamborghini really swirling.
Yeah, so this is where it's going to get really interesting. Now they're going to go flat out. Oh, well, he's not. Well, Eamon Murphy was about half a second off of Luca Burke, but that gap could be truncated by the Mercedes. Obviously, Luca Burke and James Baldwin have been the the standout drivers that at the moment with this 30 kilo ballast. It's the way they're just manhandling the McLarens. It's just absolutely alien-esque, isn't it?
It certainly is, and I think that there's a certain element of they have to do that, because that extra ballast, that extra weight, it just really does deter from the straight line speed from it, or so you would have thought. And yet, with that extra 30 kilograms ballast, that's who we've got in first and third place. So even if the track seems to favour the McLarens, they're doing the job and doing it very well indeed.
Yeah, James Barker has got the 889 Bentley up to 14th, as he's got past Dimov in the 192. So effectively, these drivers now trying to do their level best and go on board with Jardier at this particular moment in time. Jaroslav Honzik in the 39 Bentley. He's partnered with Valentin Barrier and Jan Willem van Ommen from France and the Netherlands respectively. When we see Valentin alongside Jardier, they competed on the Sim Grid before, but this is still a very much the case of who's going to do the level best. But Jardier is just being rather patient here at this particular moment.
I'm just loving the chat right now. The conspiracy theories are coming flying thick and fast right now. So yes, Dieter Ogorodnikov is with that 10-second penalty. The great thing, the luxurious thing that me and you have got right now, Alex, is that we're completely independent as Jardier goes around the outside. That's going to move him to the inside for Club. Oh my goodness me, into the arena. What a move for Jardier. I think he's got that one settled, but look at the Lamborghini going to try and come back around the inside for Tobias Pfeffer. That's going to hand him the inside lines. They run down Wellington Straight in towards Brooklands, and that Lamborghini might think better of it. He does. Tobias Pfeffer thinks better of it, settles back down, and Jardier takes 9th place. Back to the point I was making, we're in the rather luxurious position of being completely independent for race control. Now, we know the massive team that's involved here at the Sim Grid for putting these events on. There's a big team involved in race control and reviewing the events and everything like that. And I completely and again, this is me personally speaking as David Christie here, is a wonderful move there from Jardier getting past that GT4. I understand that if your chosen driver gets a penalty or gets something that goes against them or goes not for their favour, but again, the team involved in race control will review incidents from multiple different angles again and again and again, and they give out the decision that they deem is appropriate. So we have absolutely nothing to do with it. It is their decision. We just pass the information on to you guys, and we like to think, and certainly from all of the events that I've seen here, the guys involved at race control do a blooming marvellous job of trying to hold it down the line and be as fair and consistent in their judgments as they possibly can. That's from my experience here in sim racing and in the real life as well. In fact, I would say sometimes they actually nail it better than some of the race control decisions in real life.
Yes, and Aris from Kunas Simulaciones very, very much echoing what you've just stated there. So a big thank you to him for sort of mentioning something in the chat. Also, I think I've just spotted, we've got Piers Townley in the chat from the PR team behind the Brain Tumour Charity as well. Good to have you with us as well. So there is a lot of talking points still to happen. We're now over £1,300 for the charity at the moment. 86% of the target so far, raising money for the Brain Tumour Charity. As there is Samuele Cavagnino trying to close, and now that is the NSN 79 Ginetta, Christoph Verstappen from Belgium behind the wheel. This is the battle over P10 at this particular moment, and the thing is that is going to be a rather interesting battle. But up the road, they've got Oscar Sandberg and Maximilian Pal. They're currently rounding out the top 9 positions, as there is now that I think might be James Baldwin going through, sliding his way through down towards Stoke Corner, which that is the case, and that allows Cavagnino to close up on Verstappen going through Stoke Corner. And it is more about a fact that these drivers, you know, like we saw with Jardier, you know, with like what we saw with Jardier, just be patient, mate, just winding up to it. You know, you're not going to make, okay, if you can make a second and a half in a lap, that's great, but it's always dependent on how, you know, the team's going to be talking to each other. They're going to be sort of like saying, okay, one's going to, okay, yeah, there's the spotter software on ACC. However, the teams will have so many different tools at their disposal in order to allow them to look at the strategy and move forward.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point. And the whole point of these 12-hour races, Alex, is you have to learn to roll with the punches. You have to adapt whatever the heck is going on in front of you, whether it's contact with other drivers or, you know, you've had something go against you. It's, you know, 11 hours 20 minutes from this point forward in which anything can happen. And how often at Simgrid have we seen, you know, the race completely turn on its head with 2 hours to go?
Well, if you remember the 2.4 hours of Super Saturday, Imola, Nicolas Huben winning it on the final lap, like literally. We had Tobias Kronfeld and George Boothby in the pits on the penultimate lap, and then Huben just went past him. We've seen it before where races can be decided on the last lap.
11 hours to go. Let's just let that one sink in, Alex. 11 hours to go of this, not just of the racing, but of chat as well. This is going to be I'm going to get the sleeping bag ready and enjoy my day.
Yeah, indeed. So, at a particular moment in time, these drivers still moving forward at the moment, and in about, I'm just going to have a look at the timing. So the drivers are into the first 38.5 minutes of this race. So what is it, 65 minutes? So that's going to give them 26.5 minutes still to go before they have to pit, and that is mandatory. So the drivers will then swap over to the next driver, and you know, at the end of the day, this is a charity event. This is we want to enjoy the show as much as everybody else is out there. So you know, I'd rather see a fantastic endurance race, and we raise money for a great cause, which is what we're doing at the moment. £1,312 so far. There's Kevin Ciclari, and he's closing in on the SimGrid GT4 Camaro. Now Ciclari's up into 5th place, and you know, this backmarker traffic, we always see this in multi-class endurance racing. It always gets to the fact that the drivers now have to really, really watch the strategy. You know, we're not going to see those blistering lap times like the 1 minute 57.8s that we saw like from Ciclari, and then the 158s from the likes of Burke and Baldwin. However, it would be very much the case of just waiting, biding your time, not going the consistency. That's what it is with endurance racing, isn't it?
It certainly is, and consistency, reliability, and having faith in your own skill as a driver and in the machine that you're driving. That's the key point here, Alex, is that you have to trust and know exactly what that car is going to do that you are driving at every step of the way. So again, if the weather changes, how are you going to deal with it? If the tyres start to go, how are you going to deal with it? If the cars start driving funny because you've had contact, how are you going to deal with it? And it's time, it's seat time that determines that. It's having the confidence. Niels Neuert's on the inside there. Wow, that was absolutely awesome stuff there on the 127 there. The RE Sports AMR V8 Vantage there. Absolutely left for dead there. And have a look, there's Mesa in the 94 Ferrari side by side down the straight here. This is a cracking little battle here onto the right-hander at Stowe. And surely not around the outside. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to work. The 94 is going to regroup, but I've got to be honest, Tom Sainz is going backwards right now in that Aston Martin.
Yeah, well, Mesa not able to capitalise past Colm Sinnott in the ART Esports car, the 127, as we ride on board the rear windscreen camera of Niels Neuert's from G2 Esports, currently in P16, and they're now making their way through Abbey into Farm Curve, and then it'll be the right-hander into Village, and it's one of those things that where look who's in the background. I've just spotted Wolf Matuszka in the 25. He's now up into 19th place, and in his lap times he's been running in the 2 minutes at the moment. But these, with these couple of cars in front battling away, that could allow Matuszka a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, heading towards what could eventually be the top 15 in the next few moments or so. But the drivers continue. Yeah, it's just getting it's incredibly close. Colm Sinnott is not being allowed to breathe by Andreas Mesa. And in many respects, it is one of those cases where the drivers will have to keep on pushing. The driver's now into 42 minutes and 26 seconds of their stint. So if a driver exceeds the 65-minute stint time, then that particular driver and that team will get that opportunity, will get a penalty. And the first thing drivers will be doing, and the teams, will be deciding who they're going to put in next. Who's going to be the driver that can have that consistency? Who might be able to put in a fast lap? As Andreas Mesa up the inside of Colm Sinnott. That's going through Stowe Corner, and they've got Niels Neuert's who's been impeded, I think, by that's another car just up ahead. Is that Dimov, I believe? And it's just one of those things. Oh, and they've got the GT4. That's the 95 of Maximilian Pahl. They're just trying to get around the outside of. Oh my goodness me, going through Club Corner. It is just a case of how the hell, God's green earth, did they make it all the way through? Whoa, there are going to be some deep breaths taken today, as that's the turn 1 Aston Martin of Oscar Sandberg that's just been passed by Dimov, Neuert's, Mesa and Sinnott. Matuszka won't be too far behind. Well, no, he's not. He's closing on Sinnott. He's got right up the back bumper of it. As Neuert's trying to go for P15 on Dimov in the 192. So that's going to be rather interesting if this and he's made the moves. Neuert's has made the moves. Mesa looking to try and get past so far, and we are really it's oh my goodness me, threading the eye of the needle. Niels Neuert's going through into Luffield. Oh my goodness me, that just shows how these drivers are really pushing forward, and it's just all I'm going to say. Chat has just exploded.
Oh, sorry. the inner troll in me is just trying so hard to act grown up, but it's really difficult at times like this, Alex. But
that's why you've got me.
What a move right the outside that was. I mean, that was amazing action that we were seeing further down from Andreas Messer there. I've got to be honest, I mean, these GT4s doing really, really well to stick to their own line, just do their own thing. It's up to the GT3s. They've got to make their way around them in a safe way as possible. So, yeah, really, really awesome to see that. And the GT4s, I mean, they're still in their own cracking little battle right now. Kieran Vidago is, significantly ahead of Florian Bauer, though. Great to see Florian Bauer up into second place in the GT4s. And then, of course, you've got Sebastian Handler for that's the Team Cake machine, isn't it? Up into third place.
Yeah, it's. I really, really cannot believe how much it has changed. Now, the server time, obviously, we are running on a 2x server time multiplier here for this event. A big thank you also for NXTGEN for doing this, and it's been one of those things where, it takes just one particular arm within the community to make a domino effect like this happen. And we're now at £1,322 pounds so far, and it's just like it's one of those things where so many people. Dennis Lind, I've just seen, has got a drive-through penalty. In the number 69 BMW. Is that for track limits?
I would think so. It looks like it's just come out of absolutely nowhere, so it would make sense. And, Copse Corner, how easy is it to run out wide on the exit of there and then through the exit of Stoke Corner as well?
Yeah, it's just... it's... I cannot believe how hard these drivers have been pushing for what is now over 46 3/4 minutes. So the amount of drivers that will be, I think, the first stint, they're going to make them go as long within this stint as humanly possible. So from my side, I think it's about just getting those first couple of stints in, isn't it, David? And just making sure that you get the consistent lines running. But then you look at what's now emerging between, oh my goodness me, Luka Burke's been a good couple of tenths and a half second quicker than Igor Ogorodnikov in second place. Now this is getting rather interesting here, because that could put it as a McLaren 1-2. However, when we go through the first pit stop cycle, that could change things even more, and it just depends on who is next in those respective cars, because you and I and everyone at home may not know who is going to be in which stint at what particular time. The drivers will have already set out a routine. They'll have to drive during night time, which is going to make things rather interesting. And the darkness is still coming down here on this track. We're still at optimum. We're still dry. It's still a dry track. It's at optimum. 15 degrees air temperature, 22 degrees track temperature. There is cloud cover overhead as Danilo Santoro in the number 28 Alesi Esports Academy car. Now this is getting rather interesting, because you've got a Ferrari just behind. That could be the SideMax Motorworks car, I believe. And it is just going to be a case of how these drivers just circumnavigate who's in front, who's behind. But look, Santoro's right up the back bumper of the Porsche of Malinowski in the 211. And that's the team with Killian and Cormac Ryan Meenan. And then you've got Michael Tauscher in that car as well. So they've got a full 4-driver crew. And it's just one of those cases where you don't know how the strategies are going to play out. But with a restricted stint time for every single driver, these drivers are now going to really have to sort of think. You can't do a double stint. You can't do a triple stint on drivers. You can do it, however, on the tyres, because there's only 12 sets of dry tyres with these teams per car, and that's GT3 and GT4, isn't it?
It certainly is, and it's going to be very, very interesting. I think that's going to be one of the key factors here, is pit stops and strategy throughout this whole race. No word of a lie. We've seen it in sprint races, 90 minutes or less, where pit stop strategy just single-handedly changes the outcome of the race. But on this, I mean, it takes that and turns it up to 11. Point you were making there on Jardier and Luca Berk there. In all honesty, that is looking like that move is going to happen very, very soon, because once they get past the clear air and they get into their own, I think Luca Berk's got the pace right now to make that move stick. I've got to be honest though, I'm also dreading it, because if Luca Berk does get past Jardier and the way things are going, Alex, me and you are going to need some bodyguards.
Yeah, possibly. To be honest with you, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just, I mean, funny enough, I need to ask a question here, because the 65-minute stint time. Now, the thing is that if a driver does a 65-minute stint, is there a rule or regulation that says that you can actually put in another driver? You might not be able, might not have that. You might decide. I'm trying to get my words out here, right? Whether a driver can actually do a second stint afterwards.
I think they can. As long as they take the pit stop, they can double stint it.
Exactly.
It's just they have to pit within that time. I think as soon as they go into pit lane, the stint timer resets itself, and they have to do that. There'll be a minimum period that the drivers have to all drive, but there's nothing against them taking a double stint for sure.
Yeah, funnily enough, I've actually just had Michael O'Brien just direct message me in Discord about it. Hence why I thought it'd be.
Look at you with all the friends.
Yeah, look at me. Yeah, with all these real life racing drivers. Oh dear, I'm feeling starstruck. I might as well stop.
I'm feeling jealous.
Hey, but yeah, I know. A few of my friends might be saying, "Why are you talking to all these people?" That's part of the racing centerpiece. I mean, you can't do anything about that. But yeah, I mean, we're fast approaching 51 minutes and 50 seconds of this race so far. Darkness, the cloud cover started to intensify. I mean, you can look on the top right. The temperature's starting to drop down. It's gone down from 21 to 21 degrees from 22.
Well, that's a rather interesting development from race control, because, given the unmistakable spamming that's going on in YouTube chat, the 57 team have been advised by race control to pass it on to their beloved fan base that we have a laugh about every now and again, the hardened, trident supporters of Yiga Rokarodnikov and the number 57 like and subscribe team, that if they don't stop spamming the chat, that their car's going to get hunted from the race. That is a bit awkward.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is that this is a charity event. I'm going to stress this once and once only. This is drivers coming here to compete to raise money for a great cause. We've raised over £1,322 so far, and it's. I think, at some respects, that is fully justified with what race control have actually just informed the team of. I'm not going to mention it anymore, because we here as commentators, we're here to provide you with the story of what happens on the race. We want to enjoy this race just as much as everybody else does. So that's all I'm going to say on that. But the thing is that the race itself is long. It's arduous. We want to see twists and turns. We want to see drivers fighting tooth and nail. And as you said earlier, David, no endurance race. We don't normally see it sort of really come to fruition until until, like, say, the last 60 to 30 minutes of the race. That's when, when we really see who's going to come into the fore and who's going to be, possibly on the podium, who's fighting for the victory. Is it going to be nip and tuck? Is there going to be a sudden twist that we don't see coming? And there's so many different permutations, isn't there?
There certainly is. There certainly is. And again, it's like a game of 5D chess. you think you know it, you think you know what's going to happen, and then everything gets turned on its head. And the different drivers is going to add a different dynamic to that as well, because as you said, one thing we've got to consider is some drivers will almost certainly be through the race taking double stints. Is that going to happen on this first one? Are the drivers feeling settled now that they've got into a bit of a rhythm? And let's not forget that 40 minutes ago, all hell was kicking off. You had cars getting punted left, right and centre, and now for the past sort of 15-20 minutes, you know, even maybe half an hour, things have remarkably calmed down quite a lot. Oh, and Eamon Murphy almost makes me eat my words there as he goes almost flying into the back of a GT4. But yeah, things have thankfully decided to calm down, and now the teams can just get onto the strategy, onto the race in hand, and taking the fights that they've got with them.
Yeah, so just the we've got just under 10 minutes until the first pit stops come into play. So let's have a look at where we stand. David, why don't you go through GT3s and I'll go through the old GT4s, because we've got about 10 minutes. Well, we've got actually 4.25 minutes before we hit the first hour completed of this 12-hour race here at Silverstone.
Yeah, let's go through it then. So James Baldwin for the number 26 team, that is of course Lanceros Rocket Esports, currently in the lead ahead of Igor Ogorokov for the number 57. Like and subscribe, Team 2 Racing in second place. It's then Luca Berg in third for the number 22 Sancho Rockets Esports team, and then the 191 of Kevin Ciclari in the Racing Line Motorsport Charity outfit. Fifth place at the moment, Masek Malinowski getting that great start, coming now down into fifth place with the 211 JLo team outfit. Eamon Murphy in the YAS Heat 149 is down in sixth place. It's then Danilo Santoro in the Aston Martin in the number 28 outfit in seventh place there. Eighth place for Jaroslav Honzik in the 39 Jardier car, the 101 of Chris Hartfeld, who was on pole position, who did start in the lead of this race, up to ninth place after that amazing recovery drive. Had a lap 2 incident and went all the way back to the back of the grid there, and is now in ninth place there. Ross McGregor in the number 23, the Sancho Rocket Esports outfit, the Ferrari, is in 10th place. It's 11th place for James Parker, 12th place for Andres Mesa, Colm Saina in 13th place. You've got Andrea De Santis in the Ferrari in the 888 Ferrari in 14th place. 15th place for Wolf Majuska, who we saw coming into that early contact there in the pink 25 Audi, all the way back in 15th place there. They're making a good recovery drive there as well. Gregory Stangret in the number 4 Aston Martin in 16th place there. You've then got the BMW of Dennis Lintz in 17th place. Tobias Pfeffer in the Lamborghini in 18th place there. 19th place is Galen Dimov. 20th place is going to be Raymond Mooney. 21st is Chris Hook. Again, we saw him up into the early lead of the pack there, but it wasn't to be. And then you've got Dan King in 22nd. You've then got Nicholas Bosley in 23rd. 24th is Frank Lucid. 25th for Sarah Dove. And then Sam Hsu in 26th place. You've got Nori Rose at 27th. Gergely Kinsavo, who was eagerly awaited in chat, is down in 28th. Declan Bowler in 29th. And then it's Arthur Kammerer in 30th position. Liam Murray heading off the GT3s in 31st position.
Yeah, so at the moment, the top 3 in GT4s, well, it's Kieran Vidago leading in the 666 car, then it's Florian Bauer, followed by Henrik Gambal. That is your top 3 at the moment. So the 969 car has got himself actually into second position. So there's the 995 ambassadors for Rennwelten car. Then it's Cody Pride for PPR Esports in the Seoul Alpine 110 S, as Henry Gambal gets passed by one of the Ferraris. That is the 888 car that is doing some really good work in the GT3 sides of things. Then it's Alex Lay from the 302, Jens Kaiser in the 27, Oscar Sandberg from turn 1. He rounds out the top 7 ahead of the NSN racing crew of the number 79 in the Ginetta G55 GT4, which still has Christophe Verstappen from Belgium behind the wheel. Then it's Maximilian Prahl in the number 95. And then we've got Martin Brinkworth in the number 13 Porsche, rounding out the top 10. We follow that up with Luke Stokes, Sebastian Handler from Team Cake, Ash Bentley. Then you've also got the likes of Cavagnino and Innes in the 148, rounding out the top 14. So, David, crikey, I can't believe I'm saying this now. That hour feels like it's flown by. We now got 11 hours.
I'm sorry, what? How has that hour just gone by already?
I know, and we've still.
We went quiet there because we were watching that exciting little move there on Gerard Gurian in the number 36, the GT4 there. That car's looking rather nice. In fact, actually, I do apologise. That is, of course, the NXTGEN CAS Racing 36. That's a GT3 that's making its way around there just now. But that's towards the back of the GT3s at the moment. This is Honore Rose in the Jardier Sports outfit, number 56 car. Did a cracking job of holding firm in that midpoint battle. The midfield is so vicious right now, trying to catch up on the Lexus. That's the number 65 outfit of let's have a look. That is the FDS Racing, isn't it? That they're catching up. Nice move on the inside, and yeah, that's moved on. And the entrance to Luffield there, and made that look rather easy.
Yes, indeed. That was Honore Rose actually going around in the 56 McLaren. That's the John Alesi Junior team. So in the 56, and server time now showing 2:16 p.m. and it is a 2-time server multiplier, so we will be running this effectively as a 24-hour race. So we will go into the deep of night, and one of the biggest things here, David, is that the temperature is going to drop. We both know from both our respective savoir-faires, as they would say, of our own experiences. Yourself in behind the wheel of a car, me in the commentary box. We both know that the temperatures are going to drop. The drivers are going to have to work with it, not against it, and be consistent nevertheless in whatever the weather might throw, or what might be the fact. Weather, cold conditions, anything can change. Even the wind can pick up, and we've only got a 3 kph wind at the moment.
Thankfully, I mean, we've seen some very wild conditions through some of the endurance races that we do here at the Simgrid, Alex, and thankfully it's looking relatively calm right now. As you said, that very light wind, and Honore Rose looking like it's going to be another position there, as that was Joe McCauley in the 889. Bentley going very, very wide through Maggots and Beckett's there. They're side by side going through the corners here, and that's actually into the loop, excuse me, just on the exit of the loop there, and on the run down the Wellington straight. Still side by side, Joe McCauley just gets that place back, and Honore Rose is going to dip into the slipstream. It's going to be a dive into Brooklands, late braking, thinks better of it, and just regroup and think again there. But cracking little battle that we've got going on here. Only an hour gone, and again now we're going to start seeing a dive into the pits. We've got 4 cars in front into pit lane already. There goes Honore Rose as well.
Yeah, being followed by Sam Sue and also Sarah Dove, so they've all decided to pit at the same time. Literally, just James Baldwin's taking it he's very close to the window. Luca Burke's close to the window. Kieran Vidago has decided to pit from the GT4 lead. So the drivers are really, sort of cutting it to the wire, cutting it close. But then, as I say that, Luca Burke and James Baldwin both pit, as do Kevin Stiglari in the 191 Bentley. So some drivers just really pushing the getting it really close in how these pit stop windows are going to happen. But also, these drivers can decide whether they're going to stay in the car or whether they're going to go out again for another stint. Now, this is a point here that they have a maximum stint time, as I mentioned earlier on before we went racing. If it's the 3 drivers lead, you can have a maximum of 6 hours in that. So you could put in there 2 drivers that might do 5 hours each apiece, and then the third driver does a couple of hours. So you can throw the strategy around at that particular point. But then when it comes to the 4 driver teams, you've also got another window of opportunity of how you react to that, and it's just one of those things where it's about who comes out on top, who makes their strategy work the best.
Yeah, and again, it's we've seen it so often in previous races where the architects of those strategies, if they get to pull them out as they plan them in advance, that's what it's all going to come down to. So whether you choose to, say, fuel lighter for a specific run, if you've maybe got a faster driver, you really want to give them as much fuel as possible, because you know that even with that extra ballast, they can still make some pretty decent lap times. Or, you know, are you going to try and double stint tyre? Double stint in tyres is not something I recommend around here at Silverstone, purely because, like we see at all the British tracks, that kerbing on inside is serrated. It destroys the tyres if you want to try and go over it. Given that you're going to be, you know, taking lines across here that you don't normally take, you know, I would be given as much sympathy to the car as you possibly can, and they're limited to the amount of tyres that they can take as well, so they will potentially have to save on those tyres at some point during the race. So strategy is key, driving is key, settling down, getting yourself into a rhythm is key. And again, now you're going to see, I think from this hour onwards, you're going to see some very, very calm, docile racing. Drivers not going to be throwing the car up that we've just seen in the first hour.
Yeah, so 10 hours, 53 minutes and 50 seconds still to go. And we've now got, that is Luca Locio in the number 28 Jean Alesi car that is currently in P6 ahead of, looks like Killian Ryan Meenan now behind the wheel of the 211 Porsche. And then Eamon Murphy looks to be in there still. Ross McGregor, Joe McCauley, Chris Hartfeld. We've got Faulkner, Alaimo, and Vasily Anufriev has now decided to get involved in the number 4 car. So it is a case that these drivers now, they will start putting in the strategy calls that will hopefully decide their race. But David, one thing that we did discuss, and we did see it in qualifying, is the weather, and that can always change here at Silverstone.
And it very likely will. I mean, it's UK, isn't it? So, I mean, the track temperature rising slightly, 21 degrees now, air temperature 15 degrees, but, you know, Alex, we know the weather never lasts here in the UK for more than a couple of hours. You see Jordan Sherritt on the back of Rolf Machuska, and, yeah, that was, in fact, sorry, excuse me, that's Ferrier now that's taken over in that car, Daniel Ferrier, in the number 25 Audi. Jordan Sherritt, we were expecting a much higher position right now, but what a move going on right now is Daniel Ferrier almost side by side, and Jordan Sherritt's got the move done thanks to a GT4 car. Ferrier had to let off to try and make that move stick, but yeah, Jordan Sherritt just up the inside there, and that was a fantastic bit of spatial awareness there.
Yeah, very good spatial awareness by both drivers. I mean, Jordan Sherritt, we know how capable this South African is, and now he's put his car up into, 17th position. And this is very much a case of how these drivers now move forward. So Spotto now rounds out the top 19 ahead of Zahid Esser in the 777 BMW. And these drivers now, they've really got... I mean, the consistency about an endurance race, it is just one of those things where you don't know how the strategy is going to play out. You don't know how the weather's going to... Oh, now that's a bit of a moment for Alaimo, as that was one of the GT4 cars. Now, was that Vasily Anufriev going up the inside? Not 100% sure. But, so Anufriev up past Alaimo for what is now 13th position. And... that just shows how quickly one slight mistake, David, can change everything.
Absolutely, and it's certainly, it's not going to be something that alters the course of the race, but the margins are so fine that you know, it can have an absolutely devastating impact through the entire race. It can really, really put your hands behind your back. But Vasily Onufriev, you know, he's one of those drivers that really, really can turn the best of a bad situation here. And it's just going to be the same thing over and over and over again. You can see there Sean Arnold having to negotiate his way through one of the GT4 cars on the back of a McLaren. But yeah, I've said it time and time again, Alex, it's how you roll with the punches. Sometimes things will go in your favour, sometimes things won't. But it's the average of how those things pan out. That's how your race is going to be. And, you know, don't discount any one of these drivers in the top 30 from getting themselves up into a contentious position. It's all about, you know, getting the laps in and seeing where you are with 2 to 3 hours to go.
Yeah, it can be just one moment where drivers have that opportunity. Some will go with it, some might decide to throw a bit more caution to the wind. And we've seen that before. That can really, really change so much in a race. But it's especially when it gets towards the back part of that race, you know, the business end. That's where these drivers now, and I mean, I've just seen that, you know, through the pit stop phase, Adam Isolovic has now taken over on Kieran Vidago in the SimSports Solutions Positive Perception car, and is now 2.6 seconds behind Cody Pride in the number 2 Alpine from PPR Esports. It's about just sort of communication between all the drivers, and these drivers is they've just got to do their absolute utmost. It's going to be long, it's going to be arduous, it's going to be a full-on slog. But you know for a fact that every driver is worth their pinch of salt, is going to be absolutely pushing like crazy. It's not going to be 100%, it is going to be 110 to 115% that these drivers will be going absolutely full throttle. And it's really gotten dark now. Oh, David, top right. Look, rain's predicted in about 10 minutes' time. We said about the weather about 5 minutes ago. Oh, commentators curse there.
Well, that's a nice turnout for the mix then. Who'd have ever thought that? Here in Britain, we've got a little bit of rain in the winter. Do you know what else I'd like to say about 110, 115%? Is our target of the money being raised here for the Brain Tumour Charity. If you've just joined us, a very, very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the SimGrid NXTGEN 12h of Silverstone, being led by the one, the only, Mr. Alex Goldschmidt, and myself, David Christie, as Kirill Antonov goes a little bit wide there. Is that Jaroslav Honzik looking very, very menacing up the inside there. £1,335 raised already of our £1,500 current target. That will get changed when we do reach that. But we are providing 12 hours of racing goodness to raise money for the Brain Tumour Charity. And up the inside goes Jaroslav Honzik like an absolute boss. That is how you do it, ladies and gentlemen.
And that was on the inside of Kirill Antonov, who's actually now taken over the number 57 like and subscribe car there. So Jardier decided to go in for a second stint. And oh, hang on a second, I've just seen there's 15 seconds against the number 4 of Vasily Onufriev down in 13th position. Again, this is in the infancy of this, funnily enough, Jenson Button has decided to jump in the car, and he's now taken over from Luca Burke, it looks like, in the number 22 Sancho Rocket Esports McLaren, 15.1 seconds behind. There is the former F1 and Super GT GT500 champion, running in the same livery that he actually raced in at the Silverstone 500, the British GT season finale, in those particular colours. And it's good to see that the likes of him, James Baldwin, Michael O'Brien, for them to be involved. Obviously, we know that John Munro is actually a real life racer. He's won MX5 championships in his own right. He's no slouch when he gets behind the wheel, Mr. Munro there. That is Arthur Kamara and Colm Sinnott trying to they've literally gone around the outside and towards the inside of a GT4 car, and that was going through onto the hangar straight. My goodness me. But that target, I think will be eclipsed rather soon. We are now at, what is it, 91% of the target so far, £1,500, so 1,365 pounds raised so far as Camera and Sinnock go toe to toe. So Artur Camera has taken over from Niels Najoks in the 62 G2 Esports. I love the livery on that car, but also good to see that now they're trying to get past the 32 X-Kart Esports car running in the GT4 class. X-Kart, a brand actually of a karting brand here in the United Kingdom, and of Italian pedigree, but they've decided to go for BMW machinery for this particular occasion, but they seem to be very, very happy with it. As Lucas Quaid in the 97 McLaren, currently P23 behind SideMax Motorworks stablemate, but not in the same team, George Boothby.
Just watching through the action here, Lucas Kreuzer is a driver in the number 97 that we've seen time in, time out in that SideMax Motorworks right now. And in any other race, you'd see 23rd place and you think, oh, that's it, it's done and dusted. But we're only an hour and 15 minutes into a 12-hour race. And again, given the fact that he is, let's have a look here, down in 23rd place, that is 90 seconds off of the leader. I mean, that's still less than half a lap. Well, maybe just over half a lap, but you know that's absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. That's a drive-through penalty. That's a 15-second stop-go on your pit stop. So, I mean, really, it's still all to play for. And a lot of these drivers making excellent recovery drives.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those things where the recovery drives start to come through, and you'll sometimes, if the team is on the back foot, they'll want to put in their fastest driver, the one that can be really, really ultra consistent, and try and move the team forward up the order, and that could bring them back into the fray. We know for a fact that you and I have both seen, David, where it's not about where you start, it's where you finish. And some drivers, some teams will have that really, really good chemistry, and they'll go like, yeah, okay, right, you know, that's 0.3 up on that previous lap, that's half a second. You're getting close. Left, you know, car on your left, car on your right. They could say whether it's a GT3 or a GT4 up ahead. You know, so these drivers, it's going to be rather interesting how the drivers really do push forward and make their best intentions known. They'll hold their cards to their chest like every team does, David, and we could see some fantastic action towards the end of this race.
Yeah, and look, this is the midway battle that you're going to see. The next, as I said, the next 5 to 6 hours are going to be relatively tame compared to that first hour, because obviously they can't go at that pace. They can't go at that knuckles out, bare knuckle fighting for the entire 12 hours. There has to be a relatively calm period, you've got to say. A great move from Sean Arnold there on Homer on that, on Silver in the Mercedes there. That was a nice little move. But yeah, they just have to quieten themselves down, get on with the task in hand, and just keep pushing forward.
Yeah, so George Boothby, I think, has just got past Adam Misalovic in the 666 Sim Sport Solutions. There's Joe McCauley, who's now doing the next stint in that car, with James Parker having taken the start. Kevin Ciclari now closing in on Jenson Button for second position. So the 191, that's one of the two Racing Line Motorsport Charity teams. So we've got the 191 and the 192. Which is down to the bottom, is down towards the bottom part of the top 20 in 19th position. So to go on board with the Bentley of Kevin Ciclari. Now they're going into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, and you've got drivers with real world and sim racing communities racing together. And again, we've now hit £1,374, raising money for the Brain Tumour Charity. And a very, very good comment earlier on. I do want to pick up Osman, I think it is the YouTube, said that knew someone personally who passed away from that, and it is such it is nice. It's really appreciated to hear comments like that people know of those that have left this earth because of it, and we're trying to do a lot of. And we've just had a big thank you from the guys at NXTGEN Racing who have been instrumental in making it this respect of bringing such a difficult subject to broach on, because we all are human, we all have mortality in our own rights, and we don't know what's going to happen from day to day, and some people are taken from us earlier than we would expect, people that we love, that we've known very, very well, and it just goes to show that the amount of people that have donated so far has really been rather inspiring, along with so many inspiring individuals. Obviously with what Billy Munger's just done the last few days, the efforts of one Alex Zanardi. There's so many people that have decided to do things for charitable causes, and here at the SimGrid we're no different.
Yeah, and another aspect on that as well is the fact that with what everyone in the world has been experiencing the past 18 months with the worldwide pandemic, it's really, really important that charities like this get as much attention as they possibly can, because all of the attention has been going on that. The donations that these charities, these very, very worthy charities, would normally receive every year has just gone completely out of the window, because they're not able to make the same sort of fundraising. They can't be out in the streets with the buckets and trying to raise funds in the normal way and raising the awareness. And it's not just the awareness that they're trying to raise, it's also the support, the quality of life that they really try to improve for folk that do have to live with a brain tumour. It's like I said at the beginning, it's a full circle that they try to approach with, not only trying to speed up the research, not only trying to understand this affliction, but also trying to support friends and family of people who are suffering and dealing with this. So, absolutely love events like this where we can do our little bit as a collective sim racing community. And again, while we're enjoying the racing here, I would like to remind everyone that that's exactly what we're here for today. We're trying to show that we can do our bit and raise the flag for charities like this.
Well, I think we need to. I know that we're concentrating on the battle between Jenson Button and Kevin Ciclari, but Alaric Enslin has just said, can we please have a look at the 696? That's the widest peepo happy. That's the Bentley. And they've said, we left a message for you on the bumper. So I wonder, is that front or rear bumper? Yeah. It could be the one on the back bumper. Oh, the rain's come. Oh, the rain's just come as I said
forgot about that.
Oh, dearie me. But I think the thing is, we were talking about something very, very...
So yeah, just to say on the widest people, I need to know what a people is. I'm really curious. But on the back bumper, the special message is that if you can read this, you have to donate £10. That's I like that. But Alex, the rain has come. What a difference that's going to cause.
Yeah, track temperature dropping. It's already gone to green from optimum. Oh, this is going to be like driving on thin ice. And I've done some ice driving myself. It's not easy, especially with a car that might have studded tyres. But these drivers are in GT3 and GT4 machinery. And if they're on slick tyres, this is going to be like treading on eggshells, David. And also, it's now 3 PM on the server time, so we've had just under an hour and a half of this race completed. There are going to be some dives into the pit lane, I think, very, very shortly. And look, they've started. Anufriev's in, Cameron's in, Ferrier's in from GT3. And
here they come, like an absolute train. And the thing is that's now down to greasy already. Track temperature start to drop already, and this is a gamble, because we need to have a look at the lap times. We need to be driven by data on this one. Is it time to come in, or is it too early?
That's a question I'd like to ask Jenson Button at the moment. If anyone might remember the 2011 Canadian Grand Prix. Case in point, obviously, one of his first races with McLaren came out on slicks. It was still a bit damp. He went off the track, but still kept it, and then it ended up winning the season, I believe. They are brave. And look, the track has gone to greasy now. That's going to hit damp very, very shortly. I think the rain could be in for the long haul, but James Baldwin's still leading. He's got a 20.2 second gap ahead of Jenson Button. The times have dropped substantially. We're now running in the 2-minute ones. David, this track is going damp very, very quickly. I think drivers are trying to... Siclari trying to go side by side. He and Button went round the outside of the SimSport Solutions car, and they've touched, and Button's now lost out to what was second, now third. Jardier's up into 4th place, and he's a further 7 seconds off of this battle. But the biggest thing is that these tyres, because of this rain saturation, they're going to get rapidly cold. And one of the things is that cold rubber on wet tarmac doesn't make a happy driver at all, because now it's gone to greasy. This is not looking good. I think we're going to... Killian Ryan Meenan, Eamon Murphy, Joe McCauley, Chris Hartfeld, Faulkner in the pits, Cole Sinnott in the pits. They're all coming in. They're now seeing that Jenson Button on his last lap did a 2-minute 4.2. So these times are really, really dropping off. Obviously, there was that slight contretemps between him and Siclari. But it's now about who gets onto those as quickly as possible. If Jenson Button decides to chance his luck and stay out there a little bit longer, it's a bit different from the real life racing world, because in his karting days, his late dad John sent him out on slick tyres, and that was a perfect way in karting how to learn your trade as a racing driver, and that really sort of helps him out in his career. And you can just see how wide these cars are going at the moment, and you can just see that's Button and that's Wolf Matuszka in the pink performance Audi, that's Anufriev just ahead. So Button's trying to lap them. The track temperature has dropped 2 degrees since we started over an hour and 25 minutes ago, and this is Chmielewski's in the number 1 PPR Esports McLaren, and they're down in 18th position. It is just going to be that case of... And Matuszka's just got past Jenson Button with consummate ease. So is Matuszka on the wet tyres? That's the biggest question I want to know right about now.
I've got no idea how Baldwin's still able to do the paint that he's got right now, Alex, because that's still 207's getting fired in from James Baldwin. You can see Ross McGregor, he did do a 204 last time round. He's just come around in a 215. And I've got to be honest, if Luca Lozio is in 5th place in the 28 car, if he's on wets, he's done a 289. If that is the case, we'll find out in just a second, because it's going to come across the line now. But wets could definitely be the way to go, significantly faster.
Yeah, and whilst the rain has been coming in thick and strong here, David, we've now hit nearly 95% of the £1,500 target, £1,420. Big thanks to the likes of Samir Fosh's crew have sent in €10. Adam Lawrence, £30. Thank you, good sir. We've had Jerry, Michael Sutton. We've had an anonymous £20 donation. About 15 minutes ago, so we are close to hitting the first big target, £1,500, as says Zahir Essa in the Sim Racing Masterclass 777 BMW in the pits. Alaimo and Jordan Sherritt have now pitted as well. Look, they're all flooding in. The GT4s are coming in too, so these drivers now are getting towards the end of the first 90 minutes. So there's Mikhail Statsenko, and now James Baldwin on lap number 45 has decided to pit from the lead of the race. Jenson Button in the pit, so track is now damp. This rain could be in for the long haul, David, and it is just a case of these drivers now having, if they're going to sort of thread the eye of the needle, which Jenson Button and James Baldwin did for quite a considerable amount of time. It's yeah, and a really good point here. Thank you, Alaric Enslin, for this comment. Since obviously there's been that new timer for 2020, so wet tyres are actually recommended from damp conditions, and he says the drop off is absolutely massive. We're now seeing times. Right, so the likes of Baldwin and Button, they were running in the 2:16s and the 2:18 second brackets. Ciclari is currently on a 2:13. So, David, that's nigh on. Hang on a minute. That is well over a 20-second differential between the fastest laps that we've seen already. And yeah, I think the thing is that we know how the track just... we've seen it like within 45 seconds that it went from optimum to greasy. And then it's just a case that when you put damp conditions in the mix, everyone's going to have to go on wet tyres, and this is where now the real sort of hard work begins, isn't it?
Oh, for sure. I mean, driving in the wet is such a different experience to driving in the dry here at Silverstone. If you get two wheels on the grass or two wheels on the runoff areas, or even on the curbs, to be honest, I mean, you are in for a really, really bad time. Traction control is going to go absolutely haywire in these GT3 cars, depending on how you've got it set to, and it is going to be really, really difficult to hold on to that. I mean, given that we've seen about maybe 15 to 20 seconds knocked off the lap times from these cars here, it just shows that you cannot take the same amount of speed. I mean, this perfect example, like going through Cops, normally you'd be as far over the right hand side, hugging the inside green concrete and on the curbs, but if you punch the curbs, the car is just going to wash out to the left hand side. You can see that here from Giorgio Simonini here in the 157 machine. He's trying to get the pace that he can, but it's just not happening. He's just not able to keep the same momentum that he would normally be able to do in the drive.
Yeah, there's Arthur Camara in the G2 Esports number 62 BMW, currently rounding out the top 14. Looks like Andreas Messer and Chris Hartfeld have been in for a second stint. John Monroe now has replaced Ross McGregor in the number 23 Sancho Simsport Ferrari, currently rounding out P10 and is 4.6 seconds behind the 149 of Statsenko. As Simonini is very close to the ART Esports Aston Martin of Colm Sinnott, looking towards the inside. That's going to go through into Abbey, but Simonini actually decides to sort of hold off there. And one of the other things, you were talking about the serrated curbs a bit earlier on, and it's because it's damp, the rainfall's been absolutely intense, the wipers are still going on. These serrated curves can not only shred tyres, they can also kick you off the circuit at a moment's notice if you put the power down incorrectly when exiting a corner.
They absolutely can. They can turn your happiness into sad times very, very quickly. Oh, what a move up the inside from Simonini. And unbelievable move there from Simonini to make the move stick there. And yeah, that was ballsy in this weather right now.
Definitely quite a lot of cojones needed for that one. Well, I'm using the Spanish vernacular of what you just said there, David, so why the hell not? Zachary Royal we're on board with the 97. That was quite an easy move. He's just got past one of the Lexuses just behind, and you can see that is the leader, I think, just a little bit further behind in the number 20. And Tobin Lee. Oh, now nice little battle here. This is between PPR and Team Cake, I believe. So yeah, that's Sebastian Handler and Cody Pride. And they just got oh, that's a brilliant move around the outside of the X-Kart Esports car in the number 32. And Cody Pride trying to get past. Maximilian Pal in the meantime is pitted. Oh, back end steps out to the left-hand side there for Cody Pride, but it wasn't just him, it was also Sebastian Handler going through into Abbey, they both had a bit of a snap-on oversteer, and it was a definite sort of like, oh, left, no, right, hang on and brace.
Got to say, great to see Josh Martin in the old YouTube chat there, saying that he'd love to race today, but it's his partner's birthday, so doesn't think that 12 hours would be a good idea. Oh, what a move though for Beerman to take 4th place in Classic GT4s from Izalkovic. That was just awesome. That looks like it's on the run down through the Wellington straight down into Brooklands. It is. Brooklands is a difficult corner. Look at how much standing water there is on that right-hand side of the track. That's normally where you would place your car to sweep in for that left-hander at Brooklands there. But it is just absolutely saturated right now. And given the next 10 minutes, it is just going to be even heavier rainfall that we're going to see.
Yeah, good move there from Jan Bierman, as you were saying, past Adam Isalovic from SimSport Solutions and Positive Perception. So the ambassadors for Rennwelten team now up into P4. The battle's still intensifying here. We're at now 95% of target out of £1,500 so far. 1,425 points. There's Colm Sinnott. He's still keeping pace as... Oh, Simonini, I've just noticed, has got a 15-second time penalty. Now, that will be awarded by race control. I'm sure that we'll find out very, very soon what that is relating to. And Spotter now pits in the 192. That is the second of the Racing Line Motorsport Charity cars. So Simonini trying to keep ahead of Artur Kamara and Colm Sinnott. So this is effectively the battle for 13th position, but Simonini will keep on pushing. 1 hour 36 minutes of this race completed, so still just over 10 hours and 20 minutes still to go. Simonini gets past Adam Isalovic in the 666 GT4 Porsche. Then Kamara and Sinnott will both have to try and filter their way through, and then they're going to have to go through past the ambassador for Rennwelten car, which is just up ahead. Now I've just seen there's a yellow flag out. That's for the 24, and was that the SimGrid GT3 car, I believe? A brief yellow flag out for that one.
It's been a difficult afternoon for them so far. A great spot on that one, but that's exactly who it was, and I believe that was Liam Murray that was still behind that, or was that Jack Bird that's taken to the road?
Yeah, it's
neither. It was David Reed.
So at the for those wondering about the gaps at the top, so at the moment, Tobin Lee is now ahead of, would you believe it, Jardier Jaroslav Honsic has now got himself up into, has got him and the Jardier community team up into 2nd position. The gap between them is 22.1 seconds. And then we've got Luca Burke, who rounds out the I think it's just, there's just so many different, so Luca Burke has actually got back in the car, so he's now taken over from Jenson Button. So yeah, the rain has definitely changed play, hasn't it, David? You can't sort of like say, oh well, the track, because the track will evolve, the drivers will get into the rhythm. Once the wet weather's set in for the long haul, the drivers will just have that opportunity just to get the rhythm on that sort of respect.
Oh yeah, for sure. Was that Artur Kamara? We just saw there a bit of a wobble coming across the start-finish line there. But yeah, like as we said, I mean the rain has just completely turned this race on its head, and this is exactly the point we were making earlier, is that we can come into this race thinking, oh well, this person's fast, or this team's fast, or this car likes Silverstone, or this person likes this car. All of that's absolutely irrelevant when it comes down to moments like this, when you get the rain coming out and just turn things completely on its head. And then it looks like 10 minutes time, the rain is going to ease off very slightly, because it's getting heavier for sure. That's what we're seeing for the next 5 minutes or so. then it's going to ease off. I wonder if it's actually going to start drying up in about sort of 40 minutes time or so.
Yeah, and then again. But I mean, one of the things that we've talked about is the fact that each team has a maximum of 12 sets for dry tyres. So in some respects, this is actually helping the teams. But when we go from damp to green to fast to optimum, it's going to be a case that they'll have to get up to speed quickly, and it's about those that react to the changeable conditions that will be the ones that profit the most. There's Joe McCauley now closing up on John Munro, and this is the battle for what is ninth position. They've got Statsenko, I think, just up ahead. No, that's a different Mercedes. Actually, my apologies there. But Joe McCauley, known as his his exploits not just in one-off events but also quite a few events here, including the Academy Cup. Here on the sim grid, he is chasing Munro down, and that Ferrari doesn't look as planted as the Bentley in the wet.
Ferrari does not like the wet conditions at all. The Bentley, with its extra weight, really loves these wet, murky conditions, and we jokingly refer to it as the Boatley, but that's for a good reason. It really does enjoy wet conditions because of the power plant inside it, and because of the weight balance that car has. It just really enjoys these tricky conditions. The Ferrari, not so much, because it's a lot lighter, it's a lot more nimble. It prefers having a drier track because it just doesn't have the balance that the Bentley does in these conditions. And I've got to be honest, I think it's now a matter of time for the Bentley to get past.
Yeah, it's always the case of when the Bentley will strike is anyone's guess, and there he goes up the inside through Luffield and Woodcote. So John Munro relinquishes the position, and it was a case that I think John Munro did the wise thing there, just got out of the way, let him do his thing, go, right, okay, we don't need to sort of push, as now Artur Kammer has got a 15-second penalty, it looks like, as well. So it's not just Simonini. So penalties are coming in. And in these wet weather conditions, David, just take us from a driver's perspective. How much more concentrated are you? You know, your mental and physical stresses will be going through the roof. Your heart rate will be accelerating up the beats per minute rather than the rev limit that we have on these GT3 and GT4 machinery. Just give us an idea what the difference is from a driver's perspective and when these changes happen. How quickly do you have to react to it? Like literally in a split second, isn't it?
It is, and it's a constant thing as well. It's not for the drivers, Alex. It's not just a case of them looking at the window wipers going, right, okay, it's wet. Okay, so now I have 50% of the grip. Each one of these laps is a new lap for these drivers because there's the water changes, the standing water changes, the amount of grip and traction that's on the track changes lap by lap, corner by corner. So these drivers, no word of a lie, right now are driving by the seat of their pants. They're using all of that muscle memory, all of the force feedback that's available to them, and sometimes this is where the drivers that have maybe spent a little bit more on their setup, on their rig, can, and I do have to emphasise can, because it's not always the case, but they can sometimes feel the road a little bit better. On top of these tricky conditions, what you've got to remember is now the light has completely changed. It's very, very dark for these drivers in that cockpit. Most of the lights are on, and when the lights are on, that adds a new level of concentration that you've got to go, because you really have to, your eyes are on stops. And again, remember, some of these drivers are going to be in VR, which is an exhausting, taxing experience at the best of times, but when it's in these really tricky, high-stakes situations, my God, you come out of the VR headset and you're absolutely drained. So keep an eye on those drivers. If they're in VR on double stints, they are going to be really exhausted from their time here.
Also, good to hear from our good buddy, Mr. Chaz Draycott is in the chat. He said, Raven Britain, realism points. Thank you, buddy. So good to hear from Chaz as always. But yeah, we're fast approaching I can't believe this, the nigh on conclusion in about 15 or so minutes of the second hour of this 12-hour Next Gen Racing Silverstone extravaganza here on the Sim Grid, where we're raising money for the Brain Tumour Charity. Very, very good. It's great to have this a bit of awareness and all the, you know, for these different kinds of things. And also, obviously, you can see now it's Arthur Camara, and then you've got Colm Sinnott, and there is Vasily Onufriev just behind. So it is Lamborghini versus, well, it's BMW versus 2 Aston Martins, and yeah, it's always nice to see the, you know, these top tier sim racing drivers that really do have you know, that real credence of coming in and despite it being a charity event, wanting to push like crazy, as we are at 1,445 points of the money that's been raised so far, and all money raised today will be going to the Brain Tumour Charity. There is also another event that has been organised by Next Gen Racing, and it is also, as far as I'm aware, it is currently happening as we speak. So 2 literally simultaneous events, and there is also a separate Just Giving page. Thank you very much to John Wells on the chat. Good to hear from Sheldon Muscat, saying looking lovely guys, keep the donations coming in. Yes, the more money that we can raise for the Brain Tumour Charity, the more appreciated it is by their entire team to hopefully one day get a cure for what is sometimes a very debilitating, very destructive disease in this current modern age.
For sure. And with 10 hours of the race to go, and the rain looks like it's going to be steady at this current rate, it's not going to decrease, it's not going to increase in volume. Again, now these drivers really have to concentrate and knuckle down as we come into our next phase of pit stops, because of course you can quite safely think about putting on another set of wets into the next lap here, but the times are starting to get faster and faster and faster. The one thing that I'm looking at is Brandon Lee. Brandon Lee is slower by a considerable margin, right? Jardier, Jaroslav Hondig, that last lap round did a 206.1. He's in second place. Your race leader Brandon Lee did a 207.9. That's 1.8 seconds. And Jardier again.
You'll get your names mixed up, Mr. Christie. It's Tobin Lee.
Oh, sorry, Tobin. There we go. Yeah.
You see, I butchered surnames. You butchered surnames. You've made a mistake.
I just mixed up the names.
We're here to have fun.
We're here
to have fun at the end of the day. But we've still got this really good battle between this trio here. So it's still Camara versus Sinnott and Vasily Onufriev. And Onufriev's been making some steady progress so far, hasn't he, in that number 4 Aston Martin? Obviously, quite a few cars that were on that ballast side of things. The Aston Martin was one of those cars early on, so was the Ferrari, but the McLaren's sort of got the rough end of the stick, so to speak. But you know, good to see a lot of familiar faces from the Sim Grid, and it seems like Mark Raddenberry from the 666 crew, and look, we are literally £5 away from hitting 100% of the £1,500 target here on this. And it looks like Vasily Onufriev is getting a couple of cheers in the chat, but with just under 2 hours to go, 10 hours, 11 minutes and 50 seconds of this race remaining. The rain here still setting in, with myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and David Christie, your commentators throughout the entire event. We will keep on trucking until the race is all done and dusted, eh, David?
Sorry, I fell asleep there. Listen, it's a marathon effort from the drivers and from us as well. And do you know what? One good deed from the teams and from the Sim Grid organising this event deserves another. We're incredibly privileged to be involved in this event. It's special, it's great fun, and it's great to see everyone taking it so seriously.
Yeah, very, very true indeed. So just keep that money coming in. Vasily Onufriev getting up the inside of one of the GT4 cars. That was very close going through into Vale, and you can just see how hard these drivers are pushing. No one's wanting to give quarter. Everyone's wanting to give chase, and this is where the drivers really come into their own. Looks like the banter between Chaz Draycott and John Wells on the chat saying, yeah, they both wish that they... Oh! Vasily Onufriev just had a little tap on the back of the Simpra GT4 entry. So I'm not too sure whether he might have just gotten compromised, as there's somebody else off the circuit. That looks to be one of the Mercedes GT4s. Oh, John Munro's off the... Is that John Munro? He's just gone off the track, and that's coming through Copse Corner. Chris Hartvelt ready and waiting to get through in a little bit... John Munro just had a moment there, and it just goes to show that if you have really good talent behind the wheel of a sim, and then effectively that was just a bit of a moment that John Munro did not want to exit stage left coming out of Copse Corner, and that gave Chris Hartvelt the opportunity he needed to get the position.
Yeah, that's a point I was making a couple of laps ago, Alex, about these drivers driving by the seat of their pants because the track is constantly changing, and that looks like Copse Corner is a little bit a little bit standing water, can just catch you. I'm just trying to see there actually. I think that's saying that in 10 minutes time that rain is going to start easing up very quickly.
So we're now on board with the 777, and this is the BMW M6 GT3 of Zahir Essa, and is being chased out. Oh, Mia Rose is now in the car in the number 56 Jean Alesi eSports car. The Australian looking to try and go up the inside through into Stowe Corner. Thinks better of it, but obviously with the rain still coming down like this, it is very much the case that Mia Rose, just like Ayanori did earlier on, we saw a great move from her earlier on in the race. They're both very capable drivers in their own respect, and Zahir Essa will see the front headlights of that McLaren 720S right up close and personal, as they're now going to head through into the right-hander at Abbey. You can just sense that Mia Rose seems to be a bit more planted in that car as opposed to Zahir Essa, but it's not easy in these treacherous conditions. So we have just over 10 hours of this race left to go. We've hit 100% of the first target, £1,509 raised so far. A big thank you to everyone. There is a console. There is also a console race going on, which isn't being live streamed, but I think points of views are being showcased. And the good thing is that one of the biggest things that we have there is, a little bit of a touch there between Zahir Essa and Mia Rose. That was going through the exit of Brooklands into Woodcote. But Mia Rose doing the sportsperson-like thing there to let Zahir Essa. That just shows the capability of our drivers, and in some respects how a lot of these drivers, they know that's the sportsmanlike thing to do. Race control will look over it a lot more favourably. I think Mia Rose just knew that, look, I've done wrong, my bad, I've got to give the position back. And and thank you to John Wells. That I think that is that's UK time there, John. That it will be at 15:30 is when the race starts. Their qualifying starts at 15:10, and then that is 24 hours. So we're doing a 12-hour over a 24-hour server time multiplier, as opposed to a full-on 24-hour race. I think, David, wouldn't you agree that NXTGEN have really done such a great job putting this all together?
Yeah, it's been a fantastic job for them to organise it, and I can tell you, 24 hours in a sim is no mean feat. The organisation that goes into the teams, the dedication, the heartbreak if something goes wrong. yeah, it's a big race. 24 hours is a long time, and there'll be thrills and spills. So be sure to check that one out as well. But back here with the 12 hours of Silverstone, and yeah, that's awesome that we've reached that goal already. I mean, in such quick fashion, less than 2 hours into the race, and we've already hit £1,500. It's a brilliant result. We'll keep that going and see if we can hit. I think 2,000 is a reasonable target in the next 6 hours or so.
Well, shout out to our good buddy Lewis McGlade. Good stuff, guys. Keep going. He's put in a £10 donation, and that's been bolstered by a gift aid donation of £2.50. So if you hit the gift aid button when you make your donation, even Alaric Enslin has put in some money in there as well. He said, from widest peepo happy with love. Thank you for the bromance there, Alaric. We really do appreciate it. Evan Davas as well, good friends with Denise Pope. He's put in a £20 plus £5 gift aid donation. And, great to see. He said, well done for everyone putting this race together. Great to see all these names and some friends among them. So I think what we need to do, we've been concentrating a bit on the GT3s quite a bit. Can we switch to some GT4s, don't you think, David?
I think that'd be a rather lovely idea. Just to bring you up to speed on the GT4s at the moment, it is Ludwig's in the 969 at BMW, I believe, that is in the lead on that one. In fact, no, Cody Pride in the Alpine in the 37th place, and number 2 is quite far up in the PR. Sports white, but then it's Sebastian Handler way ahead in front of that in the 137. He's actually ahead of some GT3 cars, so it just shows how quickly that Team Cape car is running just now. That livery is mighty tasty.
Well, you were asking Josie Austin a bit earlier on for some cake, weren't you?
I was, and I'll quite happily have some more. Apologies to Joshua KN, who points out that I was a bit quiet there. I moved my microphone away because I was having a little cup of coffee there. So thanks for pointing that one out, and hopefully I'm back to being as loud and as obnoxious as ever.
So in other words, normal business has been resumed, Shea Christie.
Would you have me any other way, Alex?
Hell no, my friend. But there's that Senko trying to get past. Now, we're on board with the... Joe McCauley's caught up really quickly to him, so this is going to be rather interesting. So this is the YAS HEAT Mercedes entry ahead of the Boatley. We say that now because obviously the track is still damp and the wipers are still going left to right rather quickly. Track temperature since the beginning of the race, just under 2 hours ago, has now dropped by 4 degrees Celsius. The rain, it looks like, well, I mean, we were hearing a bit earlier on about the rain, that it might dissipate, but you know, we never can tell with the British weather. I mean, especially in the summer. You and I both know that.
Summer? Are you forgetting again, Alex? I live in Scotland. What is this summer that you speak of?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the British summer is not a summer. It never is, and especially when you're north of the border, my friend. The thing is that one of these days I'm going to have to experience what is not summer up in Scotland at some point. Or Joe McCauley. McCauley, really close up close and personal to Statsenko there, and that was going through Woodcote and Luffield.
If you're serious about that, I will take you up to Knockhill, and you can experience sunshine, rain, hail, sleet, and snow all in the one day.
Well, don't worry, I've had that before. That's even down here in the south. It's like you get all four sort of seasons in a day. That does happen. But there's Luca Burke. He's currently still in 3rd place, and it looks like the race has gotten into a bit of a rhythm. But the thing is that look behind Burke, you've got Crestani and Antonov in the 191 Bentley and the 57 Mercedes. This trio only covered by just under 1.7 seconds. This is looking rather interesting. So Luca Burke hasn't been, I think he's tried to keep the consistency going. Tobin Lee and Jardier, they're both consistently running in the 2 minutes 6.7 second lap times. But Luca Berg is running in the 2 point. He's about a second off them. I think he's just, when you're having to circumnavigate traffic, but also you wanting to keep the team in a fighting chance of winning this charity event race. As there's Joe McCauley, he's got a bit further ahead of John Monroe, but the thing is that McCauley now is that Hartfeld I've just noticed. But so now Hartfeld and Statsenko are down on where they are ahead. So look, Statsenko and Hartfeld. Now I'm going to have a look at Joe McCauley's lap times. And last lap around he did a 2 minute 6.9. So we'll find out very shortly where he dropped a massive amount of time, because it's one of those things where you can't just sort of see where these incidents happen. But Fabrizio Cristani and then Kirill Antonov, they're closing in on Luca Berg. So Luca Berg, that 30 kilo weight penalty has now started to hurt that particular McLaren. Tobin Lee is still keeping a very, very he's just lost a second. Jardier has put in a 2 minute 6.0 on that last lap. So that's getting rather interesting up and down the order. So the McLarens, I'm thinking, is the tyre degradation surely will be that little bit higher when you've got a 30 kilos ballast on your car, whilst everyone else has got no weight penalty. And in the dry, we saw Baldwin and Burke literally just run away like the cows coming home. But in the wet, they seem to be struggling that little bit more, don't they?
It could be fuel strategy as well coming into play, because remember, since the new patch for Assetto Corsa Competizione, it hasn't affected it that much. The wet tyres, they don't degrade as much as they were beforehand. But I've got to be honest, right, the pace that Kirill Antonov is showing right now in that number 57 is just blistering. He's consistently about 0.7 of a second in that 57 machine, faster than Luca Berg and the 191 of Fabrizio Cristani in front of him. He's going to make very short work of Cristani very shortly. Thinks about it. Late on the brakes, there was almost contact going into the corner there. That was down in towards Brooklands. They're side by side, and it's going to try and go around the outside for Antonov. It's surely never going to work. He's going to be shown into the gravel, and that is never going to happen whatsoever. Cristani firm. That's going to go up to race control to see whether that was fair or not. But that could be 6 of one and 12 and half dozen of the other, because I'm pretty sure Antonov had a little bit of contact on the entrance to Brooklands there on the rear of Cristani. Oh, and there's further action
for Vasily Onufriev. Vasily Onufriev, that was going through into Village and then into the loop. So I'm not too sure whether there was a possibility of an incident maybe between him and maybe, say, Siddharth or Camera. Not too sure, but Wolf Matushka back in the 25 Pink Performance Audi, now up to 16th position. And to be honest with you, with that incident, I mean, I'm not going to give my personal opinion, because as you say, it's a case of going to the stewards. But Kirill Antonov was quickly running out of room. If it was dry, you probably would have had a better chance at it. But in the wet, it's a very different proposition, because especially if it's dirt on the outside or gravel, that's going to be rather clogged up, and that's not going to help your traction one iota. Whereas, a lot of other times, I've seen it before where people have gone around the outside, and Cristani was absolutely threading the eye of the needle, trying to get past one of the GT4 cars, and you can there see that Antonov trying to come back at the likes of Cristani and Burke. Now this is just showing that Luca Burke is just trying to look forwards. That's what I see. He'll be keeping a glancing eye in the mirrors, no doubt, but he's got to just try and keep the likes of Cristani and Antonov behind, and that's where it can all make the difference. If you take the blinkers off, David, that can really depend on how things change.
It absolutely does. And the thing with that,
Yeah.
Alex, is, you know, when they're going side by side with that, again, it's this. I made the point about an hour and a half ago about these drivers trying to learn each other's driving style. So when you're behind the driver, right, and you think you're faster than them, you can't just go for the move in a 12-hour race, because you've got three other teammates to think about, and you need to make sure that move's going to stick. You need to know how that driver's going to react if you're side by side. Can you trust them? Are they going to try and send you into the wall? Because if they do, that's obviously your car going to be wrecked, and no 15-second or drive-through penalty is going to sort that for your team. So you have to be sure that not only do you have the pace, but you trust the other driver that you can go toe-to-toe with them properly.
Yeah, so in many respects, this is where it just gets really, really up close and personal. Fabrizio Cristani trying to get his way past Luca Burke. And now going through club, they'll go into Vale very shortly. Oh, a little bit of a touch. Oh, Burke's been turned around, and there goes Kirill Antonov, sees the opportunity. So that was a bit too close for comfort. I think race control will be looking at that one.
Oh, that's going to be a slap on the wrist for sure on that one. But yeah, that's very opportunistic there from Kirill Antonov. Great to see him head up into the final podium position with 9 hours 55 left to go here on the sim grids. What a fantastic NXTGEN 12 hours of Silverstone we've had so far, into our number 3, and on the back end of Mikhail Statsenko in the YAS HEAT 149, and just having a look behind him there at Chris Hartfeld and Joe McCauley. Joe is doing a cracking job in doing a recovery drive. Oh, look at that up the inside there. He's going to have to go the long way around, but that is real nippy manoeuvring from the Porsche. Just shows how much more speed that he's got on that car.
Yeah, very much the case. And the Porsche, obviously, when the first patch came through, we had an instance where the Porsche wasn't as quick as the rest of it, but now the wet weather has really become that sort of game-changing equaliser, and especially the track here at Silverstone. There is, you know, you can go 3 abreast in certain places, but it is about just making sure that you hit your apexes, you hit your braking points, you make sure that you press the throttle down at the right moment, so you don't pull the back tyres up as Statsenko goes very tight towards the barrier, towards Kopp's corner, but then pulls out in order to carry the momentum through Kopp's. But Chris Hartfeld absolutely on the back bumper. Then you factor in Joe McCauley. Hartfeld nearly went for it going through Maggots and into Beckett's, but he decided for that sort of respect to decide, no, discretion's a better part of valor. Oh, moment there for Statsenko, and McCauley looking to get the run coming out of Chapel. And if McCauley was nearly close to making that 3 wide, but Hartfeld has got past Statsenko, and with the way that McCauley's in the tow, this could be very close indeed. Oh, Hartfeld threading the eye of the needle. That was brilliantly done from the Dutch driver. Up the inside of Statsenko, going through Stowe Corner, and here comes Joe McCauley going through into Club. He got the inside line for the first part of it. Statsenko up the inside, a little bit of rubbing there. Oh, another touch there between the two, and McCauley goes spinning.
Yeah, McCauley looked like he was getting a little bit leery coming round the corner, and that contact was absolutely, I need to say unnecessary, but I don't mean as if anybody was at fault at that. I mean, there was no way that either of them could have avoided that. Joe McCauley just lost control a little bit of the car. He collected it. Statsenko is really struggling with this car right now. That's Monroe up into the top 10 as well. What a run from John Monroe in the number 23. Of course, that car is the Zancho Rocket Esports Ferrari 488, and he's done a cracking job in that car.
Yeah, both he and Ross McGregor having done really, really well so far. We're just about to hit the 2 hour and 10 minute mark in about 90 seconds time, as John Monroe, having got past YAS HEAT's Mikhail Statsenko. Joe McCauley is probably going to be a little bit further down the order, but Andres Mesa, who had that moment in the first few moments of this race, he's now up into P12. Simonini, Camera, as that rounds out the top 15. Nufriev, I've just spotted, has got a 15-second time penalty. Mia Rose, I think, probably for that incident a little bit earlier on Zahir Essa, might have just gotten a 5-second penalty, but because of the sportsman-like, the sportsperson-like behaviour that she exuded there live on stream, it just shows that that a lot of these drivers, if they, as I said earlier, if they've done wrong, they'll hold their hands up to it and they'll decide to give the position back, and that was completely justified with what Mia Rose will have done. And as a result of that, the stewards will look on that a lot more favourably.
We've seen that so many times, and it's just the right thing to do, isn't it? It's the whole thing of being a good egg and looking after your fellow driver. Accidents happen; they happen in every single race. They happen in sim racing all the time, and it's you don't want to win a position by being or causing somebody an accident. So. Yeah, great to see. We saw that actually with Kirill Antonov, Cristani, and with who's in third place as well, Luca Berg. Luca Berg actually got into trouble with Cristani. Cristani actually let off a little bit, trying to let Luca Berg take that position back, but Kirill Antonov was not involved in it, and he was just like, "Yep, I'll take that place. Thank you very much." So it can cost you. But regardless, it's still the thing to be done.
Yes, very much the case. We're now at 102.7% of the £1,500 target. £1,539.90 raised so far. So a big thank you for NXTGEN Racing and the Brain Tumour Charity for allowing us to host this fantastic event for them. We're on board with the number 28 Aston Martin from the Alesi Esports Academy. Luca Lozio on board at the minute, as we are right up behind Pestani. Antonov is about 2.5 seconds up the road. You can just see, now this is heading down the hangar straight, down into Stowe corner. Lozio tries to plant it towards the inside of Stowe. Cristani gets the neat apex there. Literally just came across the front of the Aston Martin, had enough room to do so. But one of the other things coming out of that corner there, we did see that Cristani was a bit close to being nigh on 4 wheels off track. Now, this is another thing that the drivers have to watch out for. And, at the end of the day, it's more a case of these drivers have to watch it. If you hit 3 strikes, then it is a case that the 4th one, you get a penalty as a direct result.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to watch themselves, and how much can a drive-through penalty absolutely blow a hole in your hopes for the race? It's if you're Tobin Lee up in the front and you've got a massive gap up in front there, then obviously it's not going to be too bad. Although actually, on a slight side note there, just pointing out that Jaroslav Honzik has brought that gap down. It was 20 seconds, it's now down to 14.2 seconds. In lap after lap, Tobin Lee was losing consistently on that time, but I think it was starting to even out a bit. Now, Alex, again, slight difference. Have a look at that weather there. The rain stopped in 15 minutes' time. Now that is going to be after the drivers have taken their second pit stop.
Yeah, so the thing is that it depends on how quickly the intensity of this rain does sort of, it's going to be a case of how they react. Who's going to be the first one to chance it onto slicks? In all honesty, here, David. So your guess is as good as mine. Who is going to be the one that is going to be that guinea pig? We've seen it before in so many races, and it's just one of those things where it's a roll of the dice. There is so much, and one of my favourite words when it comes to SimGrid, unpredictability. That's the first time I've actually used that in the broadcast, funny enough. The unpredictability. Who's going to chance it? Who's going to make good their intentions? Who's going to be the one that's going to be setting the times alight? And who's going to have like a 3 to 4? Oh, Lozio nearly went up the inside of Cristani. That was going through into Vale. That was close. Oh my goodness me. The defibrillator is currently being charged after that one, David.
Oofed. Right, I'm just having a quick look down the timing screens here for the GT4 battles, because by my reckoning, am I right in saying that Jan Beerman in the 995 Ambassadors for Rennwelten is in the lead? Yes! I'm quite pleased with that, actually. Cody Pride in the Alpine is in second place. So what has happened to Team Cake's Sebastian Handler there? Because he was in the lead of that. Now, is he on a different pit strategy with their Fisher? So he's much faster, but yet he's still behind them. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see exactly what happened with that 137 Team Cake machine. In fact, he's already done Cody Pride there, and he's about half a second faster than Jan Beerman.
I think it always can be it can be a sort of a luck of the draw, roll of the dice, if you will. So, you know, I think, you know, with the team that they've got at Team Cake, Sebastian Handler nearly gets rammed up the back bumper by one of the G2 Esports BMWs. Now, who is that? Was that the 62 possibly? Or was that that was the 69, it was the sister car, but Sebastian Handler nearly could have had a massive moment there through no fault of his own, and that sort of slightly compromised him. But the 69 BMW from G2 Esports has just run a little bit wide coming out of Stowe. Cody Pride not too far behind Cody Pride's got a drive through. That's for track limits. Oh my goodness me, that is not what Cody Pride wants around about now, but that will probably be music to the ears of Sebastian Handler from Team Cake.
Wow. And again, it just shows you how these races get thrown out of contention. It blows a hole in the strategy. Sarah Fair saying that the 137 coming into multiple issues with GT3s overtaking them. They dropped the lead, and it almost happened again as they were writing it. So it's just a case of having to knuckle down and get recovering.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's always the case that with how you know, in terms of multi-class, and we've seen this before, David, where it has been the case that it is not just down to the car that is being overtaken, and it's always down to the faster car to also make the safer pass, and that's where the, you know, if a driver in GT3 doesn't measure the closing speed correctly, that will cause a problem for them and their strategy, but then also cause a problem for the team that they've just impeded or compromised, let's say, is probably the better word I would use there. So it's you know, so to see some of these drivers, I mean, that's I think that's Bierman just going past Jamie Shaw in the 27, and that's the 62 that's just gone past. So that'll be the leading G2 Esports car. But just to sort of like see the amount of effort, and I'm going to go on to this point again, is the liveries that we've got here today. A lot of drivers, you know, some of the drivers that we know of, like Denise Pope and other people that do a lot of artistry for, you know, platforms like Assetto, Corsa, Competizione. Sometimes, you know, you get these really, really great, you know, really great liveries, and then you get those ones. Sometimes, don't you find that less is more always screams volumes? Like this, and I will be honest, the Sim Grid liveries done by Denise Pope for this event, for the GT4 Camaro and for the GT3 Porsche, look absolutely outstanding. And then you see other liveries like, say, the Jean Alesi Esport team ones, you know, with a lot of things going on the side panels. You know, you get this such a wealth and breadth of different creativity from so many content creators out there at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. And as someone who is absolutely terrible at making their own liveries, I only have to take my hat off to the designers that really give the real life motorsport livery designers a run for their money, and it's a fantastic, approachable way for folk to show off their creativity across the board. Of course, it's not just Assetto Corsa Competizione. I mean, you look at other platforms for, say, like Gran Turismo or Forza Motorsport, where you see these incredible works of art that come out, either replicating real life ones or some brand new ones, and you think some very, very talented, creative people out there.
Yeah, very much the case. We're now back with, this is Killian Ryan behind the wheel of the 211 Porsche, not too far behind. Oh, there is still Chris Hartfeld in the number 101, and not too far behind him. Oh, I spot a Sancho Simsport Ferrari. John Munro closing up on these two. Statsenko has got a 15-second time penalty handed to him in the YAS Heat 149 Mercedes. As we now are 9 hours and 40 minutes still to go in this race. Oh, Hartfeld went exit stage left there. What on earth happened to him? My goodness. That was literally, I think did he put the power down and it just literally spoiled the rear tyres up. I did say that could happen. You make one wrong mistake, and obviously Porsche, rear-engined, rear-wheel drive, ouch.
Yeah, that's a change of underwear required there, I'm afraid. That was a wild, wild moment for him. And just having a look at the, I think that was a moment for the number 13. That's the SVPMR team in the GT4 having a bit of a moment on the exits of, let me just tell you where that was. That was down at Lockfield. So the yellow flag getting brought out for that. But back here with Luca Lozio just behind Cristani. And how much pressure is Cristani able to withstand right now? Because we left this in about 5 laps ago, and the two of them were just throwing lumps at each other, and it's just not ended. But interestingly, in the next couple of minutes, we're going to see the rain start to ease off and start to get drier. So again, this is a fascinating turn of events here.
Yep, so with 9 hours and 39 minutes still to go. Tobin Lee in the number 26. Zancho Rocket Esports McLaren 720S leads from the Jardier community team. Funny enough, Jardier behind the wheel in the number 39 Bentley. The number 57, like and subscribe to Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3, piloted by Kirill Antonov at the moment, rounds out the top 3 positions. And it just looks like a lot of these drivers are really getting into their rhythm now. There's so many drivers that are wanting to, just keep going. Then they know that there is a bit of a long game here in that sort of respect. And David, with this weather condition, because, I'm just going to say now, the target has been raised. We've now gone to £2,000 target. We are now at 77%. £1,557.91 raised so far. Looks like Martin Neutelings is behind the drivers just up ahead of him, Luca Lozio, and then also Fabrizio Crestani as all. Now Burke has managed to get his way through as all. Now there's Killian Ryan Meenan. So a lot of changes have happened. John Munro had some good airtime a little bit earlier on, but now Luca Burke has made his way up into P7 here, David.
Cristani has got a 15-second penalty up in 4th place.
Oh,
so
now
that'll be for contact.
Yeah, now that would have been the contact with...
Was that not Luca Burke?
That was it, yeah. So, Cristani now has incurred the wrath of the officials. That's a bit of a slap on the wrist for the 191 Racing Line Motorsport Charity Bentley Continental GT3. As Biermann in the 995 GT4 Porsche, and that's the ambassadors for Rennwelten, getting passed rather quickly by Killian Ryan Meenan. And then Luca Burke and John Munro. John Munro and Luca Burke know each other very, very well indeed. They've raced against each other in multiple different GT3 and GT4 leagues. They both know how each other work, and plus also both drivers will have knowledge about the cars that they're currently driving. And that is another big thing here as well, because a lot of these drivers here, David, will know the nuances of every single vehicle. They know what its strengths its weaknesses are, what the opportunities you can have with that car, and what are the threats that can come against these cars. And that's where you look at the all-round package that not necessarily reflects your driving style as an individual, but the cumulative, the conglomerate driving style of every single driver in that team.
Balance is such a key. It really is. It's all right having a fast driver, but then if you've got two drivers that are maybe more prone to getting themselves into accidents or going off track and maybe likely to cause contact, it kind of negates the whole point of that faster driver being there. But consequently, what you'll find, especially with the events that we do here at SimGrid, these guys and girls tend to stick together. They all end up forming friendships, and they all start making these little teams and stick with each other through races, so they get to know their own strengths and weaknesses, and they tend to kind of coach each other almost and help each other through these harder times. But it is a massive component on how well the relationship is with your teammate. But what a run that John Munro has got here, side by side with Luca Berger. What a fantastic run that was on the entrance up into Village there, in towards the loop. That was a great move done by John Munro, and he's now on the tail of Killian Ryan Meenan.
Yeah, John Munro doing a bit of the old Nigel Mansell dummy there, back from the 90s in Formula 1. John Munro, based out of Glasgow, he's closing on Killian Ryan Meenan. And then you've got, that's Martin Neutlings, I believe, and look, the rain has now stopped. The biggest thing now, David, even though with the spray still being up in a few moments, that the track will go from damp to green to greasy, and you know, the thing is, these drivers are having to contest with spray. That's the biggest point here, and also with the traffic as well. Now, as soon as we were seeing like 158s, 159s earlier on in this race. I think when we get to within like 4 to 5 seconds of that lap time, I think that might be the perfect opportunity. So like, say, a 2 minute 2 or a 2 minute 3, maybe even less than that, maybe a 2 minute 1 is when the drivers go, right, we're going to head back onto slicks, and then we'll see another raft of pit stop changes. Yeah, for sure. And it'll be interesting to see how that one pans out. But what I'm curious right now, Alex, is the fact that Tobin Lee is getting hunted down by Jaroslav Honzig, something terrible right now. That gap was about half an hour ago, it was about 20 seconds. It's now down to 11.9, and Tobin Lee has got a gaggle of traffic to get past right now, and he's going to be very, very lucky if that doesn't cost him. Yeah, Statsenko and Macaulay. This is what is the battle for what is now 9th position, but Statsenko has got a 15-second time penalty. So 2 hours and 26 minutes, nearly 2 hours and 27 minutes of this race completed. A big thank you to you all for watching here on the Next Gen Racing 12 hours Silverstone Brain Tumour Charity Race with Alex Goldschmidt and David Christie in for the long haul. We're doing the entire broadcast here today. Now the thing is that Killian Ryan Meenan's had a massive moment that has allowed Luca Lozio, John Munro and Luca Burke to move up to 5th, 6th and 7th respectively. So whether, even with these damp conditions, one wrong move and that can, I mean, I'm just looking at where he's lost all that time. He lost it in Sector 2. So Killian Ryan Meenan have exactly the same thing happen to, have that sort of thing to happen, and especially in Sector 2. And that Sector 2 is not slow by any means. Yeah, that's been about 2.5 seconds that he's lost out on that second split there, and that then drags him down through the rest of it as well. But again, it could be anything. It could be running wide, could be put two wheels on the grass, anything like that could cost him
very, very dearly indeed. But yeah, I've got to be honest, this is now starting to ratchet things up again, because now we're starting to see pit strategy coming in. We're starting to see the track very much dry, and look at lap times all starting to come down now. We're into the 2-minute 5s, 3, 4, 5 laps ago we're into 2:08 at the very, very minimum, and now the Swede is definitely starting to ratchet up, as Tobin Lee still getting hunted down by second place of Jaroslav Hontik, just coming across the line to knock another lap in here. And yeah, this is going to be a matter of time before he gets caught up.
Yeah, it looks like Cristani's trying to now look. Simonini's pitted, Camera's pitted, Anufiev, Matushka, Boothby, and it's also, you got the number 9 car, and that is of the Rennwelten Pro team, and that's got David Michel behind the wheel of that one. Statsenko's now got a drive-through penalty, so that's going a bit from bad to the worse for the 149 YAS Heat crew in the Mercedes AMG. Now, Eamon Murphy actually started that. They've got Andrea Capoccia as the third driver in that crew. Jan Bierman still leading from Sebastian Handler in GT4 at this particular moment in time. Cody Pride in third place. Then you've got the 969 car. That is for Have Racing. And then the 302, Simon Speth for TPC Sim Racing, rounds out the top 5. He's just been in the pits, and then also currently in the pits as well as the Turn 1 Pro car. That's got Chris Corbin now going behind the wheel. And then you've got the number 7 car. That's the the team name, like this one, Board Dad Motorsports. How epic is that?
Quite nicely, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. On board, I'm going to get behind the wheel of a sim. There you go. Mark Neutling's pits from 9th position for SimSport Solutions and Positive Perception. Kieran Vidago put them on pole position for this race, which now has less than 9.5 hours still to go. Sebastian Handler now pits from P2. There's Jan Bierman for the ambassadors for Rennwelten team, still in first position, but will have a bit of a distance ahead, as Bierman just trying to keep away out of the G2 esports car, who's now flashing traffic. Now I'm wondering who that is. That could be the number 69, I think, that's just got past.
Jaroslav Hontik, second place into pits, Alex.
Oh, you can just see how close it is in the pit lane as well. Cody Price just pitted. Looks like Neutlings is about to exit the pits. Oh, what about a bit of nice timely slice of cake as Jardier parks behind the Team Cake car with Sebastian Handler in the pits. But this is going to be rather interesting what we've got happening here. Now, that is just up ahead. That is that's the Lamborghini just up ahead. I think that might be Jordan Sherritt, I believe, in the 157 Lamborghini, as Cristani and Lozio. Oh yeah, that is the case, because Cristani was just flashing the lights like a madman at that particular moment in time, because he knows that Luca Lozio is just behind, and you can just see how hard they're pushing. Kirill Antonov in the pits, John Monroe in the pits. The times are starting to drop, David. So I think the teams are now thinking, well, this is the window of opportunity where we can get tyres on and try and ramp things up. Because if they start putting slick tyres on, if they're hot straight out of the blankets, the biggest thing here is that, despite it being a damp track, that heat will bring a bit of dry surface to the circuit, as Luca Lozio nearly loses it coming out of Vale, as Jordan Sherritt goes exit now on stage left. Capoccia in the 149. That is the YAS Heat car. So Capoccia's now come out of the pits. Phil Vitt from Canada now behind the wheel of the pink performance car, taking over from Wolf Matushka. It's just really interesting how these drivers are just sort of like pushing like crazy. So the dry tyres could really add a bit of dimension if the track starts evolving, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, 100%. I think I'm keeping an eye on the times just now to see how they affect the drivers, and I've got to be honest, the dry tyres all the way, and I think you're probably going to see a difference of about 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap on the dry tyres, even now in these conditions, even though it's a little bit greasy, it's now damp. But there's Tobin Lee into the pits then, and we'll see. Oh, I was getting excited there. Cristani with his 15-second penalty there. I'll calm it down because he already had that, but I didn't notice him going up in second place because obviously all the pit stops starting to circulate. But yeah, let's keep an eye on these times as the cars go round. This is now going to be the first lap since cars have come in on their dry tyres. This is going to be the chance to see how much pace they've got.
Okay, so Valentin Barrier has now taken over from Jardier. So Tobin Lee is now out of the pits. And the biggest question is, because now that means Cristani, when he pits, will have to serve 15 seconds in the pit box before any work can be done on that car. And now it's just showing cloud cover for around the next 10 minutes or so. There's Martin Grady, in the number 889 car. He's taken over from Joe McCauley, and they round out the top 10. And still the money is coming in for this at the moment. I think we're over £1,600 now, aren't we, David?
Yeah, we are £1,601.26. It's a rather precise number, but I'm very, very happy to see that happen.
Very much the case. So Cristani leading on what is now the 75th lap of this 3.66 mile circuit as now one of the GT4s has a bit of a moment, and that was going through Village and into the loop, and that is the yellow flags have been brought out very, very quickly. The track is now evolving. It's gone from damp to greasy. Okay, Cristani now in the pits. So the Racing Line Motorsport Charity 191 team will have to serve a 15 seconds penalty, so that car cannot be worked on for 15 seconds, which starts now. And then once that penalty has been cleared, they can then opt to work on the car if they want to get Cristani out of the vehicle. So now the penalty has been cleared. And then it'll depend on, are they going to go on to dries? How many dry sets have they got left? As Phil Vick trying to get past the NSN 79 Ginetta, which is now just as I said that, I just saw one of that was the 99 SideMax Motorworks car, wasn't it? It just went up the inside of it, and yeah, that I'm wondering who is behind the wheel of the car on the 79 at the moment. I'm just going to have a quick look because
it is Christophe Verstappen.
Oh, so the Belgian. So he's been doing. God, he's done a mammoth stint in that so far. I mean, the thing is that with the that's a real shame for NSN because they qualified, pretty well. I mean, Christophe Verstappen was one of the last drivers, I think, to join the team, along with the rest of the crew in there. So you again, it's one of those things. I'm going to keep on saying this until I'm blue in the face, David. If it is a driver that decides to go for a move and think, okay, well, I can clear this car, and then they make a slight misjudgment, that can really, really change, how the race can unfold for one driver. But then the driver that tries to make the move and has that little bit of a mistake can incur the wrath of race control, can't they?
And that is absolutely spot on. That's the whole point of it, is the fact that you have to take responsibility for your actions. Your actions can have unintended consequences. So if you go for a move and it misses, and as a result you go wide and you accidentally clip a GT4 car or a competitor, you're fully responsible for what you get thrown at you by race control. So yeah, that's what they get, and that's what they deserve. Just looking at the lap times, I'm really confused. Right, top three of Lee, of Barrier, and of Soldatov. They're all lapping about the same time as they were before they went into the pit. So Lee did a 2:05.7, Valentin Barrier did a 2:06.4, and Soldatov did a 2:09.3. So I wonder, maybe are they on slick tyres and they're just having to give it a couple of laps before as the track warms up, or?
That's always going to be the case. You know, the lap times won't be that good because I think, you know, with any new set of tyres, David, it's always the case that you've got that outside layer of bitumen that they need to sort of burn through, and especially on a damp or a greasy track, that's going to take a little bit longer. You know, whereas normally if it was like an optimum track, probably in a lap and a half, you've had tyres absolutely switched on perfectly and up to pressures and up to temp. But you put in a different, you know, some inconsistent weather, let's say. Yeah, it's going to take probably 3 to maybe 4 times that amount of distance to do so. Plus also, if there's no sunlight on the track, that's going to make it even more difficult for the teams and for the drivers to switch on those tyres. And especially depending on what car they're on as well. So now we ride on board with the number 28, Leonardo Del Carmo from Alesi Esports Academy, trying to get past the Team Kate car, which they managed to do so. And Konstantin Soldatov just up ahead in the 57 like and subscribe Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. And so Dimov in the number 192 has pitted. That's the second Racing Line Motorsport Charity car that's currently running. So they've got one running as a Bentley, one running as an Aston Martin, and you can now see the amount of drivers trying to make their way through in traffic, as there is one of the G2 esports cars just behind. I think that is the number 69 car at this particular moment, but still, David, it's gotten onto a real solid rhythm at this particular moment in time, but one of the things I'm worried about, I've just seen, have you noticed the ping on John Munro at the moment? It's like literally going from nothing to red. I'm a bit worried about that for the Sancho Simsport 23 Ferrari at this particular moment.
He needs to put 50p in the meter, that's all it is. He'll be absolutely fine. But yeah, on the lap times, Tobin Lee 2:03.894, so instantly we're already smashing the wet times already, so they're clearly on slick tyres, they're clearly knuckling down, and as the greasy state of the track evolves, I think we're slowly going to come back into the faster times. But I mean, look at how much of a gap now Tobin Lee has managed to take out of Valentin Barrier. That gap through Jardier was down to about 10 seconds, now back up to 21.8 seconds for the lead of the GT3s.
Yeah, very much the case. So top 10 in GT3 at the moment. Tobin Lee leads in the number 26 Sancho Rocket Esports car, 21.8 seconds ahead of the Jardier community's very own Valentin Barrier in the 39 Bentley. There's Gregor Schill. I think he's going in 19th position, so he's now trying to close in on Vasily Onufriev. Then it's Konstantin Soldatov in the number 57 Mercedes rounds out the top 3 ahead of Jean Alesi Esports Leonardo Del Carmo in the number 28 Aston Martin. Looks like Fabrizio Cristani staying in for another stint in the 191 Bentley. John Munro in 6th position for Sancho Simsports. Luca Burke in the Sancho Rocket Esports number 22 car. Then you've also got Andrea Benedetti in the 101 Porsche in 8th ahead of Michael Tauscher in the number 211, what they call the J-Lo team. I don't know where that inspiration came from at all. Martin Grady in the 889. Bentley rounds out the top 10. How are things looking in GT4, David?
That is a very, very good question. I do believe that it is still the Alpine that is currently up front. That, in fact, no, it's Daniel Schwab for the 969 in car racing, and then you've got the 995s of Jan Kaminski and Porsche for ambassadors for Rennwelten up in the top spot there. So it's a nice little battle that we finally get some action here in the GT4s. But I mean, they've kind of been keeping themselves to themselves, and I've seen a few comments here and there that obviously frustrated that we're not focusing more on the GT4s. The simple fact is that we've got 51 cars to have a look at, and the GT4s, for the most part, Alex, have been kind of keeping themselves to themselves. They've not really been grouped together. There's not really been any overtaking action between them. They've just been pulling around and just doing their own thing. So when there is a battle, we'll obviously try and cut to it, and we will keep an eye on them and make sure that there's no big incidents or anything like that. But you know, we have to kind of keep the audience's attention. We have to look where the action is.
Yeah, very true. We have seen it where GT4s, because of the fact that these are production-based cars, and it's more a case of when you look at a real track-focused car, like some of the GT3 machinery we've got on screen, 36 of those cars here today at the 12 hours of Silverstone. That was more a case of who's going to do, you know, who's going to get the upper hand. But now James Warren battling away with Schwaber. Oh, the Alpine looking towards the outside, and that is going through Village. Now into the loop. The Alpine nips up the inside. Now the Alpine on straight line speed doesn't have the same credence as the BMW M4 GT4. But you can see that Schwaber takes a tighter line. The 211 decides to throw its nose into the party, and then decides to dispatch both GT4 cars heading into Brooklands. But Warren and Schwaber still battling away over what is the final step on the de facto rostrum at the moment. And the biggest thing is the closing speeds between GT3s and GT4s. You've then got the backmarker aspect of it as well to contend with. So, and now that is the 889, and that's got Martin Grady behind the wheel of that one. He's now trying to get past them, which he has just done so, and that's coming through into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. And now this is where the Alpine might be able to exploit its true strength. It's only a 1.8 litre inline four-cylinder turbocharged engine, and James Warren has a massive sideways moment coming through that complex, but he keeps it planted. Now the BMW Schwaber in the 969 BMW, they're getting passed by one of the Aston Martins from GT3, and you can just see that Schwaber trying to go around the outside of Stowe on Warren for P3 in class, but the agility of the Alpine really showing great credence here. And in the medium to fast speed corners, the Alpine definitely has the advantage in terms of the handling of the car. But then with the 2.8 litre inline 6-cylinder M-Power twin turbo engine on that BMW M4, that's where it really starts to sort of have that opportunity of closing in, as we now have hit £1,626. We are now 91% of the revised target, which has now gone to £2,000 here on the NXTGEN 12-hour Brain Tumour Charity race, here powered by the SimGrid with Alex Goldschmidt and David Christie, your commentators throughout the total event itself. We've got now 9 hours and 12.5 minutes still to go. The battle for P3 in GT4 very much alive. I do see a wild and roaming Porsche just behind them at this particular moment in time. But also one of the biggest things here is that the good thing here is that James Warren has really shown a little bit of a clean pair of rear tyres to Schwaber from the Have Engineering 969 BMW, as now we go to Vasily Anufriev trying to set it up the inside of Niels van der Kerkhout, and there's the number and there's one of the cars going wide off of the going into Brooklands. ran towards the outside. But this is Phil Witt ahead of Anufriev, and also Niels van der Kekkel. We normally do see him as well on regular recurrences here on the sim grid. And also the funny thing is that car that was a little bit further back, 5th place, that would be the possibly, I think maybe that's the TPC sim racing car. Big shout out to Marek Vons on the chat. Thank you very much for that. That was the car that I was thinking that was catching the 969 BMW. So just over 9 hours and 10 minutes still to go. Plenty of talking points already had. Still plenty to come here, Mr. Christie.
Oh my goodness, yes. What a battle we've got going on in GT4 as well for 4th place and 5th place going on as well. But we're going to stick on the back end of Phil Witt here for the number 25 Audi. We saw it's been a full-on recovery drive from the Audi after that early incident, sent them flying back down the order, and now they're fighting for their lives in 16th place. Vasily Anufriev just behind, and Niels van der Kekkel. You better believe that they're not going to take this line down. I think Vasily Anufriev really showing the pace that he's got so far just now, with 9 hours and 10 minutes left go in this race. And Vasily Anufriev tries to go to the outside. There's contact. Oh, a huge moment. There's 3 wide into the corner. That's never going to work, and it's going to be contact and tears before bedtime for the number 25 Phil Witt. The day goes from bad to worse. He manages just to hold on to that place, but leaving with a big smile and a big effort there from Vasily Anufriev. That was a wild move. Up into 16th place though, that was a very gutsy and determined move, and Niels van der Kekkel smells blood in the water. He's looking all over the back of that number 25 Audi of Phil Witt in the 25 machine, the Pink Performance Audi, and it's only going to be a matter of time, you've got to say, because Niels van der Kekkel and SideMax Motorworks 99 Ferrari has been very strong so far, but that Audi going backwards as these track conditions start to dry up. You can see for a fact that the Audi, that last lap there, was about a second, 1.2 seconds slower than the cars around him, and that is completely taken off. Oh, was there another bit of contact there from the 25 there of Phil Witt on a GT4 car? That was a little bit naughty if it is, and I think frustration starts to get a little bit of the better part of him there. Another GT4 car goes flying past it to them, looks up the inside as Niels van der Kekkel there, but can't take anything of it. It's through Stowe Corner. And what wild action. This is a nice little burst of energy and adrenaline. Oh, up the inside, fires it through. Niels van der Kekkel tries to get the move done. Oh, gets the cutback, hits the rear bumper instead. He's going to have the inside line, and Phil Witt tries to cover off the inside. He gets sent wide. This is craziness, guys. 3 hours in, and Niels van der Kekkel really trying to throw everything at it. Through Stowe Corner. Oh my goodness me, a little bit of a bump, another little bit of a bump. This isn't NASCAR, guys, calm it down. Phil Witt on the inside. This is amazing action as they go through into Village. It's into the loop, around the outside. Are you kidding me? Niels van der Kekkel, that was incredible. Wow, I have never seen anything like that in my life. Round the loop, round the entry, round the outside, job done. Oh, that was excellent stuff, Alex. That was amazing.
Niels van der Kekkel is officially the SimGrid's Flying Dutchman right about now. That was epic. But keep an eye on who's behind Phil Witt. Gregor Schill.
Luca Berk, though, currently down. He's up into 6th place, so he's got the place done. And there you go, you can see just behind that is John Munro that's lost out that position there. So that was a huge move there. John Munro lost a lot of time on that one. What has happened, right? We've had about an hour and a half of just the car just pootling by quite happily in the rain, and now it's dry. All hell's kicking loose again. So look at Leonardo D'Alcamo is on the back of Konstantin Soldatov. This is not going to go down well with his fan base, because he is getting mugged left, right, and centre here. Last lap for Soldatov, 2:04.6. Last lap for Dalcano was a 2:04.5. Alex, this is just going a bit crazy.
Yeah, I know. Absolutely crazy indeed, David. We've got this is just nearly 3 hours in, and we've still got there's quite a few mentions in the chat of bump drafting or punt drafting. So at the end of the day, these drivers are still going to be battling hammer and tongs all the way through.
Awesome stuff, and this is just thrilling stuff. Oh, bit of a wobble there from Constantine on contact! Oh my goodness me, into the wall goes Leonardo Delcamo, and that's almost certainly going to be huge damage for the 4th place car. The 28 machine is absolutely into the wall, and that is heartbreak with only 3 hours gone.
I think the only Italian I know that is going to. So I mean, in some respects, I really need to see a replay of this because, I mean, it's just.
I can bring it in afterwards. Okay, we'll bring it in afterwards.
Yeah. So, I just think that it was just one of those things where 2 into 1 doesn't go, and the 2 words, David, Mamma Mia.
Well, that's like exaggerated pause there was for me to catch my breath because, oh my goodness me, what is going on, Alex? Right, as I said, we've had an hour where it's just been fairly drama-free, fairly relaxed, and in this last 15 minutes, they've decided to make up for it and then some by knocking 7 bells out of each other.
I wonder how many Fs in the chat are going to be there for that. I'm not too sure. We'll probably, to be honest with you, that car's going to have a lot of damage to it. But one of the things is that, that kind of esports team, like John Alesi Esports, they will come back. They will fight every single step of the way, right up until the checkered flag. You can be guaranteed and assured of that. So, yeah, that's a real shame for the John Alesi Esports crew. I mean, the thing is, they've still got 2 cars in this race. They've got obviously the Jardier team in the McLaren, but also Dalking. It was just one of those things where it was going to be rather difficult to see what was going to happen, and it was still a greasy track. That's the biggest thing. So I'll be interested to see what race control had to say.
Yeah, that's been a little bit surprising actually, because the pace of these cars right now, we're into the 2 minutes, and the track is still greasy. So yeah, I don't really understand that. But what can I say? With nearly 3 hours on the books already, Alex, I don't know about you, but I think it's time we take a very, very well-deserved break and head over to our new broadcasters. Stay tuned, guys. We're not going anywhere. We will still be on the stream, but we're going to have some ad breaks. We're going to take a little 5 minutes to ourselves. We'll head back with an immersion break, and we will see you very, very shortly.
One of the biggest challenges for scientists working to cure brain tumours is something called the blood-brain barrier. So, what is the blood-brain barrier?
Well, quite simply, it's a layer of tightly packed cells that help protect the brain from harmful substances, like viruses, bacteria and chemicals, which flow through the blood vessels.
This barrier of cells lines the walls of blood vessels in the brain, acting like a security system. There's just one problem. The barrier is so good at keeping things out of the brain, it makes it really difficult for life-saving medicine to get in and work to defeat the brain tumour. So what can we do about it?
Well, at the Brain Tumour Charity, we're funding specific research projects to try and overcome this major hurdle. One project involves something called nanotubes. Nanotubes are tiny needle-shaped carbon structures that you can load special gene-editing proteins onto. These nanotubes could then carry therapies across the blood-brain barrier.
Another exciting project the Brain Tumour Charity has funded focuses on glioblastoma and is researching substances called hydrogels. Hydrogels are designed to store and release drugs. During surgery, once most of the tumour has been removed, the hydrogel can be applied locally to the surgical site. The aim is that the hydrogel will kill any tumour that could not be removed. In this way, the drugs bypass the blood-brain barrier.
For both of these approaches though, it's still early days and being able to cross the blood-brain barrier will be key to their success.
We wanted to have children. Obviously it was a little bit of a surprise when we had twins. I laughed, you cried.
Boys are 3 now, they turned 3 in November, but back when they were just starting to learn to talk and things like that, they'd had like a secret little language between the pair of them, wouldn't they? So one of them would talk and then the other one would crack up laughing. You never think it's going to be your child. It's just something that you can't take in and then. It's like your whole world's come crashing down. The sickness started early hours of the morning, between 2 and 6 a.m. without fail. We knew he was going to be sick again. We saw 5 healthcare professionals in total, didn't we? Including the walk-in centre as well. And they all put it down to reflux. He really wasn't himself at all. He'd also hold on to objects as if to gain his balance and tell us that he felt wobbly on his feet or in his head he was feeling wobbly.
So after a couple of weeks of us not really being happy with the diagnosis of what the doctors and nurses had said, we decided to take him to Lincoln County A&E on the 2nd of February. And a couple of doctors saw us and then one junior doctor said that he wanted to check the structure of James's brain. So he ordered an emergency CT scan. It was on that evening that we found out that he had a mass on the brain.
I don't think James would have progressed as much as he has done without Joshua by his side. The first time James smiled was when Joshua had gone to visit him at hospital after surgery. The first time James wanted to walk as well, it was to get off the sofa to go and play with Joshua. It would take us and the physios at the hospital days at a time to get James to do any sort of exercise. And then it seemed that the minute we were back at home, Joshua would be getting him to do the exercises almost instantly. You sort of find a new normal way of life that works for you, but it does involve scans and appointments and checkups.
At first it was horrible and it felt that you were just getting ripped apart. And slowly you just build it back together again.
I'm playing with hide and seek. This game is funny.
Is it funny? Is it making you laugh?
Welcome back to continuing coverage here live on the sim grid of the Next Gen Racing 12 Hours of Silverstone, raising money for the Brain Tumour Charity. Alex Goldschmidt and David Christie, your commentators, all the way through the next 9 or so plus hours. We've been going strong since about 10:30 this morning. It's just gone past 3 o'clock UK time, 4 p.m. Central European time. Target at the moment still at £2,000. It has been further extended from the 1,500 that we hit earlier. And currently, David, we are 83.8% of target on £1,676.26. Great work so far by the entire community. Quite a lot of... we've even had the Rennwelten guys actually putting that... they put on... now, we're going to go back to a replay. Now, this is between Zoltatov and Dalking. Now, this is going into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. And then we saw the Aston Martin literally go off the circuit. Now, this is... Oh, now, there was a bit of a move there from Zoltatov. Oh! And Dalking went towards the outside to come through Chapel. And that sent the car exiting stage right and hitting the barriers.
The prosecution rests its case, your lords. Yeah, look, for me, the car in front had a huge wobble. Yeah, I can see a very unpopular but significant penalty coming the way, and yeah, difficult to say. But I mean, come on, all praise to Phil Foton, the 25. I mean, he's only down to 17th after that. We thought that was going to be it. He was going to be out of the race. Excuse me, ignore me. I've just realised I'm talking absolute nonsense. It was Leonard Dalking that was caught up in that one. So, is the Aston Martin actually out of the race then after that contact?
No, I think the Aston's still running at the moment. But look at this battle we've got here. We've got Rantala in the number 100, turn 1, Aston Martin battling away with James Warren. Now, this is for what is P5 in GT4, and Rantala looked up the inside but has got the 96 SideMax Motorworks car just behind. Oh, Warren goes off the circuit. Oh, and that allows a very easy place for Rantala in the 100 Aston Martin to now take what is P5. We have seen... we saw a great battle between Schwaber and Warren earlier on. That was the 969 Harvey Racing BMW M4 GT4. So James Warren now trying to do what he can to try and get back up close and personal to Rantala in the number 100 car. So again, we're seeing battles all the way up and down the order. And look, there is Schwab. That's Daniel Schwaber from Germany up ahead. He's not that far in front of Rantala and Warren, and you can now see that's the car that Andreas Messer was piloting just a few moments ago. He's trying to get through all of this. It's in all honesty here, but one of the team that is really doing a great great bit of work at the moment is the 302, and that is that's got the likes of Sergio Mendes, Michael Martin, Simon Speth and Alex Leif. They're closing on the 137 Team Cake car, and that has currently got Alice Horton behind the wheel. The pair are just currently separated by just over 2 seconds for P2 and GT4 at this moment in time.
Yeah, and if you have just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, here's a very quick recap of what has just happened over the past 3 hours. The first hour was dominated by the first 20 minutes of contact. Oh my goodness me! Cars off left, right and centre. That's Niels van der Kekel, and that's the Team Cake car as well. That's the 137 of Team Cake. That is, I believe, is that Alice Horton that's in that car? But Team Cake, it's Alice Horton, and they were quite significantly up in the GT4 battle. That is not going to help their case whatsoever. So just to remind you, what we were saying there is that if you have just joined us, hour one dominated by a crazy manic first 20 minutes. Contact left, right and centre. Drivers just treated it like a 30-minute sprint race, never mind a 12-hour race. Things finally settled down as the first pit stops rolled in. Then we had the good old British staple every single time. rain. If you ever come to Britain, that's what you're in store for. So we had a good shower of rain that took us for about an hour and a half. The track then started to dry up, and we started to see the lap times tumble. As soon as the track went to greasy, we saw all hell kicking off left, right and centre through the GT3s, through the GT4s, but it is still about Tobin Lee at the front. Very briefly, there was a moment where it was changing from wet to dry, where the number 39 Yaroslav or Jardier community car was catching up. But as soon as Valentin Barrier got behind the car, and as soon as Tobin Lee got behind the wheel and those dry tyres came on, it's really been the McLaren that started to stretch its legs and extend that gap. It was down to 10 seconds, it's now up to 32 seconds. We ride back on board with Niels van de Kekelt. And what a cracking battle we've got. He's already dispatched of Truffle on that corner there. He's onto the back of the number 94. That is the Virtual Life Experience car of Ethan Faulkner. And look at this, it's going to be out to the outside of Village. Sweeps it back in. They're going to go side by side towards the loop. And around the outside goes Niels van de Kekelt. Has he got the move done? It's so close because they've still got entry to come right just now, and it's a 3-car battle as they go down to the Wellington Straight. It's Ferrari. This is awesome action, and wow, you just cannot put anything between these 3 cars.
Yeah, you've got Thomas Truffo behind the wheel of the 888, so it's 3 prancing horses from the Maranello stable. Also interesting point from Marek Vons, because he's part of the TPC sim racing crew, that TPC have actually in their last stint has made their way from P6 in class to P2 in class. So a really good bit of work at the moment from the likes of Sergio Mendes. Simon Speth was in the car a bit earlier on, but this 3-way prancing horse battle now makes its way through into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, with Faulkner, Van der Kekelt and Truffo battling away. The trio covered by less than 0.6 of a second. And look at the battle picture in picture. Daniel Schwabe now coming under fire from the number 100, and that is of Turn 1 Pro. That's Santeri Rantola, not too far behind, as they are making their way through into Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. Oh, these battles are really intensifying. I think the pin has been pulled on the grenade, David, and the grenade's been thrown to Silverstone, and everyone's had to duck out of the crossfire as all the NSN car slightly gets in the way of Faulkner there, but Niels van der Kekelt had actually tried to make the move through, got the job done. And so the Ginetta gets out of the way of Faulkner and Truffo, as Truffo goes exiting stage left, coming out of Vale. That was very close indeed for the 888 Ferrari. But now Schwabe can see some Aston Martin Vantage GT4 headlights in his rear view mirrors, and that's where we're now going to focus a bit of concentration on right now.
Yeah, Rantala doing everything that he can to try and keep ahead of the cars behind him, but he is desperately catching on to Schwabe in the 969 machine. You can see him just up there. That thing's looking really nice. I've always got a soft spot for BMWs. Oh, and this is all kicking off again. Porsches in the mid-stair, GT4 cars getting in the way of this battle here. And wow, these Ferraris really are not taking any prisoners right now, Alex, are they?
I've just seen the Calmo has just been given a 5-second penalty. Now, I'm not too sure how race control has seen the incident between him and Zoldatov, as we now go with Faulkner. Has had, that is Truffo barging his way through going into Copse Corner. That's brave. But a little bit of contact there. I mean, thing is, if that was a turnaround at Copse Corner, that would have been a very hairy moment for Eamon Faulkner in the number 94. But the 888 car of VIG Project Strato, you know, they had Andrea De Santis in that car as the Mercedes GT4 gets a little bit of bumping there, as there is an Aston Martin coming in there as well. That's the 192. That is the Aston Martin, I believe, of that is of Samuele Spoto, trying to factor in now. So an Italian crew in an Aston Martin, as Faulkner looking to try and just close the door off going through into Vale and into Club. But Simone Spoto not having much of this at the minute, and it looks like is that our favourite little Bentley just behind? That looks to be the case. The widest peepo Happy car in the 696 as they go flying through into Abbey, and now the track is at full racing speed. The track has dried out. The track temperature. We're now at 7 p.m, close to 7 p.m. on the server. It is a 2 times multiplier on the server, so we're running this. So we're going to go all the way through the night in the space of a 12-hour race. And a little bit further down in the picture-in-picture, I think Santeri Rantala is just behind the number 66 GTWR female team. That's the 66 McLaren. They are currently running in. I'm just having a look down the leaderboard on the timing. They've got Sarah Johnson behind the wheel in that car at this particular moment in time, and they've also had the likes of Yvonne van den Berg from the Netherlands and also Sarah Dove in there already. And so the good thing is it's great to see the depth and breadth of the drivers from the sim grid, as we're now on board with Martin Grady on the 889 Bentley, closing on Benedetti in the 101, and this is for position. So these drivers now trying to make their way through Aintree. David, this is another great showing that with the track now coming to the cars, some cars will start to thrive, and others might have, if they've gone onto the dry tyres a bit too early, could there be a sign of degradation as Martin Grady trying to go around the outside of Benedetti? Is that going to work going through Brooklands and into Woodcote? Well, pretty much the case. Oh my goodness me. Martin Grady making us both have the defibrillators on standby right now. So at this particular moment, there are a couple of incident penalties given. So the first one is to the number 28 Jean Alesi car. Some slight contact between them and the 57 on lap 83, and also the driving between cars 995, which is the ambassadors from Rennwelten GT4 car, and the GTWR 157 Lamborghini Huracan on lap 77, a 5-second time penalty for over-aggressive driving. So these drivers having to watch their P's and Q's. Race control have been very, very busy so far. As now we go on board with Santeri Rantala, and just up ahead is Daniel Schwaber, as they've got, that looks to be the number 57. The like and subscribe team just up ahead with Konstantin Soldatov just behind the wheel. They're now going through into Village, then into the left-hander at the loop. So some great camera angles here, as we're actually on the roof cam of the Aston Martin AMR Vantage so far, and Sergio Mendes still is trying to close on Kaminsky in the 995 ambassadors for Rennwelten Porsche. So it's a Porsche 1-2 in GT4 with the number 137 of Team Cake. As moment there for Daniel Schwaber going through into Brooklands, went a bit wide. Santeri Rantala put it up the inside, now to the outside, and that looks to be the Jean Alesi car, the number 28 just behind. Threaded the eye of the needle there. That was craziness, going through into Brooklands and then into Woodcote and Luffield. Mamma mia, mercy me, the Jean Alesi esports crew. There's the number 211 car, the JLo crew. That's got Michael Tauscher behind the wheel, and that was a bit more reserved, I think, for the 211 Porsche there.
Alex, what is going on? All of these cars are just like, they don't care anymore. They're just knocking lumps out of each other. It's brilliant. Happily have some more of this. Right, Andrea Capoccia in the YAS Heat machine in the Mercedes, trying to chase down that Porsche, the 101 of Benedetti in the now that is, let's see, Benedetti in the 101 Porsche. Just having a look at how well that car is doing right now, because I mean, all the way up into the top 10, with the fact that Capoccia has got a 15-second penalty on this next pit stop as well. John Sherritt just into the pits as well, by the way. what a cracking job that they're doing just now.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's. Oh, and now Alice Horton. I think I've just heard has just got a drive-through penalty. But Capoccia going racing around the outside of the Alpine, the PPR Esports car, the number 2, and that's being piloted by James Warren. No fear, no foul there, and Benedetti now comes under fire. Round the outside goes the Mercedes, going into Village, now into the left-hander at the loop. This is a battle for ninth. Oh, Capoccia blindside, bangs into the side of Benedetti. And, Capoccia, I think, just literally was treading on eggshells going into Village and then into the loop, and that was definitely more than Rubbings racing there.
Oh, well, straight to the scene of the accident, I think, for Capoccia on that one. And I've got a feeling that 15-second time penalty might be getting extended just an ever slight smidge. But Benedetti manages to just brush that one off and head through. Dalcamo getting a 5-second penalty for that earlier contact. We only saw we only saw like one angle from that replay. So again, just have to take Race Control's word for it. It looked like Soldatov did have a huge wobble coming through Maggots and Beckett's, and that was what caused Dalcamo to be able to get right to the side. But again, who knows? But Dalcamo doing a cracking job though of catching up on that gap. That gap last time round was about 8 seconds. It's now it's up slightly as he goes through traffic, but yeah, I think he'll be on the back of Konstantin Soldatov very quickly. But let's have a word with John Monroe, because 5th place for him right now. Him and Ross McGregor have done a fantastic job so far, Alex.
Yeah, they have indeed. But I think they should have a third driver, that car, and that is Ibrahim Khan, who actually qualified for them. So Ibrahim, I think, has yet to turn a corner here in full race conditions. But yeah, great run by them at the moment, up to P5. They qualified towards the mid-pack in GT3. So, and look at this battle now. Now this is Tobias Pfeffer. And this is Joachim Stensens that's behind the wheel of the number 69. And then we go to the battle between Dalcamo and Tauscher. Now this is for position. Oh, that's Brave going through Brooklands. Now into the right-hander at Woodcote, which will then expand out, become Luffield. It's just... I just cannot believe how quickly this... we're now, what, nearly 3.5 hours into this race, David. That feels like only a third of that time has gone away. Like literally about an hour and 10 minutes. That's what it feels like. I can't believe how quickly this race has gone by.
I can't even remember that wet period now. It just feels like it's always been dry. It's been erased from my memory.
Yeah, I think it's a bit like Strangers in the Night. They keep on missing each other. But obviously we've got one of those things where you never know what's going to happen. I mean, we're now, the first thing we've got, the track temperature has dropped 10 degrees from the start of the race just under 3.5 hours ago. And when we go into night time, I think we're going to hit single digits. The cloud cover with some clear sky up ahead, that's going to be quite interesting. I think it just depends on if we still have these optimum conditions. As the number 69 has a bit of a moment there, and Tobias Pfeffer up the inside. That's going through Village and into the loop, and now through Aintree, and the Lamborghini gets the head of the BMW. Still 3.5 hours completed, and these drivers are going on at each other's throats like it was absolutely nothing. I mean, who needs Casino when you got the likes of Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci and all that lot?
Has somebody put some fighting juice in the water here? Because now everything's getting all a little bit scrappy, and everyone, honestly, I don't understand. It's like they were all fine and just keeping themselves to themselves during the wet, but as soon as it gets dry again, they're like, squaring up to everybody and wanting to fight with everyone on almost every single corner. I absolutely love it. I'm definitely not complaining here. I'm just like, maybe that's why I just cannot remember the wet period.
It was sort of like a passing, fleeting moment, wasn't it? To be honest with you. But here's the number 211. 211 car still closing on Dalcamo. So these at the moment, Dalcamo coming under fire still from Michael Tauscher. And this battle has yet to abate as Tauscher gets a good run coming through Maggots. Now into Beckett. This is going to be rather hairy. It depends on how good a run the Porsche gets out of Chapel Curve and down towards Stowe. As you can just see, Dalcamo getting a bit compromised by the back marker just up ahead, one of the Chevrolet Camaros. But then Tauscher gets a really good run. Now down the hangar straightaway, going into towards Stowe corner. Now, you and I have both seen it where people have either gone round the outside or they've done the old M&M trick, as I'm now going to call it. They go round the outside, and we've seen that quite a few times, especially with those that remember the first time that David and I worked together here on the Sim Grid. It was on the Silverstone British Classics.
I'm sorry, I'm just still speechless. You managed to get an M&M reference in there. That is impressive. Alex Goldschmidt, take a bow, my friend. That is awesome. I love it. Yeah, look, joking aside, yeah, it is. It's a very, very possible place to get the move done, but not when you're as far back as Tauscher is at the moment. And I say at the moment because look at the pace that he has got on Dalcamo, on Leonardo Dalcamo here. It's just a case of moving the car back, letting it get a little chance to breathe, and then just pulling the trigger. You know, you have to keep that momentum going. You don't want to be compromised by any GT4 cars. Have a look at that in the background. That's the number 25, isn't it? The Audi trying to unlap themselves with Phil Vitt, and it's been a bit of a disastrous day at the races for them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, especially with what drama we saw befell Wolf Matuszka, to be honest with you. There's actually Harry in the HSH Racing 148 Mercedes-AMG GT4. For those wondering why the timing screen is showing the little blue bits in the corner, that's for GT4 designation. So just gives you all an idea of what's happening there. Michael Tauscher still looking racy, going through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. This battle is far from over, and it's always a case of who's going to pick out of these two first, David. And now you can just see the amount of dust being kicked up by both cars as they go through the Exeter Chapel curve. And there's Phil Vitt still just behind, down in 23rd position is the pink performance car. But still, Benedetti's now pitted, so that's unlocked Capoccia in the 149 Mercedes, and that's the YAS Heat car. And there's Jan Kaminski still leading the GT4 class. It was pole position for the SimSport Solutions Positive Perception car, which is currently sitting in 10th position, and that now has Mark Raddenberry behind the wheel. But Kaminski and Mendes in the two Porsches really putting the frighteners on the rest of the GT4 class, because at the end of the day they are just running away with this, aren't they, David?
That's 100% the case, Alex, and again, it's just a case of that they just have to race their own race. They have to focus on what they're doing and not worry too much about the cars around them. I mean, obviously, we will keep an eye on that GT4 battle that is still raging on, but to be honest with you, I think that's going to be more a battle of pit stop and strategy rather than on the track as well, because you've only got the 15 GT4s at the moment and such a varying level of the pace that they've got just now. It is 100% going to be on who gets the moves done off track as much as on track as well. Just watching Tauscher here trying to catch up with the 28 of Dalcamo, but it looks like a little bit of a gap opening up there just now as we still see. I've got to be honest, I think Phil Vitt's going to manage to unlap himself here. The pace that he's got right now is looking very promising.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, if Phil Vitt's got the pace in that car, David, as Andrea Benedetti now gets past Eamon Faulkner for position, and that is for 13th place. You know, now seeing the likes of Grady Capoccia now pitting. Capoccia's now serving 15 seconds penalty in that box, and the likes of Dalking and Foton will also have to serve their respective 5 and 15-second time penalties when they come in next for the pits. So realistically, it's this track is really rubbering in well, and the times they are dropping, but they're not dropping to the extent that we saw in the early foray of the race. Well, apart from the likes of Tobin Lee and Valentin Barrier, who are now 40 seconds apart of each other. At this 45 seconds or so, because Barrier's just had a bit of a difficult lap, I think. Lost a lot of problems, and it seems like we had a problem with the with Griffax Engineering. Apparently, I've heard that they've had to drop out. They dropped out within the first hour of the race. So that is the first crew that unfortunately has dropped out, and that was the number 11. That would have had the likes of William Hendrickson, Ivan Shermatinsky, Matthias Egger, and also Fulvio Barozzini. So that crew, unfortunately, only making the first hour. We're now going to go to a replay. Now, this is the turn 1 car with Rentala. You've got Schwaber just behind. You've then got Neuselings just up ahead. So just keep your eyes on the 62 BMW. That's the G2 eSports car just behind. Oh, slightest of touch and sends Rantala spinning, and that allows Schwaber to get the position back. Oh, again, this point is just seems to be the bane of our existence of explaining to people what happens when you get a GT3 having a rapid closing speed rate on a GT4 car, and the GT3 makes a mistake, and then all of a sudden, whoops.
Yeah, and that's a significant cost to the 100's Turn 1 Pro car. What I would say in the Turn 1 Pro car's defence is, hats off to them, holding the brakes, making sure they waited till everyone's passed, and then just rejoining and getting back on with it. Grand scheme of things, 8 hours, 25 minutes left to go. They'll be able to recover that 10-15 seconds lost, no problem. As we see Andrea Benedetti fighting it out with Spoto there. What a move up. That was classy stuff there from Andrea Benedetti in the GTWR charity race car. That was really nice move there. Yeah, more of that, please.
Yeah, very much the case, and you can just see how fast these drivers are just going around this circuit. And Alice in the chat saying, Team Cake hanging on in there. What a race so far. We couldn't agree more with that particular statement right there. As there's Aonori Rose in behind the wheel of the number 56 John Alesi Esports Academy McLaren 720S GT3, making her way through into Abbey. And look, the battle for 23rd very much heated up. Aonori Rose looking rather racy today here on this particular event here at Silverstone. Credit to her and Mia for doing a fantastic job so far.
Yeah, it's been a sterling performance. It's no less than we'd expect to see from them. Absolutely dominant, the pair of them, through the SimGrid's More Female Racers Championship that we just wrapped up a couple of weeks ago. And yeah, definitely holding their own down there. And again, it might look like, you think, 24th place, that's not very good. But the whole point of it is, Alex, is about keeping yourself in that contention for the final 2-3 hours. Let's see what happens there. If we're into the top 15, if we're into the top 10 by that point, who knows what's going to happen.
Stephen Robbins in the CRN Lucid Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 now going toe-to-toe with the number 65 Lexus, which has got Shod behind the wheel. So that is a rather interesting battle for the place, and it looks like Robbins has actually got through. So Shot looks to have made a slight mistake. Marcel Fusi, Mr. Super Saturday himself is on the grid as well in the number 97 car. So Marcel Fusi getting his fair share of action here at the Silverstone 12 hours. And it looks like we have got one driver now in the pit lane. And that is Michael O'Brien. British GT racer, has been racing with McLaren. He's also raced in GT4, and this is his first stint. So that McLaren looking look at the amount of rubber pickup on the side of that McLaren with the amount of aero that are on these GT3 machines. Luca Burke now pits, James Parker now pits, Zahir Essa now pits as well. So this means that Michael O'Brien comes out in second place, and back into the lead once again is Fabrizio Crestani in the 191 Racing Line Motorsport Charity Bentley. So the 191's been doing an absolutely stellar job, and there is the Italian on your screens right now. Valentin Barrier from France in the Jardier Community Car down in 39th position. Zoldatov rounds out the top 6 as Ibrahim Khan has now taken over from John Monroe in the 23 Sancho Simsport Ferrari 488 GT3, and it's Ormac Ryan Meenan. And then also you've got Capoccia now just outside of the top 10. He's in 13th place, closing down on the 157 GTWR Lamborghini of Tobias Pfeffer. They're about 0.6 of a second apart at the moment as we head back to Crestani. Now, Capoccia's got that gap down to just under 3.5 of a second in the meantime. We've now exceeded, and now we go to that battle as the HSH Racing car now gets out of the way, but Capoccia in the 149 closing at this particular moment in time. You can just see David again. YAS Heat, they've been sort of there or thereabouts, as Mark Neuslings breathes a sigh of relief in the chat, saying, "Oh, that was my first 90 minutes. I'm knackered." Well, Mark, hopefully, let's see if you get put in for another stint. But this battle here between GTWR and YAS Heat, this is for 12th position.
And that's the case in point with this one. This battle's going to rage on as many of the other battles are going to keep going. We can see Hendrik Sarwas having to defend tooth and nail right now from the 666. That is, of course, the SimSport Solutions / Positive Perception. That's the teammate, of course, of Mark Neutlings, who we just saw you speaking to there. This is Mark Gradenberry that's trying to catch him up just now. I think that gap's gone out a little bit. And while you were saying we saw some of the simpler liveries on display, Alex, I've got to be honest, I absolutely love this Pop Gymnastic livery right now. That is so funky, and yeah, I definitely approve of that.
Yeah, it's not as bright as the old. If you want brightness on a livery, forgetting Ivan Chermatinsky's Camaro at Alton Park in the GT4s just over a week ago. The Man Filter GT3s that run in the Alesi GT Masters. But yeah, I must admit, there is some creativity around this grid for liveries, and yeah, that looks like something you'd probably find in from sort of like the 80s, a bit of matte dark paint, and then a lot of bright colours alongside it.
For sure, and this is just going to be an awesome display. We've spoken quite a few times of the liveries today. Was that John Monroe just going absolutely flying up the inside there? I think it was. We've got the McLaren there as well. But yeah, look, the great thing about this is the creativity that we get to see from the community here. A lot of these drivers will be running liveries or paint schemes for their team. Some of them even have special, just one-off liveries just for today. And I love that. I love that folk that are good with graphic design can get an outlet and make some very, very impressive looking skins.
Yeah, very, very, very true indeed. And it's just one of those things where look, there's an orange cone out on the international pit straight. Someone's definitely given that an exit stage right onto the track itself. But yeah, I mean, it's just brilliant. The amount of creativity, the amount of people that have taken so much time over these liveries, as we know, going back on board with Andrea Capoccia from YAS Heat. Closing in on GTWR's number 157 Lamborghini of Tobias Pfeffer. They've got the number 79 NSN car just up ahead. And, that was close for Tobias Pfeffer. That was going around the outside of Club. Oh my goodness me, as they were heading literally making their way through. Denise Pope was behind the wheel of that NSN Ginetta at that particular moment in time, as Capoccia's looking to the left, looking to the right of Tobias Pfeffer. Now they're going through into Village, now into the left at the loop. And we have seen it before where YAS HEAT got a penalty a little bit earlier on for a moment, and that was with the 101 with Benedetti. But Capoccia looking to make amends for any incidents that have happened earlier on. You could just see that even... Look at it from this perspective. The car in front has got a 5.2 litre naturally aspirated V10, and then we've got a V8 4 litre turbocharged engine in that Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. A hell of a lot of difference, and with the naturally aspirated engine, you know that you can get the real punch coming out of the corners with the torque, but then the turbo, when the anti-lag kicks in, that car can then start stretching its legs.
I was very tempted to do a turbo sound there on here, but I've kind of thought better of it. We'll maybe save the viewers that one. But yeah, like that's exactly it. The turbo car, and that's the great thing about GT3 is that obviously with the balanced performance, they try and keep the cars as neutral as possible. However, as always, you're going to have different strengths and different weaknesses. So with the Mercedes, I think, give that thing a straight line, and it is an absolute rocket ship. No doubt about that. However, into the tight, twisty technical parts of the circuit, it's a different case. Yes,
as you've got the picture-in-picture once again, as Tobias Pfeffer coming under fire once again from YAS HEAT, Andrea Capoccia, and this is where this can make or break a race. An overtake required. The team will sort of be saying, right, okay, just bide your time. We saw that with Jardier earlier on, didn't we? Where it's just about just being strategic, not rushing. And now, in the background from Sarwas, you've got Mark Gradenbury, you've then got Jamie Shaw, then you've got Filippo Caneo. Oh my goodness me! Oh, that was the PPR Esports car, the number 2 Alpine, and Capoccia's. I think that there was definitely a code brown for the PPR Esports Alpine right there, because Capoccia and Pfeffer going side by side into Brooklands. Capoccia trying to chance it around the outside of the Lamborghini into the next right at Woodcut. Can Capoccia get the switchback, or is he going to use that sheer grunt of that Mercedes to try and get past the V10 Lamborghini? Not on this particular occasion, as they now exit Woodcut down into the Luffield. But Capoccia's not letting Pfeffer breathe at all. Pfeffer goes to the right, Capoccia to the outside. This is going through Cops Corner. Oh my goodness me, Capoccia. Oh, this is what we want. This is what we want. We don't want people knocking 7 shades out of each other. As Rantala nearly gets a fright as they go through Maggots and Beckett's. You know, that was full commitment from Pfeffer and Capoccia. But that's what we want. We want people to have great battles, and this is what I love about Simbrid. When we get a battle like this, that's worth screaming about.
Oh, it's absolutely is. It was so much fun watching that. It's almost like the two of them squaring up to each other as they come down the straight there, given absolutely nothing between the two of them. And how entertaining is that? Capoccia with it all to do again, catching up onto the back of the Lamborghini of Tobias Pfeffer. Awesome stuff. And yeah, I think this is essentially the back in the corners, getting the old Mithrin out, putting the gum shield back in, ding ding, round 2.
It's like Apollo Creed versus Rocky Balboa all over again. But I have to give a big shout out to Sharon from the events team at the Brain Tumour Charity. Lovely comment from her. This is brilliant. A massive thank you for everyone taking part. Also everyone behind the scenes, and well, we've just been called amazing, you and I, courtesy of Sharon being the commentators, and she said it is fantastic to have such incredible support. Sharon, a big thank you to you and everyone at the Brain Tumour Charity. It's a real pleasure, a real privilege to be able to commentate on what's been such a fantastic event so far. Where's the time gone, David? Where has it gone? We're nearly into the end of hour 4. My goodness me.
Wait, what? We've got another 8 hours of this? What? Honestly, this has just been epic racing. We've had it all. We've had thrills, chills, we've had wet weather, we've had shenanigans, you name it, we've had it.
Yeah, and there's still plenty to come. Still plenty to come. It's just one of those things where, you know, these drivers, it's one of those things where you can expect really good battling. Because Herka now going against Shahin in the number 4 car, and this is actually 4th position. And they're not too far behind Niels Nuyux from the 62 GT BMW M8. Yeah, my apologies. The fact is, it's not a turbo on the Mercedes. Why am I'm thinking of the Aston Martin, because that's got a 4-litre V8 in it. Oh, you see, my knowledge is... We've been... What was it now? That's been a long time. We started since 10:30 or so this morning. It's been a long day. So it is still a 6.3-litre V8. So it was naturally aspirated versus naturally aspirated. So 6.3-litre V8 Mercedes engine and a 5.2-litre V10 Lamborghini engine. Still, both have got quite a lot of torque in the bottom end. But, you know, at the end of the day, with the Evo changes... you know, the Lamborghini still has the power on that car, doesn't it? You know, that's... I think that's only one of the only V10 car that I actually know of that's still going in GT3s as of this day. A lot of it, you know, is either V10, V6 or V8. I mean, obviously the Honda NSX is a V6 turbo, if memory serves me correctly. But you know, there's still some great machinery in this class, isn't there, David?
For sure. I mean, all you have to do is look at our from my personal interest, you know, our very own Sandy Mitchell in British GT, where he won the British GT Championship in the Lamborghini. Now he's a factory Lamborghini driver. And it's fantastic to see. And look, for me as a kid, right, Lamborghini was an iconic machine. You know, you think of the Diablo, for instance, and that shape, that it just screams like this is a car that I want to own when I grow up. And having it in GT3 alongside the Merc, alongside the Ferrari, alongside the Bentley and the Porsche, it's an icon. It deserves to stay there, and you know, more power to it.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is obviously Automobili Lamborghini had the likes of ex-Ferrari F1. Well, he is, I think, I'm not too sure if he's still the CEO. Stefano Domenicali took over from Stefan Winkelmann, who was head of Lamborghini for quite a time. But obviously Stefano's back in Formula 1. The reason why Lamborghini was created was because the guy that originally founded Lamborghini went to buy a Ferrari, wasn't quite happy with the sales process, and decided, well, I'm going to build a car that I want. And then all of a sudden started selling it to the public. You know, we had the Countach, the Gallardo, the Diablo, the Miura. The Gallardo was also the basis of the Heiter Engineering RX3 GT3, which competed in Blancpain over the years. But then, of course, the Huracanes, you know, and of course the other car that we see with the Lamborghini is the fantastic Super Trofeo that we have seen a couple of times on the Super Saturdays, haven't we?
Yeah, and it's a very, very welcome addition to the grid, and I just hope we continue to see it. Obviously, in the seasons coming up, it's done very. It's not like it's just in there to make up the numbers. Incredible racing pedigree, but yeah, have a look at this. Capoccia weaving side to side, looks to the left, looks to the right, jigs back out, thinks better of it. This is through Copse, and it's surely going to be a run. Oh, side by side, going in through to Maggots and Beckett's. 2-1 doesn't go. Capoccia has to think better of it. Pfeffer picks it up again, takes that lead in 11th place, but Capoccia is waiting. He's biding his time now. It's going to be on to the straight here. It's of course going to be on to the Hangar straight. Capoccia is going to have the toe. Oh my goodness, Alex, this is going to be all on the run down to Stowe.
Yeah, we'll have to see as Capoccia looks again to the outside, going through Stowe corner. Tobias Pfeffer keeping the Mercedes at bay. Oh, this is getting close. Capoccia is going to send it. Look, there he goes round the outside going in, but he's going to lose a bit of momentum carrying through, and Tobias Pfeffer just planted the car exactly where he needed to. I have to give it a 12 out of 10 for Andrea Capoccia for effort, but on execution, I think the judges might score a 7 on that one, unfortunately.
Without being too harsh, I think the noise I would make is. I mean, look at that noise right on the back end of Tobias Pfeffer already. Capoccia so strong in that Merc. Now, am I saying things, or is the battle for second and third place hotting up? Is it just 2 seconds between the two of them?
Yeah, that's got Marek Shins behind the wheel of the 191 Bentley from Racing Line Motorsport, and he's about 2.6 seconds behind Valentin Barrier in the number 39 Jardier community car, and that's Bentley versus Bentley, and that's been holding steady for the last few laps. Danilo Santoro behind the wheel. Oh, now there was a car off. Now that was someone off at Cops. That was Benedetti. The 101 has dropped it from P8. And that has promoted the likes of Danilo Santoro, who's got Cormac Ryan Meenan breathing down his rear diffuser at the minute. And the thing is that Benedetti's going to be embroiled in this battle that has already been heating up, and I'm just waiting for what's happened with between Pfeffer and Capoccia. And look, there it is. He's just ahead of them. So Benedetti now rounds out the top 10. And obviously, with that kind of moment going through Cops, that could really have blunted the tyres on that 101 Porsche, especially if there's a flat spot, because that driver will then be feeling, if he's got force feedback set up on his rig, the biggest thing is that they're going to feel every single undulation, vibration that's unsettling those tyres right now, David. And that's not what you want in a race where we're nearly 4 hours in, sunset now coming in here at Silverstone, and look at the GT4 traffic. This is
wild.
And look, Capoccia's got a real opportunity now as the GT4. Capoccia got a little bit of attack from that GT4, possibly, or just got compromised coming out of the corner. Capoccia was so lucky with that one.
Oh, if that's your idea of luck, Alex. Oh, I don't want to know what bad luck is, but yeah, look, that has cost him massively.
I know what bad luck is, David. That'd be off and into the barriers. That's real bad luck.
No, that's just me diving.
Captain Slow, I presume.
Yes. You'll notice that I didn't get an invite into this race for good reason.
Well, but at least the main thing is you did pretty well, mate. Myself and Lewis McGlade were really, really pleased with how you got on. As it looks like things are changing all the time. Niels Noyox has just been lapped by the leader. So all the way up to 12th position, which is Capoccia. And look, Benedetti being closed in on by Tobias Pfeffer on this particular occasion. We're back in the... I'm looking at some of the lap times. Benedetti, all right, the first sector was where he lost it, coming out of Cops. He dropped well over 12 seconds in comparison with the drivers behind. There's Danilo Santoro, and there's the number 66 all-female crew just behind. Now, who's running in that car at the moment? That is Sarah Johnson. And 1.5 seconds between Marek Shins and also Valentin Barrier. Shins has actually just gone fastest of anybody in this race. We're on 116 laps at this particular moment in time. Marek Shins has just put in a 34.6 in the first sector. That's craziness at this particular part of the race. And also, again, David, the track is dropping in temperature. We're now down to 11 degrees Celsius, and also with the sunset coming in, server time now at 8:10 in the evening. It's going to be rather interesting how these drivers circumnavigate not just the traffic, but also the sunlight that's going to be coming through the front windscreens on these cars.
Yeah, it's a difficult challenge, especially for drivers that are in VR who might suffer it a little bit more than most. Of course, you can kind of look away, or you can turn the brightness down on your screen to prepare for that on triples or a single screen. But in VR, yeah, you're in for a bad time as that sun streaks through the window, especially if there's any dirt or grime on the the windscreen. But 8 hours left to go, Alex. Can you believe that we're a third of the way through the race and we've almost nearly hit £1,700? We're so tantalisingly close. Come on, guys, who is going to be the person that takes us over that £1,700?
I just direct your attention to this livery. Look at the look underneath the Focus badge on that number 7 Porsche. Now, there's a little story I've been informed about. So it's one of the it's Ryan who's currently behind the wheel of the car, and it's one of his friends who is suffering with brain cancer at the moment. So hence why they put him on. Yeah, so just going to.
I think it's moments like that, Alex, that really drum it home, isn't it? The whole human aspect to what we're doing today. Obviously, there's lots of charities do lots of fundraising events, and this is a thing that has a very real impact, a very real painful impact to not only the people that are suffering through this, but to their friends, their family, and their loved ones as well. And you know, days like this where we can, me and you, we're sitting here talking about a cracking sim race that's going on. People that are here are taking part in, you know, to them it's another sim race, but together, hopefully, it's some much needed funds for a very well deserved cause.
Yeah, and that is actually Ryan Ware's mate Harley, who is fighting a winning battle. And great to see the chat already responding. We give all our energy, our thoughts with Harley at this moment in time. Harley, fight the good fight. We're with you, buddy. Now we go to the battle for P2 as Marek Shins now closes on Valentin Barrier for second position. So it is a pair of Crew's finest, the Bentley Continental GT3 2018 variation, and Michael O'Brien in the number 26 Sancho Rocket Esports car up the road and is now on lap number 118. As we are now into the 5th hour of this race, just over 4 hours elapsed here on the sim grid. A big thank you to you all for tuning in as Barrier takes it very nice. And Harley Hallcroft has just responded. He says, thank you. Harley, it's our pleasure, my friend. You just keep fighting. We're with you 100% of the way. But Valentin Barrier looking very, very composed through Cops, whereas Shins was a little bit wider coming through the corner. And you can now see there's some back marker traffic I spot. So you got McLeod, and also that looks to be DeSantis has also, you know, and in many respects it's more a case of one of these battles is now. Oh, now that's the 252, the Energy Racing Team car, and I believe that's got Filippo Caneo behind the wheel. Slight impediment there for Marek Shins. But with the car that he's got under him, as Valentin Barrier gets past the number 32 X-Car Esports BMW M4 GT4, filtering his way through. Now this is into, and I mean, just you know what's really funny though, Capoccia, no matter how hard he tries, now this is down in 12th position. He's trying to get past the 101 of Benedetti. And today Capoccia has no luck in trying to get past cars at the moment, does he?
Yep, it's not happening whatsoever for Capoccia. Benedetti doing a cracking job of making that Porsche as wide as he possibly can right now, and it's just not happening whatsoever. So great job from them, and Capoccia going to have to try that little bit harder to send it round the outside. But I mean, let's have a little look back, Alex. We've got 7 3/4 hours to go in this race here. I mean, we've had a wild 4 hours. We've had a wild first third to the race, but what can we possibly see in the final 7 and a bit hours?
Well, I'm going to use one of my phrases that you eloquently stole from me one particular time here on SimGrid. You ain't seen nothing yet.
That's one of many, my friend. I steal all your good lines.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I think the thing is that there are so many different aspects of this race that, you know, we haven't been able to factor in because, firstly, now we've had a massive drop. Capoccia tags with Benedetti, and that's through the exit of the loop. No! No, that's Michael O'Brien. He just clashed with the leader. Oh my goodness me! Capoccia's just caused a domino effect, and I won't be at all surprised if there's some damage on that McLaren of Michael O'Brien.
I've got to be honest, though. I mean, that was all on the rejoin for that one. I don't understand what he was thinking there. There was just no need for that whatsoever.
Could have just held the brakes, waited, let O'Brien pass, and then go back on. But the thing is that the closing rate when you're a stationary car, and then you've got someone coming along like the speed that Michael O'Brien was doing. It's difficult, and yeah, I just think it was a poor attempt at a rejoin. It is down to race control to make the decision. But look at the front end of that Porsche; that's been absolutely mullered.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage, but meanwhile, Barry is still trying to hold on for that second place from Marek Schintz. The two Bentleys giving it large with 7 3/4 hours to go. And yeah, this is an awesome battle. Just watching the way that Schintz is putting him under so much pressure right now. Valentin Barrier in that big bad Bentley, soaking it up like a sponge. Chris Hallam pointing out some good social distancing from the virtual spectators there. Yeah, that's the case. I didn't see any masks though, my friend. That's we'll have to get on to Kyros for get that one sorted out. But joking aside, here's Marek Schintz. He's got the run. Surely they're going to be side by side going down into Stoke. It's going to be the battle of the late breakers. Never going to work. Great defensive driving there from Valentin Barrier. Marek Schintz has to regroup, has to think again and recompose himself. So again, back to the drawing board for Marek Schintz. It's going to be a matter of when he can make this move happen.
Yeah, definitely not a case of if, it's a case of when that move can be made. And your guess is as good as mine as to how that is going to transpire. With 7 hours and 52 minutes and 55 seconds left to go on the clock here. Let's have a look at this replay. Now, this will be from what happened earlier. Okay, Capoccia up the inside of Benedetti, tags the left rear. Okay, so that's one incident that will be under control, under governance from race control. But the one that I'm more interested in is, Barrier's coming under fire from Schintz once again. But then the HSH Mercedes just seems to be there at exactly the wrong moment for not just the GT3 cars, but also for the GT4s. Now we're going to go to the other replay. Now this is Michael O'Brien. So he's got the HSH. So he's had to avoid that car. He's gone off track. So he's had to avoid the GT4 car. Now going through into the right at Village. Now into the loop. There's Benedetti. What is Benedetti?
Oh, that's that.
He could have seen him a mile off. He
100%.
could have seen O'Brien a mile off. That's a bad rejoin.
Yeah, that's a terrible rejoin. That's one of the worst I've seen. And race control will haul him over the coals for that one, especially. I mean, that's bad enough, right, to disrupt the race like that. But when you consider that's the race leader, oh man, I do not want to be in their shoes when race control give them the call on that one. That is going to be huge when that one comes in. Potentially, again, that's just from my opinion, but yeah, difficult to not see that. However, Valentin Barrier and Marek Schintz still again side by side on the run down to Stowe. Schintz has got the inside line, has to make Barrier move to the outside. But again, there we go, finally gets it done. Marek Schintz into second place. What a move that was then from Barrier to make that move. Stick Schintz Shintz to get that position up into second place there, and he's now streaking away. Look at the gap that he's already got over Valentin Barrier. I wonder if tyres are actually a bit of a factor here, because Barrier really stand to drop back quite quickly, almost 0.2 of a second behind Marek Shintz. Meanwhile, this is already bringing the gap down to the leader. I think that looks like it, what was it, about 31 seconds, and it was 38 seconds behind O'Brien in the lead there, so I'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, back further down the order here, this is that's Benedetti, who's trying to keep a hold of Chris Hook. So Benedetti falling from grace in a massive way, all the way down into 13th place just now. Niles Nyox there, getting confirmation of a 10-second penalty added on to his time just now, but this is a cracking little battle that we've got going on right now for 13th and 14th position.
Yeah, still plenty of this race still to go. I cannot believe that there are drivers that are still trying to go toe to toe. We know it's not going to be won on the very first attempt. We know it's not going to be won on the second attempt. It's just the drivers are just trying to let's say get into that. So, you know, it swings and roundabouts. James Parker looks to have been in the pits for a little bit of time in the 889, as you've got Santoro in the Jean Alesi Aston Martin, the number 28, about 14 seconds adrift. So yeah, it's Barrier's not. I don't think Barrier's going to let Shintz get away with that second place. He's only about 9/10 off at the moment, but it just depends on how quickly you can, you know, take a lick and keep on ticking. And that's what Barrier's got to do. He's got to make sure that he can try and fight back. So we're now going to go to a replay. Now this is O'Brien we're on board with. So it's after the off-track excursion coming through. So yeah, we're just trying to get a replay there. A slight issue for our broadcaster Mike Yelf. Some issue there, trying to get the replay back up, but it was difficult because you know, O'Brien had already been compromised going through in towards Farm Curve Village. You know, he had that off-track excursion through the GT4 that he had to avoid, and he had no other choice, because it was either go one way and go 2 wheels off track, or go the other way, go all 4 wheels off track. That would have netted him a track cut. But yeah, it's quite difficult to, you know, anticipate what's going to happen if a driver's been compromised through another different situation that has then caused a domino rally effect. And that's exactly what we saw there between O'Brien and Benedetti, didn't we, David?
So what you're saying is we should get Michael O'Brien an apron or a bib for dealing with everybody else's mess, because he's having to clean his way through everyone else having problems here on the race. And that I mean, it was bad, but it could have been so much worse as well, and caused him quite a pile of misery. But you're absolutely right, he was compromised on that previous corner, came round and just got absolutely smacked.
Yeah. Now the sunlight is fast fading here at the home of British Motorsport, Silverstone, and certain parts of the circuit, so you're going to probably say maggots and Beckett's. You probably say like Vale. It just depends on where the sun's actually setting as you go on board with. Oh, that was the number 1 PPR esports car that just went sideways going through into Village. Caught the tail end of what might have happened there. So that's the team of Bosselier, Chmielewski, Vervoort and Rommel. So that was not what the number 1 PPR esports car wanted right there and then. You can see it now. This is going into Brooklyn, so coming down the Wellington Straight, they're going to literally see it right in front of them. So you're going to see into Club, into Vale, probably going, yeah, so and then it'll be sort of like coming through Aintree, down Wellington. Everywhere else on the circuit, you're going to see it in the rear view mirrors instead, David. And it's not as, it can be sometimes one of those things where you might get a little bit like saying, you know, just driving behind the wheel of your car normally. If you get the sunlight behind you, that can sometimes be a bit more intense than what you actually get coming straight into the front windscreen. But in a GT3 car and a GT4 car, one of the things they don't have is windscreen visors for the front of the car.
Yeah, that's right. You can't just sort of flip it down and cover yourself from what's going on there. That was confirmation just on screen there of a penalty between cars 162. That was about 28 laps ago on lap number 93. 10-second penalty. Oh, there you go. 26 and 101. That is the moment that we saw there. That was Andrea Benedetti and your race leader, Michael O'Brien. Stop and go. 30-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin. I'm going to say it right now. He has gotten off so lightly with that one.
You and me both think that. That could have been so much worse. That could have been a stop go 60. Stop go 30 is about the same as, going into the pit lane. And well, that's actually the most that we can give. Apart from a DQ, if that was so bad that it took out O'Brien, there could have been a justification whether they might have looked at it and gone, well, actually, that was not right. But then, how could you actually, stop go? So the thing is, if they wanted to do the stop go 30, that's the maximum they can give according to the system software. If there was an opportunity to, we've seen it in normal sports car racing anyway, especially endurance racing, stop go 60s are not uncommon in this kind of racing. But obviously, if they felt it was warranted enough, they could issue 2 stop go 30s, give or take, as Benedetti now pits to serve that penalty. As Capoccia still trying to get past Tobias Pfeffer. It just seems like Capoccia's just got a lot of love for the Lamborghini in the fact that he doesn't want to get past it quite yet. But some great aerial shots now as the sunset starts to come in here. Big thank you to Mike Yao, our broadcast director, as this is getting rather up close and personal. There's the 95 and there's the 65, but Capoccia, has he got the move done? They're going into the right-hander at Village. Capoccia right to the outside. Tobias Pfeffer still ahead. How on God's green earth is Tobias Pfeffer still keeping ahead of the very, very unlucky and unfortunate Andrea Capoccia, who had a prime opportunity there to get up into 10th position, but the YAS Heat driver just not having any stroke of luck whatsoever when it comes to trying to circumnavigate the same car lap after lap here, David.
Oh man, Capoccia tried everything in the kitchen sink to get past Tobias Pfeffer, and it's just not happening whatsoever. GT4 cars can't even split them up. This is absolutely amazing. Andrea Capoccia must be going absolutely crazy in that cockpit right now, and we can laugh, but and a little bit of a power slide just manages to lift off the throttle. Capoccia is pushing, and he is starting to overdrive that car. Things are going to go very, very badly wrong for Capoccia if he keeps that one up. He is pushing, but he is really pushing that Mercedes beyond the limits of what's capable.
Oh my goodness me. That is just crazy how this battle is still waging on. They're still trying to get past backmarker traffic. I cannot believe this. So, with 4 hours and 17 and a half minutes of this race completed, we are about to head into the night time very, very soon. Server time at 8:49 PM. Track temperature has now dropped by 12 degrees, and looks like there's a really good battle happening in GT4. And the good thing is that is the TPC racing car of Michael Martin in the 302, and then Hannes Robert in the 969 BMW. That's the Jardier racing car. But Capoccia still trying as much as he can. And I think, David, with the fact that we're at 10 degrees Celsius as we go on board with Capoccia, the Pfeffer and Capoccia get past the NSN Ginetta on the left-hand side on the run down the Wellington Straight. So we're on board with the Mercedes into the braking zone, into Brooklands. Tighter line taken by Capoccia going through Brooklands, now into the right-hander at Woodcote, and then they now will go through Luffield. That looks to be a bit more of a aggressive, controlled aggression attack there from Capoccia. But that Lambo still has the legs on the Mercedes.
Yeah, it's an unusual one, that, as well, given the differences in the power output from the Lamborghini over the Mercedes here. But, yeah, I mean, God, you've got to love Andrea Capoccia for trying. He is trying as much as he can. He's thrown everything possible with that Mercedes. But, I mean, this is. I've just got that gut feeling that he's either going to get past him, like, quite spectacularly, or the car is going to snap from underneath him with how hard he's pushing, and he's going to get sent into the nearest available wall. So I hope that doesn't happen, but I am a little concerned at the aggression shown by Capoccia right now. He's really, really pushing, and that car can only take so much of it.
I think one of the other characteristics we have to look at, Lamborghini Huracan, mid-engined rear-wheel drive. Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, front-engined rear-wheel drive. So the thing is that for me, you've got the perfect battling characteristics of a car that will be very dependent on its braking, especially from the front end. And then you've got a car that will really, really be able to exploit its handling characteristics. So, you know, when you look at both the Mercedes and the Lamborghini. So the Lamborghini has the run on the Mercedes in the twisty stuff because of the centre of gravity. You know, you have a car, you know, we know that the Mercedes is a capable vehicle in its own right. So is the Lamborghini when it gets going and it's on full song, which is what is happening. And it's as there is Hannes Robert in the Harvey Racing 969, and is being closed in on by TPC Sim Racing's Michael Martin. The gap between them 2.6 seconds. And you can just see the amount of cars. Oh, it's 3 abreast. And was that the number 57 that just shot past around the outside, going through? And Ivan on chat saying, when's the rain? Ivan, you missed the first spell, which myself and David have quite clearly forgotten about from a couple of hours ago.
Is it raining, Alex?
Yeah. I
remember that.
Oh.
Back to the crowd again. Do you remember that, Alex? Do you remember when motor races had crowds in them? Back when I was a lad, right? You could get a crowd right to the circuit, and you could actually watch races from the circuit, Alex. When I was young.
Yes, when I was a little boy. Way back when.
Why is it whenever you say that you feel like you've got to put a Lancashire accent on? When I were a lad.
Hey, well, I thought you might do that after I said that. But we digress. We're having a lot of fun here. Still, money needs to come in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are now at 85%.
We need to fix that. My OCD is kicking in. I'm going to go and fix that right now.
You're going to fix that right now, are you? Okay, I'll leave you to it. We're nearly at £1,700, ladies and gentlemen. 84% of the £2,000 target so far. And also, we've had a few more. We've had Patrick Piech and also Chris Hoeker. Between them have donated €40 to the cause. We've just had a £50 donation, which also has an additional £12.50 gift aid to Anonymous. Whoever that is, thank you very, very much indeed. And we've also had 25... And also, we've just had hello from Samuel Foch's community saying, go away, cancer. Well, I can't repeat what has been said, but a €25 donation as well. Really, we've had Larry Miller donate $25. We've had quite a few £10 donations here and there, as Capoccia still going toe-to-toe with Pfeffer. The battle for 10th position well and truly has not it's literally ignited even more right now, because Capoccia, just by the way he's driving that Mercedes, is trying every trick in the book to see how he can get past Tobias Pfeffer. But so, just to give you an idea of what exactly we are doing today, we're going to play a video about what we are doing for the Brain Tumour Charity, and myself and David will be back in just a couple of moments' time.
Today is a big day. After 3 years of studying till my brain hurt, I have finally graduated. Obviously, my life is going to be a bit different now.
I'm afraid we found a mouse in your brain.
But I can't wait to see what happens.
You'll be alright. You'll go through this. I'll see you on the other side, okay?
Mum and Dad, you have helped me more than you will ever know, and I am honestly so grateful to you for helping me get to this point. I don't know exactly what I'm going to be doing work-wise, but honestly that excites me. I want to put my skills and my knowledge into something big. I'd also be lying if I said I wasn't super excited to be getting a job that pays proper money. I am so sick of being a poor student living on beans on toast and noodles. My first paycheck is 100% going on a new car. I don't even care if it's a rusty old banger. I just want to be able to go wherever I want, whenever I want. I have made so many wonderful memories over the past few years. I have made some new best friends, somehow found myself a boyfriend. And I know that all of you will be a big part of the rest of my life. There will be tough times, but nobody is going to stop me, and I know that I will have all of you around me no matter what. So, as I stand here today, surrounded by all you beautiful people, I know I have so much to look forward to. Today is the start of a new chapter, and I am ready to take on the world.
Well, welcome back to the continuing coverage of the NXTGEN 12-hour Silverstone Brain Tumour Charity race here, powered by SimGrid. And that video just gave you all an understanding of why we are doing what we are doing. That is why myself and David Christie are in the commentary box for the whole event. Our energy and our passion for sim racing is helping those people that need help with brain tumour cancer. It is such a terrible disease. That video just gave everyone an idea of what exactly it means, the work that we're doing today. So a big thank you to those that have, we've had 113 supporters on our particular Just Giving page. But we're going to go back now to finally Andrea Capoccia. Bravo, bravo. Eventually got past Tobias Pfeffer. And you're just going to see, this is through Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel. So Pfeffer gets a good run, and then Capoccia plants the car inside rather neatly. This is now going through Beckett's. A little bit of a touch between the pair. Pfeffer runs wide. That gives Capoccia the exit he needs. So Capoccia now rounds out the top 10 overall. So a really good job from him. So, but Michael O'Brien is now on lap number 131. And in the meantime, Marcel Schins, Marek Schins, has now got a gap of over 8.8 seconds ahead of Valentin Barrier. Alex Goldschmidt and David Christie back with you once again. David, it has been a rather enthralling and exciting day so far, and the day is still young, my friend.
Well, that was a slight understatement, to put it mildly. My
we're not
God,
into the deep night yet. Come on, man.
Oh man, it's just been wild. I mean, I can't believe we're already nearly at the halfway point. An hour and a half to go, and we'll have broken the back out of 6 hours of this race here. Still, so many stories left to tell. Obviously, in the GT4s, we've got Henrik Gamble there doing a fantastic job there in the 995. ambassadors for Rennwelten team alongside Jonas van der Ruijten and Jan Bierman. They've done a great job in the GT4s. And then at the front as well, you've got that Zancho Rocket Esports McLaren, Luca Berg, Jack McIntyre up doing fairly well as well. I mean, they're kicking some times in, but I mean, it's just, I mean, where do we even begin to describe how good this race has been? The other Zancho Rocket Esports of the 26, Tobin Lee, Michael O'Brien, James Baldwin, they've looked flawless. They really have looked so strong in this race.
Yeah, I completely agree. And you know, from what we saw earlier on, you know, in the last close to 4.5 hours, we haven't really. I think drivers have just been absolutely pushing like crazy, and I know this is a repetitive. You know, I sound like an old record saying this, but it's just like the amount of commitment these drivers have put in. You know, the amount of hours they put in behind the wheel. You know, it's just it just shows how much hard work goes into this every single time. It might be a 12-hour charity endurance race here at Silverstone, as the orange cone just gets flown into the air once again, and that's now actually off the track this time, thank goodness. You know, this means a lot. And also, a lot of, you know, this is a practice run for the season finale of the Endurance Cup next week. So a lot of drivers will be using this as not just a race with a charity aspect, but also the fact of testing for the final race of the Endurance Cup season. And that's something I'm rather looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, and that is a wonderful precursor for the season ahead. And it gives these guys and girls a little first taste of their opponents for some of the events that they're going to be competing in. For example, the Endurance Cup that we've got, the tail ends coming up very, very soon. We've got the World Cup and many other events as well. World Cup, of course, in collaboration with ECO, $20,000 prize fund over the 2 splits and over the 5 races that we've got for that, so that's going to be an amazing event. However, look at Niels Nyox here on the back of Andre Capoccia. Capoccia is under all sorts of pressure right now, and yeah, this is it. There's so many different little storylines going on, Alex, and it's very, very difficult for us to kind of focus on one thing for more than about 10 seconds right now.
Well, Bashir Jadwa in the 777 has just gone off, and I think that must have been the 69 car that he's come into contact with, possibly, and that was going through Abbey. Look at the front end of that BMW. Well, that car is looking rather second-hand, but another. I'm gonna be completely honest here. We are now at 130 laps completed. The fastest lap set on lap 132. Marek Shins in the 191 from Racing Line Motorsport Charity. He's just done a 153.8 in that Bentley as we now dip into temperatures on double digits. Oh, Team Cake gets a little bit of a door panel bash from the number 62 of Niels Nyox going through into Village. That was very, very close indeed. Not too sure what race control might look at that for, but yeah, just to have that Bentley is really starting to come alive now, and Marek Shins has actually dropped Valentin Barrier to now what is 10.7 seconds behind, as the 25 Pink Performance car, that is Phil Vitt from Canada, he's now brought it into the pit lane. Yeah, just how can that Bentley be so rapid in these conditions? There's no wind pickup at all. It's the heaviest car out on the circuit. And Marek Shins just puts in 153.8. The person that went faster before that was actually the number 28 of Jean Alesi Esports, Verian Danilo Santoro. And he put in a 158.9. So with the cooler temperatures, these engines are starting to really breathe some good, cool, dense, clean air.
crazy lap times going in just now, but I've got to be honest, Marek Schintz, right, that last lap there doing 1:59.4, the lap before he was 1.3 seconds faster. Now I'm going to have a little look at that as we saw that the shot of the cars going down the what was that? Was that the Wellington? That was the hangar straight down towards Stowe. Eagle-eyed viewers might have caught it. I certainly caught it. There was a black flag with an orange circle in the middle. Now that is a mechanical flag. That's a mechanical failure flag, and that means that the car has to come into the pits within 3 laps to be serviced. Now, who has damaged their car that badly that they must get into the pits? I wonder if that was the BMW that we saw recovering on the side of the track there.
Yeah, as Niels Neuert's trying to go up the inside of Andrea Capoccia. This is going through into Village, now into the left, into the loop. Neuert's keeping it round the outside, trying to get the switch back through on the Mercedes. Out through Aintree they come. Yeah, so I think the thing is that we don't on the system software actually see the mechanical black flag towards any car, but I think it would have been that 777 BMW that would have been the one that would have had that thrown at it, as Neuert's up the inside through Brooklands, neatly done on Capoccia. And Capoccia, I don't, whilst trying to battle with the likes of Tobias Pfeffer, who's now handed over to Jordan Sherritt from South Africa in the 157 GTWR car, whether he's taken too much life out of his tyres. Now here is what happens with the 777, and there's the 696 Bentley that was in the that was not moving, and then the 777 that was Rashid Jadwat from South Africa that just had nowhere to go. He was trying to clear the GT4 car, and that's what you can get with light quickly fading here at Silverstone. These things can happen, David. It looks like we're going to go to another replay.
And 696 just loses it on the curb at the exit of the corner there and gets absolutely smacked. So I wonder if that's the car that's been given the mechanical flag to get that sorted there. That's incredibly bad luck there.
Yeah, it's what's also commonly known as the meatball flag.
Yes.
I don't know what. Yeah. So that's the other terminology. And if someone says, "Oh, can you have pasta with that?" No, sorry, not on that particular occasion, I'm afraid. The 192 Racing Line Motorsport Aston Martin, rounding out the top 24, is battling away with PPR Esports. It's Bossely, and I think Zayanori Rose behind the wheel of the number 56 is about 3 seconds up the road. There's Hannes Robert about 3 seconds away. He's about 3 seconds ahead of Michael Martin from TPC Sim Racing in the 302. That's the battle for second and third in the GT4 class, and Robert is about a lap down off of Henrik Gambal. Massive moment. That was the 101 car. The GTWR car. Who was behind the wheel of that one? Was that Benedetti? No, it was Marco Muir. And that was the 148 of the HSH Racing Team car, and both are going to need to come in for damage repairs. Oh my goodness me. It's, again, just moments where one slightest lapse of concentration and one person makes a wrong manoeuvre and then it compromises another driver. You hate to see that happen.
Well, especially given that Ben Innes in the 148 was actually running flat last at the moment. So that's going to be a really difficult conversation to have, I'm afraid, Alex. And 7 hours 22. This is now peak survival time for these drivers. The next 3-4 hours are going to be absolutely crucial. If you have any interest in taking a podium position, it's all about knuckling down, getting the times in, keeping yourself safe, and just protecting yourself for the next couple of hours.
Yes, it's about survival, and we both know from the Distrigo Parts Distribution Citroen C1 24 Hours of Silverstone, that's a mouthful in its own to say, but over the course of 2 days, I kind of gotten used to saying it. But we both know that it's quite a tall order, and it is about that mechanical sympathy on that sort of respect, isn't it?
It absolutely is, and to win the race, you have to be in the race. That's the simple fact of it, and it's silly to be making these sorts of errors with 7.5 hours still to go. You know, it's you just have to keep yourself in contention, and it's a bit of a lottery at times. And sometimes you win the lottery, sometimes you lose the lottery, such as racing. And you just have to keep cracking at it, get the recovery drive on, and let's see what happens.
Yep, so 7 hours, 20 minutes and 57 seconds still to go here in the race, as we're with Matteo Blotto from Racing Line Motorsport still once again. About 1.3 seconds behind the number 1, and that is PPR Esports and the McLaren 720S GT3, with Nicolas Bosselet behind the wheel from France. Still rather interesting. Well, I think Blotto's just actually gained a bit of time. There's Bosselet just up ahead. Now they're going down the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands. And this Aston Martin seems to... I'm wondering whether Bosselet's had a possible moment. But as I say this, okay, get this for a fastest lap in just a second after we've seen this replay. Now, this is what happened earlier with the 101. Marco Mure trying to go around he tried to go up the inside of the 148, and they just came together. I think that's possibly a racing incident. But yeah, I think that's not what you want to see. But okay, newsflash for you, David. On lap number 133, Ayanori Rose and the number 56 John Alesi car just did a 158.1. Fastest lap of the race.
That is quite a tasty lap there, Ben. That is fiery quick. Goodness me. So fuel is going to play an issue. The cooler temperatures is going to be playing an issue with 9:30 nights as we see Florian Bauer almost getting clobbered. Is that Niels van de Kekelt in the Ferrari behind him? Trying to go to the inside, but Florian being a little bit too aggressive for my liking there.
Yeah, the number 99 is being... so effectively it was... Yeah, that was Niels van der Kekelt. It was one of those things where you just hate... You just hope you've got a brace, and it was just like you like literally just... I think every single muscle in your ribcage just like literally tried to expel all the air from your lungs before you started speaking. When you sort of go, but that's the thing we see with GT3 and GT4. It does happen.
Oh, it certainly was, and that was much better from Niels van de Kekelt there, right round the outside. In fact, that wasn't van de Kekelt. That was that Kundat Kleoglu that was in the car there, and that was actually the 97. So that actually was the 97 of Lucas Kreuzer. It wasn't the 99. So similarly, both in Ferraris, but that was a really, really nice move around the outside there from Lucas Kreuzer. Really, really nice to see.
There's already been... People are starting to beg on the chat, no more rain, please. We can't control the weather, I'm afraid to say. We're just people up here in the commentary box.
You're missing a trick here. I tell you what, guys, if we get to $2,000, right, we will do a rain dance, and we will make sure that it's a torrential downpour before the end of the race.
Well, we'll just have to see about that one, as there's the number 57 Mercedes coming through, and that is Konstantin Soldatov, who's behind the wheel of that car. And darkness has very much set itself up. It's imposed itself on the circuit here, David, and this is where you said about this. The next sort of couple of hours on the server in terms of the race time, as in the 2 times multiplier, that's going to be where you've got to really get through. You've got to break the back of the going through the night, and that's the same with any 24-hour race. To sort of like just make sure you get through the other side, and then when happy hour comes, and that's when it's early in the morning and the sun starts to rise, it's a bit like what happens at Le Mans. The tyres will get up to temperature, the pressures will increase, the drivers will feel a bit more confident in the car, and then they can start pushing again.
Yeah, and that is absolutely the case. They have to just sort of knuckle down and make sure they look after both the tyres. Because also remember, they only have a set amount of tyres to make their way through the race at the moment. That was a cracking onboard shot as we saw through the front grille there. I absolutely loved that. Oh, now that is a huge, huge upset for the Sancho Rocket Esports team of John Munro, Ross McGregor and Ibrahim Khan, because he jumps into the car and they've already got a drive-through penalty. So 4th place with a drive-through penalty, and that is an absolute gut punch right now for track limits.
Well, that was always going to be a case
of Alex.
Yeah, I think it was just a case of that would happen at a moment's notice. So you'd always find that one driver would get to the 3 strikes rule, as it's more commonly referred to by myself, on a number of occasions. So Ibrahim Khan, Jack McIntyre now pits, Michael O'Brien I think has just pitted, so Marek Shins now leads the way, and I think behind the wheel of the number 57 again is Igor Ogorodnikov in the like and subscribe car, as all back market traffic. So you've got the likes of SimSport Solutions, PPR Esports, Marek Shins absolutely threading the eye of the needle through into Abbey, and then it's literally one to one side, one to the other of the HSH car. So oh my goodness me, this is Ogorodnikov actually unlapping himself, I believe, possibly. That is the case. He's got himself back onto the lead lap right now, so that was a good bit of driving there from Igor Ogorodnikov on that particular occasion.
Yeah, fantastic to see, as we almost got 3 wide down the Wellington Straight here on the entrance to Brooklands. This is awesome racing, and this is where the concentration now has to absolutely keep themselves on track. Henrik Gamble into the pit lane as well, and it looks like we've got more penalties coming up as well.
Yeah, it has been a race of attrition, let's say, is now dark nightfall very much here at Silverstone. There is Kieran Vidago, the pole sitter in GT4 for the SimSport Solutions. Now we just had another penalty come through. This is not gonna make the number 57 crew happy at all. There is a 15-second time penalty now issued to the number 57 like and subscribe crew for avoidable contact on car number 2, which is the PPR Esports Alpine. And it is the, I have to give credit where credit is due, David. PPR Esports in GT4 are the only drivers that have gone for the Alpine.
Alex, you're going to have to give me 2 minutes because I'm absolutely unusable right now. I'm so scared as what's going to happen. Yeah, look, the Alpine, I've got to be honest, I didn't know too much about the brand before, doing the research into GT4. And it's just such an unusual make to see. And, they've got such a great heritage in motorsport history. It's such a shame that we don't see more of it in the GT4s. They're not very well represented.
Well, I think at the end of the day, one of the other things that, from an automotive perspective, Alpine is actually going full electric in its future strategy, which is quite weird, considering that. But now we go to this fantastic battle. This is for P2 TPC Sim Racing. Alex Leif behind the wheel of the 302 Cayman, ahead of Florian Bauer. Now this is the battle for P2 in the class. Jan Biermann in the 995 Ambassadors for Rennwelten car is well away from them. And now we've got the picture. That's Jordan. Who is that in front? That is the number 62 of Arthur Camera, and that is Killian Ryan Meenan. And there is also there's Statsenko in the middle of all of this, so he's taken over in that car. So again, one of the other places where the Alpine A110 SGT4 has been racing is in the FFSA French GT Championship. A young lad who I used to commentate on in karting, a young French driver by the name of César Gazot, actually raced in that championship in the Super GT4 as well. So the Alpine is used obviously over in France and some like the GT4 Open. So it's a good little addition to have it on the grid. But now we just look at the headlights, all ablaze. And this is where it's going to get rather tricky now, David, because as we've just seen that Florian Bauer and Alex Leif going toe-to-toe, side to side, pretty much going into what is now Club and then into the right-hander at Vale. And Florian Bauer has got the jump on Alex Leif there, but Leif won't take that standing down.
Absolutely not. Leif is definitely trying to make that stick, but it's not going to help that they've got a Porsche weaving in through left and right of them. Awesome action right now, but Leif is going to have to get back onto the tail of that BMW to make that one stick. Can't believe we've only got 7 hours and 10 minutes left and the lights come on and it makes it look so dramatic at the home of British motorsport here, as Leif is going to almost get collected from the number 62 there. That is, of course, the G2 Esports BMW M6, and I've got to be honest, all hell is kicking off right now.
Yeah, look at Kilian Ryan Meenan. He's right up the inside of Michael Statsenko, going down into Brooklands. Oh my goodness me. I mean, the 101... That was Marco Mure doing an Eduardo Mortara, if anyone watched Formula E yesterday. He literally did a nigh on carbon copy, but it was in mirror. But Statsenko keeps ahead of Kilian Ryan Meenan for the moment. So we're on lap 141. It is still a little bit cloudy overhead. There are some clear skies, but yeah, we're well and truly entrenched into the deep of the night. We're just under 10 minutes and to go until we hit the 5-hour mark. Now, just to let you all know that I would think in around about just over 15 minutes time, we're going to be heading to part 2 of the broadcast here on the sim grid. So we will be keeping the action fully live and uninterrupted for this event. It is a long slog. It has been a long slog so far for us here on broadcast and commentary. We're just waiting to hear about penalties that have been issued.
Alex, sorry to jump in. What has happened to the race leader, Michael O'Brien? He was 12 seconds ahead of Marek Shins, and that gap is now down to about 2.5 seconds.
Right, okay, looks like we've got a replay coming with what's happened with Michael O'Brien very, very shortly. So Statsenko's got a 15-second time penalty for causing an avoidable collision on lap 118 with car number 101, which would have been the moment from Benedetti earlier on in the race, being having I think that was Capoccia up the inside on that particular occasion. So yeah, that's why Statsenko is now the one that after his when his pit stop gets initiated, that car will have to sit in for a further 15 seconds in there as well. So yeah, this is not getting easy at all. The nightfall's come in. We've now dropped 14 degrees. Okay, let's go to the replay. This is Michael O'Brien. Now this is heading into Cops. So just keep your eyes on what's going to happen. He's going to pull the car to the right-hand side through Cops, takes a bit of curb. Oh, inner right wheel, hits too much curb, and that caused Michael O'Brien to send sparks off of the diffuser. Zach Summerhill, who I think he's with one of the crews. I'm just trying to remember which one. He said that the leader spun at turn 1 right in front of us. We were rather spooked, and now Marek Shins. Look, that's Michael O'Brien just up ahead. The battle for the lead has now started to close in quite substantially. Jenson Button now is behind the wheel of the number 22 Sancho Rocket Esports McLaren with the Sky livery on it. He's currently in 4th place ahead of Igor Ogorodnikov, as there was a GT4 getting out of the way. We are just back to Marek Shins as they've got some back marker traffic to deal with going through into Club and then into Vale. So Marek Shins, that gap now is down to just under 7/10 of a second. So yeah, O'Brien, he lost over 10 seconds in that first sector alone, and lost over close to a second in sector 2. So Michael O'Brien has now got to do the defensive drive. Maybe he can channel his, make that back end of that McLaren as wide as humanly possible, David.
Well, we'll have to see, but the other thing that he's going to have to contend with as he went over those curbs there's a distinct possibility, Alex, that he has lost quite a lot of tyre pressure, and those tyres will be getting quite cool as it goes on, so that's going to cost him a lot of time as well. Great move by Adam Chulewski on the inside there. That was awesome stuff there on the 192 there. Just threw that car in, and that was a ballsy manoeuvre. Had the move done, and I'll tell you what, that 192 of Dimov is going to have to watch, because he's got Lucas Kreuzer all over the back of him as well. So yeah, great move from Chmielewski.
Yeah, I think we might have... oh, hang on. I've just spotted a couple of drivers that might want to have a chat with us. Oh, crikey. Just under 5 hours in, and we're hopefully going to get a couple more interviews as such. So, should we bring them in?
Yes, let's do it. Let's bring in John Munro and Ross McGregor.
Oh, good evening to... Yep, so good evening, John. Good evening, Ross. It's been an interesting race for you guys at Sancho Simsport thus far. Tell us about the race so far from your guys' perspective.
It's over now, unfortunately, but it was really good. It was going really well. I think we had a few issues in qualifying, just with the wrong tyre choice straight away out of the pits, and we didn't manage to get a lap together. So I think we started about 26th. But Ross did an amazing job in the first few stints. I think he got us up to from 26th to 8th, and then I had a good run in the wet as well. So no, we dragged it up to 5th place, and yeah, it was great fun, to be honest. The battling was really good. The back markers were behaving themselves, and I think the GT3s, from what I saw, there was a few one-off incidents and stuff, but generally I think everyone was behaving themselves quite nicely, and it was a really enjoyable race. But sadly, just now, Ibrahim's gone out, and he's done an amazing stint. He's been super quick, but unfortunately he picked up a drive-through for going over the stint timer, and then when he went to, obviously was going to run out of fuel, so he came into the pits, but it then served the penalty.
Oh, contact! The leader's just been taken out from Marek Shins. Sorry about that, John Munro, but your race leader, Michael O'Brien, hit from behind on Marek Shins, out braking, going in towards, what corner was that? My goodness me, that was Brooklands. Down towards Brooklands, and there we go, down in towards second place. Marek Shins takes the lead of the race. Sorry, John, back to you.
Worries at all. So it's a shame for us as well, because Michael was doing a really good job, but he got hit earlier as well. So hopefully he can get that sorted. But no, just to quickly update you guys, we were out of the race unfortunately, because we got a drive through for the pit timer thing, but then Ibrahim didn't have the fuel to get around the lap to do the drive through and then get fuel, so we just had to pull out, which is a real shame, because we were delighted to have dragged the car up from 26th to 5th, and yeah, it's all for a good cause, so it's all been a load of fun, but obviously we're a bit disappointed now to be on the sidelines.
Sorry, for a moment there I thought David had sat on something extremely sharp. I got a little bit worried.
So I got a bit excited there, boys. Looking help it. Your race leader was taken out. Look, that is absolutely gutting, because I mean, obviously you were really powering through the field and getting yourselves up into the top 5. As you said though, for a great cause. And when can we see you back on the sim grid then?
We will be pretty much ever present, we hope, for the following season. I think we're going to attack World Cup, Sprint Cup and Endurance Cup. So yeah, you won't get rid of us basically. But hopefully our next few races last a bit longer. As John said, like, Ibrahim was fantastic. He was bang on the pace. He was like the Ferrari. To be honest, the week preceding, we've done testing with the Ferrari, and we've found it to be terrible. So we had no right to be P5. So we're absolutely delighted to get up that far and as close to our kind of teammates as possible in the McLarens, because they looked super quick, and I hope they still win this race after that little incident. But yeah, we're really disappointed, but there's a lot of potential there, and we're looking forward to the next race.
Yeah, well, we look forward to seeing you both on the Sprint Cup, because we'll be commentating on you guys. Season 3 starts on the 11th of March. Yeah, looking forward to seeing you guys in action. Looks like some good tracks at the Sprint Cup as well, doesn't it, guys?
Yeah, it's looking like a good calendar. We actually need to qualify first, so that's going to be the first challenge. But
you've got until Monday to do it, I think, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. We were part of Team NSN in the last season, so obviously we did pick up a top result in the championship. But we're racing with under a different name this season, so we do have to kind of re-qualify. So I think it's on to that next. I think we've got a bit more time this weekend to practice, so that's something. But yeah, it's one of those things. But we'll look forward to that, and I'm sure we'll enjoy the rest of this race. You guys are doing a great job on the comms as always.
Yeah, thank you very much, John Monroe and Ross McGregor from Zancho Simsport, unfortunately retiring from the race. Thank you, guys. We're now going to go to a replay. Now, this is what... Now, let's just have a look at this, David. You can see that Michael O'Brien's just trying to make his way through traffic. Oh, that was a bit of a hefty hit.
Absolutely uncalled for.
Marek Schintz there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand that. Marek Schintz is a better driver than that, for sure. And it doesn't matter whether O'Brien braked early or, he was slower. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, Schintz can't just push to pass and make that mistake. What I don't get as well is that, Schintz wasn't as much on the brakes as he could have been. It's almost like he rolled into the back end of that car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think when you're dealing with not just GT4 traffic, but then you've also got backmarker GT3 traffic. That's going to be one of those things where you can't really do anything, as we now see Alex Leif. It's just Alex Leif now, what is it, 13.2 seconds behind Florian Bauer in the 969. It's just it's so difficult to judge, especially in these conditions, because you've really got to have your eyes on stalks, and if you make that one slight mistake wrong, it can cause another problem. And now you can see, just like in real life GT racing, you've got the nice blue neon lights above the top of the roof, just so at least you can see exactly where the switches are in the cockpit.
Absolutely, the cars look beautiful in the night. They really do. The cars take a life of their own with the glow in the dark. It's just beautiful, beautiful stuff. Just watching as we've got under 7 hours. Can you believe it, Alex? Under 7 hours, 5 hours in the books, and we are getting so close to the halfway point. And it's again, given what we've seen so far, I have got no idea how this race is going to pan out right now.
No, not at all. As here we are on board with Denise Pope from NSN Racing in the number 79 Ginetta G55 GT4. She's currently teamed up with Rob and Melissa Taplin, and then obviously they've got Christoph Verstappen, who qualified in the car and then also had a few opportunities to get his way up the grid. But good to see that Denise is now taking the car deep into the night. Local time on the server is 10:17 p.m. here at the home of British Motorsport for the NXTGEN Brain Tumour Charity 12-hour race here on the sim grid with Alex Goldschmidt and David Christie, your commentators. We will be doing the full broadcast live and all the way through in just a few moments' time. Yeah, get your hands up. Bump it up. But in just a few moments' time, we will be heading over to the second part of the stream here on the dedicated YouTube channel for the Sim Grid. But still, David, a lot of things happening at the moment. We've got Marek Schintz in the lead on 147 laps. Michael O'Brien is trying to... Now, that gap between them is now, 7.2 seconds. A great shot here, courtesy of our broadcast director, Mike Yao. And this is the cars going down. I think this is going down towards... that's probably off of the wing complex, so that would have been down towards Abbey. But still, the fact that these drivers still carrying on, no one giving any quarter, no one lifting off the throttle. And I have to say that this just personifies how how much some people are enjoying themselves today. Alaric Enslin saying, been such a good race so far, to be honest, so eventful, but still having a blast at the back of the GT3 field. Laugh out loud emoji. That just sums up. That just sums up what this event is meant to be about. It's meant to be about having fun, raising money for a good cause, which we're now at 88.3% of the target, with just over £1,765 in the kitty bought this particular event. And that just personifies it. Something like what Alaric has just said is completely personified about what we're trying to achieve here.
Absolutely, that's the whole point of today. We're supposed to be raising money for an incredibly worthy cause while having a good laugh doing it and enjoying ourselves. So yeah, great to see such a large amount being raised so far, and yeah, I've got no doubt in the next couple of hours we'll easily hit that 2,000 and move on to our next target. So there we go, penalty coming in for your race leader just now coming in, and no surprises really to see Shintz getting a penalty, and it really was a needless incident happening for Marek Shintz, and yeah, you really do hate to see it. Instance between cars 26 and 191, 15-second penalty for your race leader then, and that puts them essentially back to second place, but it also puts them at risk of being overtaken by the Bentley number 39 of Jan-Willem van Ommen.
Yeah, very true. It's just one of those things where these things do happen, and effectively these cars now just have to make it through. You can't just sort of like try and push like crazy and hope it's going to stick, because with the track temperature now 14 degrees Celsius off of what it was, 14 degrees Celsius off of where we started just over 5 hours and 5 minutes ago in this race. I can't believe I'm saying that now. But it just goes to show how the consistency really is trying to do. It's trying to be that ultimate point of the strategy. That's your focal point. How much fuel are you going to put in on the next pit stop? Are you going to do less fuel in the tank? Are you going to go for a light fuel run? Maybe help get a little bit of time back. And through the consistency of the stints, and also the consistency of how the drivers push, because it's not easy in a 12-hour endurance race, and that's what we'll see. We'll see us sort of come out of the night and go into the daylight for the last few hours, and that's where it's really going to decide what happens here. So we are with Jordan Sherratt, and then back to Michael Merning in the ART Esports 127. Darren King in the number 38 Ferrari has now pitted, and we are very shortly soon to end the stream here on this side of part 1 of the Next Gen Racing Silverstone 12-hour Brain Tumour Charity race here on the sim grid, with myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and David Christie, your commentators for the entire event. We'll be back in just a few moments' time, so head over to part 2 of the broadcast here, live on the sim grid, as we reach our inevitable conclusion here on our live stream.